Перезапуск стрима, ребят. Да. Перезапуск стрима. Что я могу сказать? Ну, это прям заебись, 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 заебись. По прогнозам. То есть у нас сейчас 7 прогнозов есть. Если проходит... Ну, вряд ли Extreme Gaming победят, скорее всего. Ну, условно, если они побеждают ББ, тогда у нас остается шанс залутать еще 2 прогноза, как я понимаю. Да. Сейчас будет матч. Если побеждают экстримы. Блять, сложно. Короче, если побеждают экстримы, то у меня по... Сейчас я, наверное, покажу. Видно? А, вам не видно на стриме. Или видно вам? Короче, если побеждают экстримы, вот здесь они будут играть с ББ. Если побеждают экстримы, тогда здесь, получается, будет 8. Потенциально 9. 10. 11. Здесь может быть 11 верных прогнозов. Потенциально. На втором аккаунте. Сейчас 7 также. 4, 5, 6, 7. Потенциально. Тут внизу фальконы на втором аккаунте. А тут экстрим. Соответственно, если фальконы проигрывают здесь, падают сюда и выигрывают здесь, например, тогда будет 8. 8 прогнозов. Вот такие пироги, ребят. Прогнозов. 8 прогнозов это 4320. 8. Не, ну вообще, на самом деле, я думаю, прогноз на то, что Фальконс в нижнюю... То есть Фальконы так и так выйдут в финал, скорее всего. Если они проиграют пари, они должны выиграть здесь, скорее всего. Вот, то бишь, если Фальконы проигрывают, например, тогда у меня срабатывает... И выигрывают здесь, тогда на втором аккаунте срабатывает... На втором аккаунте что срабатывает? Ну да, на втором аккаунте будет 8 прогнозов. Это если Фальконс проигрывает, то выигрывает снизу. Здесь же, если Фальконс выигрывает, то здесь сразу 8 прогнозов идет. Если Экстрим выигрывает, то 9, и Экстрим выигрывает, то 10, да, может быть максимум прогнозов. По фэнтези вот здесь, конечно, все больно. То есть я причем мог поставить этого чела. Ксион, Вики Кэс. Я не знаю, ну типа, наверное, чтобы прям побороться, там будет за фэнтези, будет борьба фэнтези и прогнозов. То есть, например, если фэнтези получаешь, блять. Ну, короче, будет борьба между 99,9 и 99,95. Плюс прогнозы за это. Я смотрел топ-100, здесь люди, которых раньше не было топ-100. То есть потенциально здесь люди, у которых в прошлом этапе были хуёвые очки. И они поставили... другие фэнтези. Вот. То есть потенциально любой чел, который попадет сейчас в 99 фэнтези хотя бы, претендует на топ 1500 игроков. Проблема в том, что я не знаю, какой порог. В прошлом году был порог. В прошлом году была минималка 150 тысяч фэнтези поинтов, топ 100. И у меня было 106 тысяч 98%. Это в прошлом году. То есть, если мы, получается, имеем... Ну, получается, 99%. 99% это 110 тысяч. То есть, разница была в 40 тысяч. В прошлом году. В этом году у нас 115 тысяч находится в топ-100. Значит, мы 115 минус 40, условно. И значит, чтобы попасть в 99%, нужно 75 тысяч потенциально. Имея 70 тысяч на этом аккаунте, я могу попасть в топ-95. Если я попадаю в топ-95, это мне сохраняет хороший шанс на этом аккаунте за топ-1500. Вот, если же попасть в 99... Ну, скорее всего, отметка сдвинется. Скорее всего, 70... 99, 75 тысяч. Потенциально. Значит, 90, может быть, 99,9 или что? Просто многие поставили китайские команды, в частности, Tidebound, как я понимаю. Или чё?
Такое дарование, конечно же, поэтому да. 9 класс. О, это мой любимый игрок, тоже high skill. Да, есть у нас с ним маленькая история. Это аналитик за International 2024. Fishman's Five Right. Младший брат Йонда. Ну, давайте возьмем 9 класса. Человек high skill, можно. Дали мне фидбэк про него, что он не такой токсичный, как я думал. Поэтому хорошо. 9 класс, сатаник уже есть. Руя. Я Саша Филин, молодая замена мира в Спирит. Спасибо Карбену, что вытащил с академки. Летим за первым Вегасом. Мне нравится Руи, но есть проблема. Его позиция занята уже 9 классом. Вот. И вообще, я предполагаю, что мне покажут очень много хороших игроков, поэтому пока я его скипаю влево. Фу. 30 лет. Китай. Фри-агент. Китайский принц. Лучшая четверка Китая по мнению адеквата.
Так, там они идут в этот... Secure 7 прогнозов, блядь. Не, ну там разрыв очень маленький, ёпт. Блядь, если был бы 99 фэнтези, нахуй. Не, ну пари должны, по идее, отомстить фальконам за все обиды. Ну, произойдет ли это? Вот в чем вопрос.
We'll see if that proves to be correct. On the right track, that is absolutely for sure. But can Falcons deal with the heroes that P-Vision is bringing? Because it's definitely a different style.
Yeah, when Kaz and I were talking about the heroes that they were playing, I was like, you know what, let's double check what Falcons actually play from the P-Vision hero pool. And it's only 3 of them, right? When you look at the contestables, Naga, Beastmaster, Monkey King, all Falcons have played on 7.39. But they haven't touched at all Enigma, Lycan, Tinker, Invoker, a critical hero for no one. So in this upcoming draft, we're either going to see Falcons play heroes they have not touched at all in the patch to take them away from P-Vision, or they're just going to be unable to play them and have to use them in the bans. But it is quite interesting that a lot of the staples of P-Vision, Falcons just have not tried playing so far.
Yeah, Falcons are a very particular team, and they have their hero pools that they like. They have their idea of the game, and they're not too keen on changing it. If you give them away their Sand King, for example, they'll take it. Give them away their Chen, they'll take it. I don't think they're the type of team to get too concerned about, oh, could the Broodmother come out here? Could
Я
the
типа в
Invoker
100
potentially
лучших
come out
пока
here?
что,
If
но
that does
это
come, they
пока
will
что,
address that,
блядь.
but their style of Dota is so strong that they should just stick to their fundamentals.
One thing to note, Amar did play the Slug previously in a different patch.
Потому
but
что
on the
фэнтези
off-lane
по
role.
пизде
So if you
пошло,
want to go
блядь.
absolutely crazy, then Amar would be doing
Ну,
that.
акт.
But, you know, upper
If the-
bracket TI finals.
If the right game calls for it, I mean,
Really-
yesterday he busted out a 24 Huskar. You cannot say he's not going to pick something else.
Exactly, but he's done it in the past.
Yep.
But of course, Crit, he's an honest man. He's not playing the support slot.
Yeah, can we talk for a second about the road that both of these teams have taken to get to this point? Obviously, both from the upper bracket, so nothing but victories. That's good. P-Vision has 2-0'd both their opponents, where Falcons we saw yesterday drop a game against BB Team.
А, я, кстати,
Anything in
анимешку
particular
так и
that
не
we can
глянул.
learn from that
Что,
loss that they
глянул?
suffered, Kezu?
Maybe something about the mid game, because if I remember correctly, they were also doing very well in that game too, and then they kind of let it slip away. And that's not the first time I've seen that. That did happen to them in the road to TI as well. So maybe P-Vision
here for a reason, and a top 3 finish is never the target for either of these. These are championship-winning teams through and through. They've had a lot of finals appearances, both of them within the last year, of course clinching some of them for themselves. They want to get the upper bracket route and have more time to study the ultimate opponent.
Yeah, despite the predictions for everybody this tournament being completely wrong, I think seeing these two teams as top 3 is not surprising, though, which is funny. It's just the road to this point has been very unexpected.
Absolutely.
As we have the bounty rune
Sneaky
spawn.
here.
Yep, Satanic, he will grab the bounty and has to take the blink to get away.
A rare sight. 4 bounties for the same team. P-Vision off to a great start here. This is effectively more or less a 1,000 gold lead. It's very close to. Means you're going to arrive with that lane with a little bit more attributes. You're going to get the earlier tangos potentially, and of course for the mid lane, a faster bottle will be very welcome.
said the Blink Dagger. We'll see if they opt for a smoke around that timing of the cooldown. Well, we have some time with more zoo creeps in the mid lane. You want to talk about Ducalis and the Oracle, because it's not the most common save type hero we've been seeing in this
Здорово в
tournament.
чате.
They picked it as a response to, what did they see? They saw Snap Shaker, I think, at the time. So maybe just that overwhelming magic damage, just wanted the Fortunes, or excuse me, the Fate's Edict against it to cover. And of course, in response, Falcons did grab the Doom, which will counteract the healing. But yeah, you're right. It's cool to see. I've always liked this hero. I think it's very high skill and has a lot of cool skill expression. Maybe a little bit less so than the old version where 2 of the spells were more polarizing, like Fate's Edict was disarming your teammate while giving them immunity, etc. But still a lot of play, and one of the heroes at a pro level that requires the most precise formation. If you're caught out even slightly, your hero can go from a lot of high save impact to having absolutely none.
Yeah.
Very important that he does not get caught by, say, a Shaker this game or get doomed. I think dooming Oracle can absolutely be worth it.
Oh,
some cases.
Malrain finds one. He has the Echo if they need it, but there's so many stuns to work with. 9 class will be picked off without it. So that is second kill now for Falcons. That is the Blink reveal. Still Echo Slam, though, at the ready, of course.
Yep. And while all of this is happening, Satanic just having a completely free game on that anti-mage. Picked it as a response to the Doom, one of the harder heroes to Doom, of course, with the Reflect, and you're going to naturally buy Manta. You could even buy additional protection later in the game if you need to. And with this early start for Satanic with the early Dom, he's now going for that Battle Fury. Imagine he will have in about 3 minutes. That will be a very respectable timing. Usually a 16-minute Battle Fury for AM is very slow, but you add a Helm in there and it's very good.
Well, Skeeter has a respectable time of 14 minutes. It's more respectable because he did not go Helm, because as AUI said yesterday, his team is very low skill and cannot control creeps.
Yeah. You too can make top 3 at TI if you feel low skill. Clearly Falcons are proof of that according to their coach.
Yeah, the only one to be able to micro is Snake King, but I think Helm of Dom generally won't make sense on his heroes. Maybe one day we can
Just
aspire
more
to
creeps
that.
for Chen, why not?
Yeah, true. Might is pretty close for Amar, as the Battle Fury, like we talked about, onto Skeeter is online, so we'll be looking for that second item to be able to start fighting in all likelihood. I mean, do you want to go BKB super fast this game, or does it feel a little bit underwhelming? You do have the Black Hole, Sonic Wave, a lot of ways to get through it.
He is queuing it up. I kind of like Sanjay Nyasha here. As you said, what are you really countering?
Oh, Satanic, he actually blinks right into this. Malrine has everything at the ready. Amar as well. Mortimer skisses, there's the Echo Slam. Down goes Satanic. Wrong place, wrong time. They continue to have Doom ultimate at the ready as well.
The biggest kill of the game, and like you said, they don't have to expend Doom, so he can't even feel safe when he comes back that he can just free farm for a while. With Echo on cooldown, you're still not out of the woods if Amar finds you at an opportune moment from the high ground. They're gonna try to turn this into some tower pressure up top, but Division are in pretty good position with some of their heroes. And now Amar on the receiving end, perhaps.
Yep, DM shows up to the party. They're gonna get rooted now. Nice fissure, gonna block off DM, but they have so many stuns, so many slows to work with. Amar does die. 30 seconds in the base now. Looks like that's gonna break things up overall.
Who do you think has more Doms, between 3 heroes with Dom or Chen? I think this is a philosophical question.
Yeah, that's a great question overall.
Chen has 4 creeps, but they're not as strong, but he has 1 more. And he is in control of all of them himself.
That's true. And he can get Shard to get Ancient, so they become even more powerful.
Midas. A rare sight these days, because everybody who usually buys Midas buys Helm.
It's true. 9 class, pounding crit. Wukong's command is there. No one with the blink. This will be an easy pickoff for P-Vision. Trying to get control of this area for the eventual Tormentor, but that's in 4 minutes. Through the gate they go to maybe try to bait Satanic, although he goes into the triangle, so looking for a lowly Skeeter.
Yeah, he's going to be a tricky kill, though. They don't have much to kill him with except the Black Hole, which is part of the reason Troll is such a good pick this game. you're going to try to rotate on him, you may need to probably bring 3 or 4 heroes to make it happen, unless Black Hole is one of the abilities. And even then, there's still Hand of God.
Gonna see the tree. At half HP is the Monkey King. Ducalis in the area, though. That's gonna force Malrine back. That's still a lot of information, though. And there's the Battlefield that you talked about with the helm for Satanic.
17 minutes. And that was after his death, so he would have maybe got it at like 15 and a half. Still looking very healthy.
He's gonna get stuck with the Echo Slam and the Mortimer's Kisses. This isn't enough damage, though. Satanic getting stuck. It's gonna be close. Blinks out to safety, just barely survives.
Zeus ult!
Well,
probably would have been enough
enough.
either. Close call, but the 4 points in counterspell necessary there. If he had gone for a 4-4-2 build, he dies in that situation. That's probably what most players in his shoes would have done. But just recognizing how much of a magic damage threat there is on him.
Wow, this is quite the Roche attempt. Yeah, they lose Echo Slam. They're like, hey, let's Roche. No big deal.
Amar,
no one in the area. DM as well. They're going to try to hound him. Prevent that Black Hole coming, but Amar with the Doom upon the Quap. He's in a lot of trouble now, trying to walk it up. They're going to try to get the Roach first, as Skeeter continuing to pound into him. There's the first Black Hole of the game onto the Earthshaker, but they do get the Aegis onto Skeeter. Malrine falls for this. Sonic Wave and P-Vision trying to take advantage of this timing. Boundless Strike on the Snake King gets slowed as well. Looks like this is going to be the second kill for P-Vision. Does cost him the Aegis, although Snake King is super tanky. Finally, the Seder Hadouken takes him out. So in the end, 2 loss for Falcons, but a very surprised Roche.
Yeah, considering they had spent those abilities on AM without killing him, the confidence to go there, I kind of like it still, and it did somewhat work out. I don't really know who you want to say came out on top there, because the Shaker kill is big, and most of the time I would favor the team getting the Aegis for that 2-hero trade. It's just a matter of, can Falcons actually even use it this game? I think it's gonna be difficult. You're playing against a lineup that is a really big part of why P-Vision has done so well in this tournament. They're extremely good at constantly pushing out these waves, and it's not a surprise that they've run these triple helms this game. They're just going to keep the pressure up, making it that much harder to get that 5-man group up for that Aegis push with Chen. Probably going to just expire.
Yeah, we'll see. 3.5 minutes to make it worth their effort. I mean, at the same time, they are taking away from P-Vision. Not that they really have the greatest Roche taking capabilities anyway.
Yeah, P-Vision were not going there. That's for sure. They're not ready to see Roche at all. Now DM rocking a pipe, so even more magic protection, of course, for the AM, but this time for the entire team as well. Falcons lineup right now. It is heavily magic dependent until the troll really gets there. Oh, that's some nice cleanup from Crit. The shard plus... There's only 2-point scatter blast. When that gets to 4, he's going to clean up these waves, no problem.
Yeah, Tier 1 being pressured now by Falcons. Will P-Vision try to defend? It looks like they're going to back away and concede it with this Aegis advantage on the Falcons side. Of course, this will create more opportunity for Satanic to just continue to farm that close with that next item.
This is the bigger value of the Roche, is that you are in prime position to take this Tormentor. There's nothing P-Vision can do about this. And that was the bigger reward, because I think looking to push more than this would have been tough. You can see on the map, right? You get the Tormentor, but look at mid and bottom. Like, you have to start putting out fires now. 9class spending this opportunity to get some good vision out. Mid is pushing in all the way to the Tier 2, and now bot is well underway. Ducalis even getting to work with pushing as Oracle.
Yeah, classic push hero.
Yep. But they have their sights set on another Tier 1 perhaps here. This could work. And maybe grab themselves an additional Wisdom Shrine. No Skitter for this play, though.
Yep, no one's going to be spotted. Centaur does not stomp in time. Malrine, though, still in the cover of the smoke. Looks like P-Vision have already backed away. This could be the 21-minute mark Wisdom Shrine play, though. As no one.
We got it.
Inside the circle. Malrine coming in with the Echo Slam. Late Mail reflects quite a bit of it. He does take the Shrine of Wisdom, but now his TP canceled, left all alone. Was it worth it? Malrine eventually will fall, and it'll be to 9class, of course, coming in for the last second steal.
It's a pretty rare sight, the Blink Echo TP. Didn't work that time.
And no one's super fast on the blade
shrine,
now, I have to say.
Skitter being pressured quite heavily here by DM, but nobody around to assist either hero.
Yeah, they'd love to be able to burn this Aegis before the timer, but like you were talking about, only about a minute left on it anyway. Not gonna, in all likelihood, find a good opportunity to use it unless they force the issue pretty soon here.
I'm curious to see what Ancient Snaking is going to find with this Torment or Shard. Now that he doesn't have to buy it, he can get them even earlier as he's working on his Vlads into Pipe. I guess the ideal ones here are the Granite Golem. You're playing with pretty high HP heroes in the Doom and the Troll and Shaker. Not exceptionally high, but Doom has a lot of HP. And then, what should the second one really be? A little bit unsure about that one. So far, he's running the Prowler Aura for the lifesteal and health regen. Definitely strong. And we do get to work on a tier 2. So I wasn't sure if Falcons were going to be able to get here. It took them 3.5 minutes. The Aegis is actually about to expire, but they do make it in time.
Yep,
And Vision let them have it.
Skeeter will take it as the Aegis about to expire, like you said. So likely will now regroup as Satanic's net worth lead just continuing to expand here. Has the Manta to go along with the Battle Fury, and we'll be working on the Butterfly next. And now smoke for P-Vision, knowing that this Aegis has expired. Of course, DM's Black Hole is going to be front and center of any team fight for P-Vision, and likely the biggest concern for Falcons overall.
Of course, don't think we mentioned it, but now that 9 class has reached level 9 or higher, the 5 points in Tree Dance is going to be hopping all over with the Simian Stride, reducing the cooldown to 0. This transforms this hero into an absolute nightmare to deal with. Yeah. Hopping around, trying to break smokes. He might be, if he were to jump right now, he would break the smoke on Skitter. He's staying on the ground for some reason, which is quite unusual for
Amar, he is spotted. The Vlad's now online for Snake King, as this battle is likely to start soon if they can run into each other. So far, like ships in the night. DM has that Force Staff. We've seen this a couple times now.
Doesn't really feel like P-Vision have any incentive to fight for the next 10 minutes. The way they've constructed their lineup, they are happy to go super late against Falcons because there's no reliable counter to the BKB Black Hole Enigma later down the line. Yeah. Anti-Mage wants to get 2 or 3 more items before he really feels comfortable fighting the Troll.
Malrain gonna open it up onto the Enigma with the Mortimer's Kiss follow, but he has the pipe, and now they have the TPs. Falcons now on the run. Malrain looking for a good echo, but they're not giving him one. He's just getting stun locked on the sideline.
Oh,
but there's the Doom under Satanic, blinking it all by himself. The echo goes off as Satanic attempting to run away, but Amar's going to continue to hand him. Down the right clicks from Skeeter are enough to take out DM in turn. The Doom, there's a false promise to save the Anti-Mage for now. And it looks like he will survive. In fact, close to full HP, so could rejoin the fight if they want. Amar forced the BKB, and now in full retreat mode as Satanic is leading the way. Over the high ground, Satanic still has that Mana Void at the ready. Nice Boundless Strike onto 2 as Falcons just scrambling to get away. But there's the big Mana Void as Skeeter completely out of mana now. 2 dead in this fight. And 3 overall for Falcons. Make it 4 as crit tumbles. So P-Vision, great response overall. And the fact that Satanic lived is kind of crazy.
It's just so clutch, right? He gets doomed, and that looks like a very promising setup for Falcons. They use the Troll ulti, but Skitter not quite close enough to fight him in melee form, so he starts fighting at range. And as they're about to get him in kill range, the Force Staff from DM, he just walks in and pushes AM to safety, gets protected by the Oracle. And as soon as that false promise goes out, the fight is lost for Falcons. You just have to try to cut your losses, but that's the thing about this Monkey King 4. How the hell do you get away?
Yeah. And another potential pickoff. Snake King shows himself in his own triangle. How dare he? No one there to clean up swiftly as Amar coming to the RTP to try to support, but no one able to blink out to safety. 9 class might be in a bit of trouble as Amar gonna get slowed. And the Boundless Strike comes up. That's not gonna be enough. So it's still a support for support, but it does require many TPs for Falcons to try to get some sort of a response.
This is a major upgrade on the way now for no one. Full Ags just completed. He didn't have any of the components before this, so
yeah, wow.
A massive level up. Playing against multiple melee heroes, you know these Shadow Strikes are going to land. And on the side of Falcons, you don't really have any dispels. Troll doesn't go Ags this game, so he can't really get rid of it. That's going to be a problem. P-Vision looking very comfortable, and you can start seeing the makings of Falcons getting a little bit cornered. The waves, once again, are going to be pushed more and more. And with this Battlefield, or excuse me, Butterfly and AM, yeah, they have to bring 3 or 4 heroes to kill him. Even then, if Ducalis is in range behind him with the Blink Dagger, how do you kill AM this game? You have to have 5 items on Troll and have him be uncontested for a long time, getting into that AM.
I'll give them a drubbing they'll not soon forget.
Yeah, Satanic going for Basher next. Into a full Abyssal, so it'll be even harder to take down with the extra HP that comes with that. And Snaking, or Skeeter rather. Looks like it will be the SNY, so the extra status resist, but does feel like he needs a +1 item on top of that to really pose a threat against Satanic. It really does feel like it's kind of up to the stun locks that the rest of the lineup have to offer, in addition to Amar's ult.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have any choice but MKB? And the answer is probably no. He is queuing it up for now. They need his damage to kill AM. It's just such a good pick this game. And when you looked at the options available to Falcons, this might have been the best last pick they had available in the Troll. Even then, still looking tough. They're going to stun no one.
Absolutely no damage taken by no one. He's going to be able to get away.
Fate's Edict on him.
Indeed. Oracle. Again, a hero we haven't been seeing too much of, but so far has worked out quite well for P-Vision.
And it begs the question, do you buy Nullifier on someone on Falcons to get rid of Fate's Edict? It's like, maybe Doom could.
Yeah,
definitely not the ideal heroes for it.
None of the heroes feel good about purchasing that.
Yeah.
An abomination.
As there's now a pipe on the other side, so Snaking finally finds his. And as we already saw, Roche number 2 is up. Falcons were thinking about it, but after the last time, did cost them quite a bit, but they're going to try for it again. Will P-Vision have an idea that this is occurring? Satanic on the other side of the map.
Now they will.
Yep, they will.
This is a pivotal moment for Falcons. There's no way they don't get contested here, and they have to play a
they scan out, they know.
Spectacular fight if they want to try to do this. And yeah, well, their Roshing isn't even that fast to begin with. And look at the wards on the map. Courtesy of 9 class and Ducalis, they've got really good coverage all around. Look, they're basically cornering Falcons to like 25% of the map unwarded.
No one spots Malrine. Shadow Strike applied right now. There's a BKB for DM, by the way, and I mean, to stop it, you have Doom, and that's it.
Yep.
Unless you get a Basher onto Troll, which even with that is going to be kind of hard to cancel a black hole.
This sound very reliable.
This feels like such a good game for DM going forward now. Even without this lead, it's going to be hard to contest. Back into the pit, Falcons. They're going to continue to get spotted, though. They have so many Helm of the Dom crews they can always just send in here for vision. This will never be a freebie, as Roche will now start his way to the other side of the pit. Summer vacation time for him as DM comes in with the black hole only on the one. The big Echo Slam on the 3 heroes from Malrine. Everybody's still super healthy, though. Finally, Troll gets off the ult. Satanic gets doomed to the other side. He's been able to walk his way past the fissure, though. And now there's the big throw from Roche. Enigma in a lot of trouble. Got to get away from that big bad boy as Malrine onto the high ground. He's going to be saved. The Satanic now no longer doomed, wants to fight. Skeeter no longer with the ult, and we've seen this story before. They're going to have to try to run away. They get the stun lock onto no one, though, stuck inside this area. He's in a lot of trouble, but there's the big mana fight from Satanic, taking out Malrine in turn, and now Falcon's likely trying to run away. Snaking gets bashed up, gets destroyed, and now next on the list is Skeeter. 3 dead for Falcons as P-Vision honestly relatively easily take this fight, just long and drawn out.
They don't have the damage. They're getting on top of this AM with Doom, but the follow-through is not relevant enough. You find a good echo, it immediately gets piped off. Ducalis didn't even have to ult. They were never in enough danger that they had to cast the False Promise on the Anti-Mage or the Queen of Pain. They're just they're leveraging their tankiness in these fights and exploiting the fact that Falcon's lineup is so heavily reliant on Troll attacking stuff for it to die, but he's just getting kited.
This is already going to be a lane. This is a crazy timing for P-Vision. This will be completely free. They get the full lane, everybody remaining with their lives. 20 seconds left on the death timer for Skeeter. And P-Vision can just chill because I mean, it's not like anybody killed Roche.
Yep.
They can just go for that now.
Oh yeah, by the way, Enigma got tossed twice by Roche.
Oh,
and
twice.
And they still won the fight and
think-
without having to use any
I'm pretty
major
sure
saves.
Roche did more damage than Falcons that
Hey,
fight.
might have.
And into the pit, Satanic goes, and this is a free one for them.
This could just be the game-ending Aegis. I have a really hard time seeing Falcons kill Satanic twice. Considering the fight that we just saw, I don't think P-Vision are going to hesitate to try to end this one out. Enigma now with a Blink Dagger on the way as well for DM, so he's going to have a guaranteed Blink Black Hole. He could probably just BKB Blink Black Hole the Doom, and they just kill him. It's a little bit of a consolation prize here for the side of Falcons. They're getting the Tormentor, which will be a shard for Amar. A little bit of healing for him to stay tankier in the fight, but
Not a game changer.
doesn't really seem to be the problem. If you could kill that shard and get permanent amplified damage on Troll, perhaps that would be a good shard this game.
Yeah, make sure that's in the next patch for sure. Sacrifice your own items so your position 1 can get stronger. Just like the good old Dota 1 days. You buy,
Back when you were
you buy-
able to buy items for your teammates.
You buy Rapier for Clinks. I remember those.
Back when you could buy Aegis and it had 3 charges.
Oh yeah, the classic times.
And then it always took a slot in your inventory, you couldn't destroy it. Yeah. We've come a long way since then. Since the good old days of Hans 2 Clinks. Wonder if he was German actually with that nickname.
Let's get a shout out for Clinks with Divine Rapier, everybody.
Very related to the game, of course.
Satanic, 4 minutes on this Aegis. What are they going to be able to accomplish with it? With already a lane of racks, which, I mean, it's not often you see an AM on your doorstep pushing and able to get a full racks.
Also not very often you see him with 500 CS minute 35, but that's where we're going.
True. We have 7 Gale Guards in the game. It does feel like both sides are super tanky.
Yeah.
And like you said, Falcon is just lacking damage.
Yeah, that's the primary difference here. One of these teams is not like the other. One of them has the damage. and
Maybe
the other
they
one
should
just
get...
doesn't.
How do they get the damage, Cinderin?
I mean, Troll needs the MKB and then
Okay, what else?
Shaker Refresher.
Okay.
I don't see any other solution, and I don't think you're able to take a fight before that. So, at the same time, P-Vision aren't necessarily in a hurry. I think they could try to end the game. They don't have to because of how good Enigma is in this game. But I wouldn't mind seeing them at least trying to put the Aegis to good use here and poke and prod Falcons and see if they've got what it takes. There's no reason to give them that refresher on Shaker as well as that Troll MKB if you could finish the game before they get that potential play.
Yeah.
You've got to feel so confident after these multiple fights that Satanic is just seemingly unscathed after being doomed every single time. Now he's going to find himself a little bit of an illusion room, so it's 5 a.m. now in Germany. When he uses Manta, of course. Sure you didn't understand that. It's fine. It's for the more sophisticated
It was a
people out there.
combination of me not understanding and not listening to you, which is a common trait between the both of us. That's why we're so good together.
That's every sentence, basically. Thank you for paying attention. Here comes AM.
Panic.
Falcons have to pay attention immediately. This is a fast push with the banner.
Yep.
2 minutes left on Aegis.
The creeps are coming, looking like a juicy Echo Slam potentially, but Satanic has so much resist that he's going to be tough to take down not only once, but twice. DM, Malefice, there's the Abyssal Blade from Satanic. But the cookie on this Skeeter, going to be okay for now, but the tier 3 is not going to be okay. It's already dead. No one creating some space for Satanic, who now gets healed up by Ducalis ever so slowly. And this will be round number 2 onto this mid-barracks. Minute and a half on this Aegis. Not sure if you can just give up this second set. Gonna be able to try to burn this first life of Satanic. DM gets the Midnight Pulse off. Mana Void actually applied to Skeeter. He's very low on mana. We'll have to use the cookie to get away. Nightclass still on the tree line. As his barracks are still falling ever so slowly. Fortification comes out. Wukong's command not so fearsome from this support, but this is the state of affairs now for Falcons as another melee racks will fall. Amar looking for the backstab potential. Full second lane for Satanic and company with little resistance from Falcons.
He's full HP. They can just keep healing him with the Oracle. Even when Fate's Edict is on cooldown, the damage from Purifying Flames on AM is so insignificant, so it's a much, much bigger heal on him than any other hero. Just spam him back up to nice and healthy, and Round number 2.
40 seconds on the
Last
Aegis.
game.
Amar wants to get aggressive, running around extremely fast. Satanic
Oh,
wants to
yes,
continue to try to
damage.
get him. Boundless Strike's not going to hit Satanic. Looking for the Blink Abyssal potentially, but no. We'll blink out safely. 30 seconds on Aegis. The Falcons can try to wait. Maybe they can get this Wombo combo onto the AM.
20 seconds.
Big if. 20 seconds now. Onto the high ground. Attempt number 3 onto this base of Falcons. Boundless Strike can slow things down. Satanic will be able to get to tier 3. 10 seconds on Aegis. Will blink out. And it will likely soft reset, if not full. And it feels like Falcons almost have to try to smoke and go for something, but it would be kind of an obvious play as these creeps continue to just enter their base.
You've been struggling against P-Vision pushing with 3 Doms all game and having heroes off the map nonstop with the AM split push, the Monkey King cutting waves, the Queen of Pain. Well, try with 2 lanes as well. To make matters all that much worse. There's nothing really to write home about in this game for Falcons. It feels a little bit like, unless they pull off a miraculous comeback, this is one of those games that can be a little bit demoralizing. Like, you just never strung together anything.
Yeah.
Every time you tried to make a move, the enemy team was too tanky and outplayed you and outnavigated you. They had your number all game with vision.
Yeah,
This game has not been close.
They got the early kill on Satanic, and you thought there would be something there for the future, but his farm has just been out of control as Amar. He's going to be able to get the Doom off onto 9 class again. Support Monkey King and attempting to run away. And Satanic is going to force the entirety of Falcons back just on his lonesome. See the Monkey King getting very low, and the False Promise will help him survive.
Gonna heal him to full nice and easy, but that is of course now False Promise down. However,
Have they needed it?
however, you don't have Doom. So
Yeah.
that's a good trade for the side of P-Vision. That's the only way you kill AM, it seems like.
Now a Lincoln's on DM, so even less chance to stop this eventual black hole. But we do have a refresher.
Amar finds the count.
Mallory.
Could be a start.
Absolutely. Get the stun lock. And DM is the bigger prize. But Mallory comes with the echo side, but the black hole comes to fruition. Boundless Strike from 9 classes. A huge sonic wave onto 2. They take out Skeeter. Amar attempting to nightfall away. Will do so successfully, but still 2 dead for Falcons. Buyback available for Skeeter, but you can see P-Vision gonna push the envelope and force it out of him. A very aggressive blink as Satanic's gonna work on the building, says Amar. Not able to provide too much resistance to no one. We'll be able to blink out with Oracle nearby. Satanic gets the range. Barracks wants to go for the killing blow onto Mallory. Midnight Pulse applied from DM. There's the right clicks from Skeeter, not doing anything at this point. Abyssal Blade from Satanic, trying to get onto his ultimate from the Troll Warlord. Staying alive just for now, but the rest of P-Vision in the air. They do kill Satanic. It's gonna cost Skeeter his dieback though. Malrine dies right outside his fountain. Only 2 alive for Falcons as GG's come out. They do kill Satanic in the end, but it matters not. P-Vision take game number 1.
That felt like a complete strategic victory, but not only that, P-Vision also have the plays to back it up. Keza was talking about this on the panel. He said, more so than the strategy, this is going to be about how the teams play today and who has what it takes when it goes down the stretch. Well, what if it doesn't? What if you just win? I mean, effectively, this game almost felt over minute 15.
It was a rough one for Falcons.
I know Falcons had 1 or 2 attempts, but it wasn't really that close in any of the instances that they tried to fight. They never managed to get a convincing win in any sort of fight. And you can see it on their faces here, looking a little bit stunned with just how one-sided that affair was. You got to get back to the drawing board in this short break and find the solutions.
Yeah, no one ends the game 12-0 and 10 on the Queen of Pain. Absolutely going ballistic in this game number 1. I mean, Falcons, they've been here before. They've been down 1 game, as has P-Vision. These teams have played a lot against each other. What do you think they need to do in game number 2 to try to change how this went?
I think the main thing you have to solve is the problem with these waves just being non-stop pushed. So find a solution.
That's right, Shivar!
I didn't think you'd actually do that on TIMA stage, Sunfan, please. But thank you. We're going to make this game down because this was a beautiful game of Dota 2, actually. We saw a lot of cool little things come into play. A lot of fights, but for a long time, nobody died, all because of little tiny plays. We're gonna all highlight here with Kezu, Effie, and Tigov. Kezu, this game was beautiful.
No, absolutely. Like both teams doing so many small things that then allowed them to like get an advantage in the game. In the early game, you have P-Vision. They blocked a lot of the camps from the triangle to slow down Malreen's game. But also Malreen, usually we see when he's able to get these early stacks, go into the offlane, make this first kill. But in this game, it looked like this DM Enigma. It's a hero that many teams don't give him. There was so much pressure. They just kept responding to the safe lane. And P-Vision, they took full control of the game.
And this fight looked beautiful for P-Vision as well, because they kind of baited Amar to use a Doom very early on, kited back from the pit. Once they knew no one was safe, then they re-engaged with the Black Hole. Like, the amount of layering in the team fight from P-Vision, like offering up the correct heroes, getting saved by the Oracle, then following up with the damage in the farm of Satanic and DM, even no one. It's just a really good outplay in this first game.
Yeah, this may have not looked that action-packed, but it was an incredibly high-skill game of Dota, and I think P-Vision played a very disciplined and patient game as well. A lot of the moments that looked like maybe they could have gone out, made a play for themselves, tried to play off of their Enigma, but they were content to just wait for Falcons to break formation, to come into their triangle, to overextend, to get the save off on whoever gets doomed and then re-engage. And that requires a lot of patience, because I think a lot of teams may have fallen into the Falcons' trap during that mid-game, and we could have seen a different game had they just given up their position one time.
Yeah, P-Vision just did a very good job at exploiting Falcons not being able to overlap their course in the early game, right? Like we mentioned it during the draft, Troll is quite static in his lane, Shaker static from the mid lane, Doom static from the off lane, but they're all very static farm-heavy heroes, and P-Vision, when you got a Monkey running around, an Oracle buffing you up, Enigma pressuring your towers, it's not natural for Falcons to want to react to that, unlike other drafts that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed with P-Vision, like being able to keep your cool. This is main stage TI, this is semifinals, sure. Like you have no one on the screen, DM, like these guys, they pop up, and I'm sure too, if we could like listen to them, what they're saying, I feel like they played very cool and calm in this game. Like the pressure, it didn't get to them, because like we're talking about, Falcons in the mid game, they get to you. In the early game, they get to you, they get their stacks, they go to your safe lane, they kill you, they take your towers, they got the Aegis, but they got nothing from it.
Yeah, you could really feel the pressure that was on Falcons, where normally they're the ones applying pressure to the team's mid-game. They felt that they had to use their cooldowns, that they weren't using their Aegis. They ran into P-Vision's triangle. Malreen missed his initiation on the side. He got killed, but Falcons took the fight anyway. They said, okay guys, we've doomed the anti-mage, maybe we can still win this fight, but in comes the Oracle. And on the topic of Oracle, that hero made this game way too difficult to play for Falcons. They could not find a specific fight to take because of the presence of Ducalis.
Yeah, you could definitely make the standout player be no one when we see a 12-0-10. But why was he 12-0-10 if not for the Oracle?
It's true. Like he can just go in, and he already mentioned, you know, it's not just that he has the guy behind him, he goes in for the Oracle. Like he baits the enemies. And at top level Dota, it's not all about the setup. It's about in this moment, what do you do and how does the enemy react? Sometimes they miss the vibe check. They did this time. No one, 100% kill participation. Just a beautiful game from them.
Beautiful game of Dota 2. I also think is maybe a little bit extra sweet for especially DM and No One and Astini, because last year they were on the Cloud9 crew and they were also in the lower bracket. And guess who eliminated them? Falcons, correct. So this was definitely a very strong start to this upper bracket finals. And we did start talking about this finals, talking about the mid lane, because there's such a big difference in experience in terms of career experience. How do we feel like they did in the game, Kezu?
I would say that no one did really, really well. I mean, I'm not too surprised with like type of the hero matchup, because you see it here already. He's like 1100 gold ahead at minute 12. And Malreen, his first moves, they always hit. In every game we've seen so far, it has hit. But no one in the mid lane, he gets the counter pick. They understand how to shut down Falcons. Like they strategize, of course, they have Coach CD. He's gonna tell them, this is the plan. We're gonna pick the Oracle against this. We're gonna back up and have Monkey King come over, because Nineclass early in the game, he came to this lane, he was a difference maker. And this is a big reason why Falcons kind of struggled in this game.
Yeah, and then, yeah, sorry, if you go.
I was just going to say that typically when Falcons win, it's off of Malreen's first 2 rotations. Like he'll farm an item timing with the Blink Dagger Ghost on a key hero, and they'll get a kill off of that. This time around, it just didn't happen. Like the first Echo was to defend that bottom tower from Enigma's push. The second initiation on Anti-Mage, he got away with 100 HP, and then another initiation near the 14-minute Wisdom didn't work out either. So the kills that they're used to getting from Malreen that lead them to Snowball just did not hit this time.
It did not hit, and we're talking about Echo Slam, big spell, of course, but I did tell you we were going to look at the little things during this game and during some of those fights, Kezu.
Oh, absolutely, because the little things is really what separates the pros from, you know, like the tier 1 level to the next. Look at Satanic in a moment. He's on edgy threats. Okay, before he gets jumped here, he will make sure we don't even see it, but he goes into strength threats here. He has the correct skill build with 2-4-4. Okay, max spell shield because he understands this. Not only these two things with the threat swap, the magic wand, and the correct skill build, he also has the brawny enchantment on his neutral item. If any of these three things don't happen, he dies there, and this entire game could change. But the small things, you do it properly, you don't slip up, you make it clean.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a small thing, T-Gov, but I think Oracle getting a blink, probably pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, Dakalis had a stellar game, right? And against a Troll Warlord, any type of disarm is incredible. So positioning is key. Getting off the Fate's Edict, getting off the Force Promises. You want to be able to enable your team both kind of aggressively through disarms and defensively. And yeah, I think getting that Blink Dagger Rush, other support players might be, you know, talking about additional healing or Solar Crest or maybe even like drums and stuff. But for Oracle players, the good ones, they know when to buy Blink Dagger. And Dakalis already was popping off in the first 22 minutes without the Blink Dagger. Once he got it, it felt like he was on another level in this game.
Yeah, he only died the one time, which was already after he used his ulti to save MK, who got doomed, and his death made it so that they saw Falcons, they revealed who their heroes were, he tanked a few spells, instantly buyback, and P-Vision won the fight. He did so many things well, and he played with that Troll. Like T mentioned, there was no Manta on Troll versus Oracle, which is quite unusual as well.
I mean, he did so much in this game, like even in the early game, like he's de-warding the enemy triangle, blocking the sec. He's laning with an anti-mage. This is not a notoriously like very strong lane, but they make it happen. They know what they're playing for. They do it in the game, and overall, just yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game. Both teams really danced around each other, and you really saw that they really only wanted to get the fights that they exactly wanted. And if it wasn't right, they would just back off and go again another time, prodding and poking here and there. And until at least a big fight happened.
Yeah, I wanted to show you the sadness of this fight here. Malrine gets a beautiful echo in this backline, but unfortunately, all of Falcons were zoned by DM's black hole there. They couldn't move past it. There was no follow-up damage. And the theme of this game was every time Malrine missed the initiation or they couldn't get anything off of the instant initiation into kills, they would just lose the fight. Anti-Mage, who got doomed here, didn't even need to be false promised. He was just force-stopped out. They kited it a little bit, and then on the side, you have Satanic cleaning up. You have no one playing on the limits, and Dakalis in the back getting disarms off on full. Played that fight.
Is that by pushing the lanes down like this, it makes it very difficult for Falcons to go look for their kills as the game continues. In fact, here's a great example of that. Their P-Vision's farming the bottom half of the map. Satanic sends his little pine cone creep towards the mid lane because he's trying to cut this wave. And they barely saw Amar. They basically expected Falcons to do a smoke in this position. And now you have all these Falcon players kind of sitting in the middle of the map. So let's take a look at what this looks like. They have to play near Amar, because if they run away from him, they're going to have a bad time if a team fight starts. So they basically can't actually get aggressive down here. They would prefer to be like circling this tier 2 tower, but because he cuts this wave and denies the shield rune, they now have to go deeper into enemy territory to look for a fight. And look where DM is farming on the right side. He's really close to his tier 2 tower. That means that if he does get gone on in this situation, he's going to get back up really quickly, and Falcons decide they need to get something done on the map here, so they do actually go for this here. The Echo Slam is, or at least the initial disable is going to be okay, but there's like 4 TPs going on. All of these heroes are Power Rangering in to react to this because they know that this is a crucial moment and their opponents had to do this crazy dive. Because they had to go farther, they didn't have as much damage follow-up. They do manage to get the Doom on the Anti-Mage, but the Oracle save that comes through is fantastic, of course. Last second here, that's going to come after the Doom ends, so he ends up staying alive. Just a perfect response to P-Vision, but most of this was set up by the incessant pushing in the mid lane that gave them this good place to start the fight.
Thank you very much, Purge. That also reminds me of what was said at the very start, because you talked about how good the map play is for P-Vision. I feel like the clip and the fight that Purge showed us, that was exactly that.
Oh, absolutely, and they do it like from start to finish, and it's not just that they do this, but they also have the Monkey King, so the map is already hard, and then there's a monkey around on the trees. It's like breaking your smoke, so the one thing I do like is that Falcons are their opponent because they're very good at this themselves. They know the answer. AOI is one of the ways he won TI and what they did. So I expect them to find the answer for the next game and show us something better.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of talk going on behind the scenes right now to see what they can do different and what they can do to push out to a third game in this series. And while they're talking, we're going to watch a new submission for the short film contest. It's time for Grudges. I see nothing wrong there, totally. Sometimes you just want to make sure that justice is served. And I'm sure that Falcons wants to do the same with this upcoming game number 2. Only one team will be slotted directly into the grand finals. Tigaf, what do we think? What adaptations will be made? What will be the vibes going into the second one?
I want Falcons to have a bit more pacing, a bit more ability to fight together, and also just don't sack Maureen, right? When you have this first pick Shaker, you see the net worth in those clips where he's like, what, 6th, 7th net worth? Like, that's not going to be good for him. So protect Maureen from the mid lane and have at least 2 cores in the Falcons lineup that won't feel bad running around the map together, finding the kills.
The one thing I see is I think they did have pacing, but they had like a hard time executing. But like at least you have the Chen troll, but then like you say, you have Maureen and mid, he does get shut down. Your Doom in the offlane, not the fastest hero. To me, maybe it's a bit more about setting up the map first, or is it like only about having more pace? I'm honestly not sure, but I hope that they can find the answer.
I think Falcons as a team don't struggle with pacing. I think they got cooked by the Oracle pick. The Oracle pick threw them off entirely. It made it so that the Falcons that we're used to seeing taking these team fights mid-game, pushing their advantage, taking over the enemy side of the map, they couldn't do the same thing with the knowledge that their jumps will most likely fail. They did not have enough backline jump. We saw Malrine go in time and time again in that mid-game, not get any follow-up damage because he's the only hero who goes in. You're not getting enough out of the Mortimer's Kisses because of the pipe coming out of Enigma. Like, where is that mid-game damage? Who's killing this Oracle? Just ban the hero next game. Think about it.
Like the other cool thing that I feel like we've talked about a lot too with Falcons is that they want to go for the 1+1 kill combo, which means they have a limited amount of damage. So when you have heroes that rush a pipe and a 4-step on the side and you have an anti-mage, like all these heroes, you already need like 2, maybe sometimes 3. Now you don't know where the Oracle is some guy there with a Lotus, and they keep very nice distance, like on the range where they play with the map. So yeah, like in my opinion, DM2, like he played an incredible game, and it's also a statement. They gave away the Enigma, they gave away the Monkey King, you lost to it. You gave away the Chen to Falcons and you beat it. So going into the next game, there absolutely is some pressure on Falcons here.
Yeah, luckily, they've been in this position before, right? Like when they were against the BB in the other round, they lost the first game. They had a lead, they lost it. They bounced back, they understood what they had to do, and then they were able to close it out. So I am expecting Falcons, unlike some other teams that we've seen so far in the playoffs, to be able to actually show that adaptation and have a more competitive game too.
Yeah, I will also say that the history between these two teams is quite even. They've played 7 series against each other, and it went to 4-3 in favor of P-Vision. But overall, you can tell that both of these teams are, well, they have what it takes to make a comeback. We'll see how that translates into the draft, of course, soon heading into game number 2. But I do want to touch upon some of the heroes we saw. The Queen of Pain came out very early in this game, Effie. I mean, you say I'm branding out the Oracle. Obviously, that is step 1. But surely there is, especially from this first game, there's more they have to consider.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain looked especially good, though, because of the way that P-Vision drafted to play around the mid lane. They had the Oracle with the rune predictions. They had the Monkey King who ganked mid, minute 3. They got that kill on Earthshaker. The support duo was ready. They got every single power rune. I mean, I think Queen of Pain is a hero that all melee heroes will struggle against mid, but they can still play against her with the help of their supports if they get runes. It's just that Falcons did not have the punch to fight against this Oracle plus Monkey King support duo.
Like Dota is a lot about like there's levels to it. It's like there's step 1, I beat you in lane. Then it's like step 2, what's like your recovery? Oh, I'm gonna steal all of your runes too. I'm gonna play into your triangle. My supports are gonna ward half your hard camps all the time in the triangle. So, and when you do just one step, okay, you slow them down, but you do step 1, step 2, and step 3, suddenly you will even see pros struggling against the best players in the world.
Well, let's find out which pros we're gonna see struggling in that second game, and it's coming our way right now.
P-Vision versus Team Falcons, Game 2.
This second game, we got the side swapped, where P-Vision is now Radiant and Falcons is Dire, but T-Gov, the pick order remains the same in the sense that we will still have P-Vision with first pick.
Yeah, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Falcons. Again, I didn't really see who had priority to understand this part, but in regards to Falcons being second pick, maybe not reacting with the Shaker, protecting a little bit more might be a better approach, but we'll see if they want to change up their bans. As often getting 2 second pick games in a row. So far in the playoffs, it's always been like one gets second pick, next time it goes to the other team.
Yeah, we haven't seen it like this before. For Falcons, though, they do have a lot of last pick heroes. We didn't see that come into play in that last game. We might see it happen this time. Maybe they do need to bring out some cheese. But a lot of the cheese that comes from Falcons does come from Ahmad on that offlane, and they target banned all of his heroes. There was barely anything left for him. He ended up just playing a Doom at the end.
No, that was definitely like a very nice setup strategically going into the game. You have the setup with the bans against Omar. You have the counterplay against Team Falcon's highest tempo in the mid lane, and I like these bans. You try to take out 9 class.
Finding these bans that I was expecting to see against P-Vision, right? When you have 4 bans available, just put the Monkey and the Slug in the ban pool. They are the best 4 positions for 9 class to play that break open the map, that enable the vision game, right? So get rid of both of them, and then it just slows down the game just by a bit.
And also some respect still for Malrine Sand King. The Beastmaster that was banned out in the previous game gets picked up in that first phase, and a lot of love here, of course. Shout out to Heroic, eliminated now, watching from the sidelines to see which one of these two teams move forward. Another hero left in the pool, by the way, is the Invoker. It was first phase banned last time. I don't know if we were expecting to see it come out in the early stages of the draft.
It's most likely a second phase hero, I would say, for P-Vision. Very likely something they can consider. So let's see, Falcons, they did step away from Chen. I believe this is the first game in this entire tournament where they have the chance to pick this hero and they don't go for it. So they did just lose with it. I like that P-Vision. They had a lot of pressure in this offlane, and it's what we talk about a lot. Not just the map, but also early on. Marine's first moves usually go into the enemy safe lane, not into their own safe lane on Falcons. So when you have these Lycans, these Beastmasters, they just kind of drag you through these lanes where you don't really want to go to.
It just gives me more pacing, right? I've been calling for overlapping cores, the ability to fight, no matter what, Pangolier to mid to offlane, it doesn't matter at all. It is going to have the same type of game. You want to play for any timing, any Wisdom Shrine, any active rune, any Twin Gate move, you're going to be doing it from either of the core roles.
It's a more dynamic hero as well, not as slow to move around the map as some of the heroes that Falcons had last game. There is always the issue, though, of Pango versus Beastmaster, where later on in the game, he just gets roared during his Rolling Thunder and just gets beat up by the enemy carry, but before that, he does a lot by way of wave clear, lane push, and fighting into a zoo meta.
it's also something that Falcons use quite well because we did already mention that they do flex it, and the hero,
Чисто
he also gives
математика,
minus armor. They play it quite
допустим, у
nicely.
чела
Very often they have like some Pango DK, Pango Weaver. It's very fast. It can do stuff on the map.
12
But like Effie was saying, when you play against the beast, you need to be aware of the
И
roar
4
into like range
прогноза,
carry with high
да.
DPS. Your TAs that can close out the phase later. You get this roar
Довольно
desolator hits and see you
редкий
later, Pango.
результат. Если
Yeah, I
чел
am
взял
reminded by what
4
ST
прогноза,
said during the coach interview after the draft was done in the,
но во
in the
втором
previous game.
этапе сколько он
He said,
набирает.
you know, everybody is going to get their comfort heroes. Obviously, there's a large
Если
chunk
он
of
выставлял по той
but I think
сетке,
especially that is true for in this series so far in particular for the
вот
support
можно
heroes, you
смотреть по
are
сетке
going to
чела.
have to deal with everybody's comfort. The fact that P-Vision hoard the comfort of Falcons, I don't know, T, do we feel like that will make Falcons doubt that a little bit, or what will they do?
Nah, doubt doesn't really exist in
Чела.
either of these teams. They will always be analytical to move to the next point to understand why they won or lost the game. And I think just hearing that from Astini shows that it doesn't matter what you draft at the end of the day, you can make anything possible in Dota through better map play, better itemization, and it shows that P-Vision's approach to it isn't a matter of a draft has to be everything for us to win. They don't mind playing at a slight disadvantage. Less stuns. Look at the stun averages on their team. They often don't have as many as
Вот
the likes of
лучше,
the
видишь, у чела какая сетка.
Okay, so they just lock it in straight away. This should just be a DM
То
centaur.
есть здесь
Lanes
у
quite well into
чела
Gen. You don't care too much. You have high HP
потенциально
region. You're pretty fast yourself. You don't care too much about the pressure. You also have the roll to, of course, the stampede to get away from the potential roll, and also the creeps. Yeah, unless they have a flex
если
potential, at least have
у
not
него
seen 9 plus play
может
centaur.
быть максимум
But it
здесь.
might be open.
Oh, it's the tops and the mid centaur.
Раз, два, три, четыре,
why not?
пять.
I mean, if PV wanted to double
6,
counter the
7
Pango, they could just
сейчас
go
и
for a Grimstroke. We've seen
потенциально
that hero re-emerging with Soulbind
8,
as
но
its
9 у
primary
него
focus in the
потенциально
draft.
не будет.
I'd like to see
Ну,
9
может
class
быть,
play a real
9.
position for.
He does not do it.
I mean,
Look at his heroes, like he's got Rubik, everything else I'm like,
and his fake ones are out.
Ну,
It's like,
предположим,
they're still
что
off.
чел
the
пошел
next
по
fake one
такому
is Alchemist, because
сценарию,
it's really
тогда
hard, generally speaking, to play a range
4,
position 4
5,
against Chen. The hero bullies you. Sure, last game he put his creep into the mid
7,
lane to try and
7.
slow down no one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like another melee 4
То
later
есть
on. Because so
12
far, from what I
тысяч
understand,
плюс
they've mainly been
7.
playing Snapfire on Ducalis. And I like
Это
this, to me, is also a lot
360
when it comes to
плюс
stealing.
12
You're not giving it
тысяч.
into Crit's hands.
and there's so much kiting potential. Those
Даже
stats are
1000 не
incredible
хватит.
for Ducalis,
Тут
right? 8 and 0.
единственный шанс
Like you've already mentioned in regards to the beast
брать
of Raw against the
типа
Pangolier, and then the
8
Stampede, you also have
прогнозов.
Cookie, and then the utility from a Snapfire, be it from
Если набрать
4-star or
8
like a shard with the hill. There's so many
прогнозов.
ways for P-Vision to offer up a fight to Falcons and then move away.
8 прогнозов, тогда
Falcons have to make sure that their spell usage is so on point. And
есть варик
Falcons have the
обогнать
issue
на
of damage
1000.
to address too. Last game there was just no follow-up. There was not enough coming through.
Допустим, у
This time
людей
around, Pango does do damage, but
12
it falls
плюс
off. Chen, he's just a sustain hero. We need more burst, and Snapfire is typically the go-to for
160.
Falcons. Having it taken away, it kind of leaves Hoodwink, which is not as much damage as a Mortimer's Kisses.
Crit also has been playing the Grimstroke that we mentioned, and I wouldn't mind if they took it for themselves.
360.
Having a little bit more control, soul binding up the
720
Stampede, you kind of got a Stampede in the same direction, and then we'll potentially enable 2 picks down the line to offer up bonus damage through the soul bind. You get the 15 talent, that's another 25%.
И у него,
There's so many layers to it,
например,
but that all aside, they just go for the Hoodwink, keep it
на
classic.
27
And,
тысяч у
of
него
course,
быть,
DK
чтобы
Hoodwinks or BB
набрать
utilized
27
against
тысяч, мы
Falcons yesterday in
изначально
that first game.
I mean, they got their kill combo that we always talk
на
about, a way to make a play
8400.
on the game. You get that easy blink timing, and then you just look for opportunities. You look to invade the enemy triangle. Because you see this
надо
Beastmaster who's been relegated to the mid lane because
набрать
Chen would have
хотя
countered the
бы
safe lane. You can go in there early,
даже не
set up your
знаю,
invasion.
99.
That is an old one.
TI1 right there.
Лучше 99.
Oh yeah, it is the Falcons classic, right? You get the Skeeter DK and with the double minus armor as well from Pango DK, not to be underestimated. A lot of these heroes on P-Vision so far, not the highest armor heroes, but they're going for a very similar
А
strat. You have a lot of
Silencer
annoyance
сейчас
on
надо
the map. You've got the
банить.
beast summons, you've got the Enigma, so Centaur is a support?
I mean, we have to have that discussion now, right? It's DM playing Enigma every single game. There's now a Centaur
Я не
available,
буду
right?
его банить.
9 class plays Enigma, maybe?
Yeah.
Если они
That's going to
банят
be the big question of the
Silencer,
draft, right? And
тогда
that's exactly
им
what
надо
Falcons have
будет
to ask themselves.
делать
You've got both Centaur and Enigma, and we saw Enigma go to the support role in the Heroic series.
Silencer
DM
Carry,
probably wants to
что
play
ли.
it. Is it a new 9 class support that's going to be
А у
showing
них
us at...
I think,
остался
if anything, it'll be
только
Centaur support, or it could even be Beastmaster carry, and then you just have your
тройка.
3 cores anyway.
Yeah, I would kind of like the Centaur 4. Why not? You use your body in lane against the Chen. And it kind of, I would say it baited Team Falcons a little bit to like, okay, we see the offlane Centaur. We're going to lock in the DK. We're going to lock in the Chen. This is not the best lane when it comes to playing against an Enigma. So for P-Vision, they need as always, a hyper carry for Satanic. He will take over the game, but you need the damage to come out into this abundance of lockdown that you do have with your other 4 heroes.
Don't you run back the likes of like the Brood or something? You have good damage, more map play.
320,
Sure, there's a
это
Pangolier,
кто,
but
блядь?
it's only the Pangolier. And when you're already having to deal with the pressure of a Beast and then the Enigma,
320, это...
one of these type of heroes can...
If they want to value more map play, that is the hero you would look for. To me, I see that a range carry would feel
Это 6
kind of
верных.
nice. I mean, it's
With the
also,
roar,
yeah.
yeah.
It's also nice to play like a
Первый
melee here with the snap,
стадии.
you get the cookie. But for now, I see like you want a
16
guy that has very
200,
easy access into the roar to also like threaten this Pango who's running it. Because also there's a Chen heal to back him up. Like it's not just one roll. There's also a lot of stuff from Falcons that will come to back him up.
Terrorblade still exists.
Yeah, let's see what else is there from Satanic's pool. This guy is incredibly versatile. It's very hard to ban him out.
I mean, he played some Meepo and some techies. Not techies. That would be
He might play tech.
I mean, Tinker carry.
There we go.
That would be cool on the main stage. I never thought I'd say that, but here we are.
The thing with P-Vision, how they draft is, even if they look like they need a bit of time to get online, the way that they buy Helmet Dominators and push waves, like from the Purge segment in the previous panel, it is so hard to deal with, and they always seem to come online.
What are you doing there, Nat?
Having a good time with the girls. All right, let's see what's coming. We got our final ban coming out for P-Vision. Looks like
Проблема
on
в
the
том,
side
что
of
у него-
Falcons there is also flex
Давай
potential.
посмотрим по
They will get
фэнтези.
that overall last pick.
Да нет, им достаточно
For P-Vision, it's
99,9
something you have to
набрать.
do semi-blind. I mean, you need to respect that Falcons can put the Pango mid and you get offlane counterpick by Amar on the 24 pick. Yeah, I'm not really sure where to put my stuff on. I would have said maybe they're looking towards more of a...
Ой,
Yep, it is going
очков
to be the Terrorblade.
15600.
And this here makes sense, right? He's going to be that range
Интересно,
carry
будет
chunking
ли
away at this Pango when he gets sword. He's
99,9?
going to provide an overwhelming amount of damage to go
90
through DK's armor. You need an incredibly high damage carry to be able to do that. And now it creates the issue. Falcons have to address the Terrorblade in this last pick, making their flex
Если
a
верить
bit more
прошлой
uncomfortable.
статье,
Falcons have to be ruthless. When they leave their lanes and they feel like they have their first core item timings, every move needs to be very, very clear. Because if it gets any point difficult, as we keep harping on about the map play from P-Vision,
стоп,
every hero
включалось на
available for P-Vision can
7000.
skip a wave really quickly, really nicely. And meaning when Falcons group up as 4 or 5 heroes, they're going to be XP starved, farm starved.
Ну, практически. Ну, на 8.
They
давай
cannot let
так,
the first
8
game, effect them in
тысяч.
this one for sure.
I'm not sure
Значит,
where to go with this. I don't know who they're going to give more
потенциально сейчас
priority. There's like
99,9.
I'm not able to find like this Exodia pick that they had yesterday with the 24 Husker. Like, do you want to like run most likely just another guy that goes in and want to do some
95
Primal and you flex? Is there Magnus? Like, neither of these heroes, they don't really do it for me. They're good, but it's not
20
like
тысяч очков.
what I'm looking for to really take over the game.
Yeah, it's the layers of saves that P-Vision already has that prevents me from being excited about a Primal Beast, right? I think I'd agree that hero would be really nice, but
97
instead it's going to go for an Underlord.
Question, is it an Underlord carry or is it for
Вероятно.
the offlane here?
99,9.
I mean, it is one of their staples also. It does give you like more mobility around the map, right? You can deal with the waves because you can be somewhere, you gate somewhere else. You have the lane against the TV, you're generally going to do very well. And you do build auras, which P-Vision, they don't pose too much damage. Like in this early mid-game, it's all magic until Satanic has like 3-4 slots. So an early pipe with the Hand of God could be quite strong.
I think if Skidder can itemize as a semi-carry, and then you have the Crimson on Underlord, the auras of a Chen, you run up together, Terrorblade might not even have the items to do the damage at that stage. So they could be, really, really formidable.
Если первый
but it's
фэнтези
around
было
15 to 20 minutes, the correct auras,
95-99,
the correct
можно было
positioning,
бороться
and
за
objectives should be Falcons.
And as we theory-crafted, we are going to have the
У людей
Night Class
есть много
Centaur coming out from
прогнозов
support.
сработало.
What can we expect from something like that?
Just wave
8
shenanigans, early
прогнозов
blink,
это не
set up
лучше
your team, a
показать.
body for this
Но
Enigma.
фэнтези
It's
могло у них
an easy stun
завалиться.
tap too, and the Stampede is a very cheap and easy disengage tool
Я
against what
даже не
Falcons have
знаю.
going for them.
А если
I think the
равное
damage issues
количество
we talked about
очков,
as
то
well
это
can be applied
считается? То есть
to
условно
Falcons draft. If they get their blink
1500
initiation with the
лучших,
DK, they don't have
это
enough follow-up damage because of the auras that are going to be coming out
получается
of P-Vision.
1500
They're going to reset and take that fight so easily with
игроков,
metamorphosis, just like
имеющих
last game.
максимальное
I'm
количество
gonna
очков.
be maybe slightly leaning towards
Эх,
Falcons, and
их
again, I think it's the
больше.
gameplay that will truly decide who's gonna win this game. I love P-Vision's draft too. I think if they get to delay, the game is probably theirs, but I like Falcons' answers a lot more in this game than I did in the previous.
Marine shouldn't get dual lane this time around. That's it. He should have a game.
You should have a game. You mentioned earlier, T, that you want Falcons to play very crisp and clean, basically, in the early stages. Like, how important is that? And if they don't, do they have the chance to delay this game?
If they delay the game, then P-Vision will exploit the map, and they will control every move and have every bit of information. So Falcons, they need to break from lanes, control the first Roshan, like play with purpose. If they stall out the game, then they're gonna get picked apart.
Any final thoughts, Kazu?
I mean, if this game goes late, DM Enigma with Satanic TV will take over the game, but I'm hoping for Falcons, and I believe in their heroes, that they just won't let it get there. They're gonna close it out 38 minutes.
38, that's
38,
very specific.
straight call.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. I know there's a lot of people hoping for a third game coming out here, and one of those people is on stage is, of course, Coach AUI 2000, who's with Slacks.
Absolutely, we are here with AUI 2000 from Team Falcons. Absolute pleasure to see you here on the stage yet again, sir. Now, your team is very used to being extremely difficult to draft against. A lot of heroes to ban, a lot of great players, but in this case, Paravision also pretty difficult to draft against. I mean, how do you draft against 9 class? As a team that's extremely used to people having issues drafting bans, do you feel like you have an advantage here?
Like in this game's draft?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
No, I think we're pretty happy with our draft. Honestly, game 1, I think the game didn't look that good, but I think a lot of it was we just gave them 4 bounce runes, so it's hard to like draw conclusions after games like that. So hopefully this one's better.
Absolutely. You heard it here from TI Winner. Once you lose 4 bounty runes, it's cooked. There's nothing you can do. Absolutely over. Okay, we got some iconic heroes, though. The crit, Hoodwink, can't get better. But then you also have some other iconic heroes, DMs, Enigma, pretty scary stuff. Why'd you guys decide to let that one through?
I mean, as you said, like they have a lot of heroes. You have DM, who has some like Phoenix Enigma. No one has some like Puck, Invoker, Queen. Like there's just a lot of heroes who ban versus this team and versus us, I guess. So you got to pick what you should play against, and we want to play versus Enigma.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're getting into that second game, excuse me, here today. I have to ask this question to you, sir. Will you be going to the grand finals? Will we see a game 3?
I hope so.
You hope so. Tell me you fucking know so. Look at that camera and tell me you know so.
I know so.
I know so! Let's get into it.
First blood already! No one takes out crit. AUI seem to be horribly wrong.
He's very not confident in that answer as well. My goodness. So yeah, we have quite the draft here from both sides as game 2 is now upon us. P-Vision 1 game away from making the grand finals. Will the nerves kick in?
Well, if AUI thought a big part of the last game's problem was that they lost 4 bounty runes, well, let's switch it up for first blood and 3 bounty runes. I don't know if that's really an improvement over the previous experience.
Yeah.
Wow. The ultimate result of this should once again be that no one will be pretty happy in the mid lane. This time, no Satyr to bother him, at least for now. And he will be playing the Beastmaster against Pangolier. A pretty easy matchup for Beastmaster in the first few levels. Then when Pango starts being able to kill boars, this could get a little more interesting. But I think this early start should be good for him.
This is the real story of the game, of course. They banned his Monkey King. They banned his Slark. What will he pick? It's a half horse, half man. Amazing. Centaur is picked for 9 class.
And of course, now that we're 1 minute 27 seconds into the game, it's time to start thinking about the cart and what that's going to do for this game.
I've never seen him play Centaur, so I don't know if he's a cart enjoyer, you know? What can you do? He's gonna.
And also, how is he going to climb trees as Centaur? That is another question that remains to be. We need to find an answer for.
The old Stampede, you could traverse through terrain, but no more. Now you're just a slow horse. Of course, he has that facet, so he doesn't really need boots. We're not seeing the Counter-Strike facet ever taken.
No.
Which is really sad. There's no one in that mid lane. 8-4 right now versus the 8-1 on Malrain, so relatively even to start things out.
Yeah, both players will be farming here. I think perhaps no one has a slight advantage in terms of the potential for a gank from Snapfire or Centaur when he hits level 6. But conversely, I suppose Hoodwink could make a similar move, but maybe a little bit more dangerous to leave the Underlord alone against Snap terribly. It's quite a strong lane, a lot of damage, and a lot of it from far away. Underlord likes when heroes are up close and personal and you can trade back, but the TB and the Snap have the upper hand there for sure.
Yeah, well, we're looking at 3 Helm of the Dominator purchases for P-Vision. The mid laner on the Beastmaster for no one, DM's Enigma, and the support Centaur will also be going Helm of Dom.
I think there is a world where no one doesn't buy it. I would say the mid beasts have been, out of the traditional Helm buyers, mid Beastmaster probably has the lowest frequency.
Just into the Ags, I suppose?
Yeah, you just Ags rush with treads, and if you go the Dom first, perhaps your ramp up in the mid game is a little bit too slow for what you want to accomplish. It's also a big part of the justification for Helm of the Dominator on a lot of the heroes is the farming speed, but Aghanim's is just faster. You farm exceptionally quickly when you get this item on Beast. Find kills that are otherwise impossible. The Dominator doesn't match.
Satanic playing the Terrorblade this game. This was a very common carry from 6 months ago. It's kind of dropped off for whatever reason, but he is one of the best in the world at this, of course, going against Amar's Underlord. I mean, does Falcons have enough to contest against the likes of TB?
That's why this pick is so good, in my opinion. Hang on, we'll see if he dies first. Then we can talk about why it's good after.
How strong is Cinderan's Curse? Not strong enough, it seems.
All right.
Satanic will secure some last hits under the tower.
So looking at the big picture in this game, what I really like about the Terrorblade pick in this is you're playing against Dragon Knight, who's going to go green facet, so all the physical damage, you have a lot of armor. You're playing against Pango, who's all physical. And you're almost dead.
Lotus applies. Satanic dies under the tier 1 to Amar. Cinderan's Curse is just delayed like his brain, but in the end, very strong indeed. It's 9 class securing a bounty room for himself. I mean, like, theoretically, they have the percentage-based damage against them. Breathe Fire reduces base damage, which is really good against Terrorblade, but like, in terms of damage itself, it's mostly physical, like you said, which the armor is really going to help with.
It is somewhat double-edged, but it's a matchup that Terrorblade has always enjoyed, the one against Dragon Knight. You outrange him in Metamorphosis form, you're going to buy the right items, you have inherently exceptionally high armor, and Dragon Knight will struggle to deal with that with the green facet. Pango's all physical. Underlord, yes, it's nice to have the auras against TB, but at the same time, the value of Firestorm against that hero also isn't the absolute best. He doesn't have as much HP as certain other carries. But it was crucial for Falcons to at least get on the board in this lane. Not something I would have expected, to be honest. Underlord Hoodwink, not necessarily a killer lane against these two, but they made it work.
Mid lane's still pretty close. As we're getting close to that 6-minute power rune, we'll see if the supports end up coming about. As you can see, 9 class on that Centaur. Close by, snaking. Getting some vision ahead of time. 9 class still level 2, has the hoof stomp double edge. As Malorine already using the swashbuckle. We'll see if they force the issue. No one with the primal roar available. Shield crash used as well. And it's bottom. Looks like Amar's the one in trouble. Satanic has the Metamorphosis activated, and this is 3 members of P-Vision going to bring Amar down. No one gets off the roar just in time, but there's not going to be any backup to try to go on top of Malorine. Instead, the Rolling Thunder will be completely free to rain right on top of no one's corpse.
You will also get the rune as an added benefit. This was a really nice timed rotation from the side of Falcons. Nothing comes for free, though, with Amar dying, but probably happy to get the rune and get their Pango on the board first here. Considering, in spite of that kill, no one is still 500 ahead of the Pango. Kind of crazy when you think about it. 19 denies on the Beastmaster as well, putting on a clinic in the mid lane. Now the invasion.
Yeah, this is pretty important. 9 class really needs these levels. No one comes and takes most of the creeps with the wild axes. Snake King taking over a boar for some extra vision here. And this is a 7-minute move.
Test and get this wisdom. This will be a level 3 Centaur minute 7.
Yes, he is hurting big time. 5 seconds.
Try.
Come snaking onto the high ground. Will get the vision needed. 9 class absolutely cannot stand here. He's going to get bushwhacked. Gets off the hoof stomp, but dies shortly after. So Snake King takes the shrine, and Amar gets the other. So something the Falcons desperately need as they try to stay alive in this series.
This is one of those big differences. We're probably going to be talking about it more as this game progresses. Having 9 class off of those slippery heroes and onto a Centaur opens up new avenues for Falcons that they didn't have in the previous game, and that other teams haven't really found versus P-Vision in previous series either. He's always been slippery and hard to deal with.
Yep, we got the hoof stomp with the help from the Cookie. Little Shredder doing some work as well. Amar trying to get away, but the blocks are too strong. But the TPs are coming for Falcons. Looks like this will break things up as Amar gets away with just a little bit of HP.
Mission
They
failed.
do spot it, so ends up wasting a TP in the end.
Dragon form popped up top. This is a very strong timing for any Dragon Knight carry lineup. Level 6 together with Chen, a classic pairing of heroes. We've seen this for 15 years.
Roar from no one. Arcane Rune taken afterwards as Crit slowed
Should
to
be
a high
okay.
degree, and you will be getting away with the Scurry.
This tower's gone up top. No
That's securing the
surprises
rune.
there.
Indeed.
Much better start for Falcons to this game than the previous one. Still, the writing on the wall is more than likely, should this game go the distance, than P-Vision's lineup with Enigma, Terrorblade, and Beastmaster insane in the late game. And you don't have solutions once again for the BKB Black Holes. The best tool you will have is a Pango Basher and then hope for the best, but you don't really want to get there if you can avoid it. Of course, Kezu did predict a 38-minute victory for Falcons.
Yeah, very
naive as always, and questionable takes, but we'll let him.
Hey, he's on home turf right now, so got to give him the benefit of the doubt. As no one is working on the Ags that you were talking about.
Can we get some cheers for Kezu?
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Can we get some cheers for Bratwurst? All right, I think that was surprisingly close. I didn't.
You guys not like food? Food
I
is.
thought that was going to be way more lopsided than that. Maybe they felt a little bit bad, but they really wanted to.
Yeah.
Cheer louder for that.
Maybe they're full from that last series.
Had enough. Nah, I'm good.
Early 1K lead for the Falcons side. DM now level 6 in that black hole. And Skeeter. Blink Dagger is going to be the first item for him, and it's actually really close. Looks like they want to really push the envelope. Try to get ultra aggressive to start this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when Falcons truly kick it into gear here. With this early defusal and Chen working on drum, perhaps that is when you're trying to collapse. You're also 100 gold away from DK's Blink. Classic build here from Skitter on the carry DK, even in phases when other teams were playing carry Dragon Knight more greedy with an early farming item. Skitter was generally leaning on this dagger and trying to take map control, and it really plays into the overall read that we have on Falcons as a team, which is they utilize Skitter a lot more aggressively rather than as a true position 1 in many of their games. However, in this one, maybe DK has to get really big. I'm not sure if Pango and Underlord can really output enough down the stretch.
Yeah, I have to say, the Underlord, I mean, not that this is an Underlord carry, but it is Amar playing the Underlord, so it feels like it will end up being an Underlord carry. It has been a bit underwhelming, but they will get that tier 1 tower. And this is the Blink Dagger reveal for Skeeter, right on top of DM. Sharpshooter from Crit is coming, and that is a lot of damage to withstand. DM will take a tumble as a result. Hand of God to be able to try to keep himself alive, Snake King, but the kisses are too strong. So some sort of a trade for P-Vision, but definitely favoring Falcons this time around.
Yep, another tower and a core for support trade.
Diffusal online for Malrine as well, so.
Yep. If only someone had told you that 2 minutes ago when it was even more impressive.
I mentioned the Blink Dagger, you didn't listen as well, so that is tied for this
it's a
game.
draw for now.
Keep it up.
I think you're just...
I didn't want to say anything because it's the upper bracket finals at TI, and it seemed kind of dumb to bring it up in the middle of something so prestigious.
Kind of weird that you did that, actually.
Yeah.
Here they come in the smoke.
Smoke.
Looking for the wrap.
Malrine.
They'll find it.
Dragon Tail. This is a big pickoff if they can get it. And the cookie's not going to be enough as Malrine just completely destroys him. And now the tier 1 tower to follow. So that is 3 tier 1s already dead at the 12-minute mark. Falcons looking good.
Yeah, they're going to keep this pace up. This is what they need to do with their lineup. A strategy that they're very familiar with playing. So this should just be full-on autopilot almost. Not as in P-Vision can't respond, but rather Falcons know what to do. P-Vision have to come up with the solutions. 9 class found again. Level 5 just cracked, minute 12.
Yeah,
This is a totally different 9 class than in the last many games we've seen. For comparison, both supports on Falcon's side sitting on level 7. So he is not offering much. Far away from that helm, far away from Stampede. A little bit of a dead hero in the game right now, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
P-Vision are almost playing 4v5.
But once he gets that cart.
Yeah, let's look ahead at that. I'll tell you this. If 9 class gets cart, they're going to win. Because that means the game went long enough that they didn't need it anyway.
Very true.
13 minutes, 3K lead.
I mean, even if Falcons end up losing this game, this is something that other teams will be looking at.
Oh,
be able to ban both the Slark and the Monkey King as Satanic. Bushwhacked in, but you can see the TP's coming for P-Vision. Sharpshooter does a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough. Sunder onto his own illusion to stay alive.
Trouble.
But
Here
the Rolling
the
Thunder, Malrine is there with the rest of Falcons nearby to finish the job. They get Ducalis as well as Satanic. Big kills as 9 class is basically a creep at this stage. 4K lead for Falcons.
Uh-oh. Well, Kezu with the 38-minute prediction, maybe very conservative. I feel like this could just be a 25-minute. Let's hold our horses. This is definitely looking great for Falcons, though. I found that in this tournament, a lot of the time it's very difficult to predict game length. Even based on, let's say you take a snapshot now and you're like, okay, you would probably have an idea about 6 months ago with where this game is oftentimes headed, and then you get surprised time and time again. But without question, this is about as good of a start as Falcons could have hoped for. They're also going to get both Wisdoms perhaps here. If they get both, this is so bad for Centaur. He's going to stay level 5.
Oh my god.
He's about to get 6 from 1 creep, but we're talking minute 14.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Do not pick Centaur support in your pubs. Holy jeez. There it is. Stampede finally available for the horse. As the cheer, the crowd goes wild for that.
Yep, 2 people happy about that. Good for you guys. Let's see him put it to good use.
I mean, is this the latest level 6 in the tournament, potentially?
I don't think so, but it might be the latest on a position 4. I think it's the latest we've cast.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes 5s just have a terrible game where they get run over in lane and they don't really recover.
I mean, he's position 7 in this game, it feels like, so far. And we'll see if he can catch up, though.
Wow, not even 6.
No, we skipped a level there.
Okay.
He's still going for the Helm of the Dominator. I mean, that certainly is a way
what
to
are you going to do when you have Crown and Helm of Iron Will? Are you going to change your build?
Yeah, true. He's already committed
They're
quite a while
committed
ago.
at this point. Although it would be cool to see him say screw it and go armlet. That would be, honestly, that would be one of the least surprising players to do it with a 9 class.
Yeah, if only he was playing the Terrorblade in this case.
Yeah,
9
he's
class.
going to get jumped by Skitter.
See, well, waiting for the Stampede, but the Dragon Tail comes first. 9 class. He will be using the Stampede. They're going to try to turn this right around with the Black Hole available, but the Fiend's Gate comes out. Mortimer's Kisses with the Black Hole right on top. They get the DK. Looks like they will find 9 class in the end, but at what cost exactly? DM's going to get the cookie to stay away. You'll be perfectly safe, so the position 7 Centaur taken out in replacement for the position 1 Dragon Knight.
That did force both Black Hole and Stampede and Roar, though.
Yeah,
so
that
a
means
lot
Falcons.
of opportunity. Nice Midnight Pulse instantly there from DM to stop the Bushwhack. Nice little detail. Enigma obviously having that reliable counterplay to Hoodwink. And if nothing else for the side of P-Vision, aside from the trade itself, Satanic gets a little bit of breathing room. But this is going to cost them. Here comes the Zoo.
Yeah, no Black Hole, no Mortimers. That means Roche for free for Falcons. I mean, how do they scale into the late game if P-Vision is able to somehow defend, like from the Falcons' perspective? Because this is obviously a very good early game lineup.
I mean, Pango can be deceptive and can be a true late game powerhouse. The problem is just his matchups, right? It's not that their lineup in itself can't play late game well, but you're playing into Roar, you're playing into Black Hole, and you're playing into a hard-hitting ranged carry. So 3 things that are generally tough for Pango, and I mean, shouldn't come as a surprise. You first face this hero, of course it's going to get counterpicked at this level. But once again, Falcons' goal, if you ask them before the game how long they want this game to be, it's probably around the 40-minute mark that they're hoping to win. For P-Vision, they'll probably just tell you the longer the better. Dom now up for 9 class. Let's see him find a creep.
Will it be a centaur? Ooh. Oh. That's an ogre. That is a satyr. Okay. Not what we were hoping for, of course.
This is probably the most pitiful farming speed you've seen from 9 class. He's standing there killing a satyr mind stealer. It took him about 15 seconds to kill a medium creep without retaliate.
And Dakalis can be found by Malrine. Completely drained of mana and an easy pickoff as a result. Aghanim Scepter not too far away from Malrine. It's going to be an extremely good timing as Skeeter applying pressure to the tier 2 bot. This looks like another free objective for Falcons.
And the big fundamental difference between game number 1 and this one is that this time around, P-Vision are unable to force Falcons to defend. That's the #1 biggest difference. Sure, you could also say they won the lanes, but all these things are compounding where P-Vision have games where the lanes don't go perfectly, they get their DOMs and they stall. This time, not happening. Because they only had the Enigma one for so long, and it's not enough against Chen's army and all the clear that Falcons have. So now they are the ones forcing you back, and P-Vision a lot less comfortable in that playstyle, and they don't have their 9 class scouts to give them moments of opportunity. No slippery ward placing hero, no invisible hero, nothing like that.
Rolling Thunder finds another target. Bushwhack right on top. Fiend's Gate is close by. No one does get off the Primal Roar there, and there's the Stampede from the Centaurs. Now the Metamorphosis popped by Satanic. Can they try to turn this around? A big reflection comes out. Malrine and company looks like they're going to back away for the time being. That is still a big cooldown. Expended. As 9 class spotted. DM is nearby, and Skeeter won't pursue any further.
Yeah, not quite enough for that Orchid, but an interesting pickup nonetheless. Probably the dream scenario for him is finding Enigma and getting the silence off, or of course the Terrorblade post Manta. Not going to be the easiest, but still. Another tempo item, if you will, right? Going Blink Orchid on DK, you can't really play much faster than that. It's telling a clear story about what Falcons are trying to do, whereas P-Vision just, once again, buying that time.
Yeah,
Enigma's itemization also playing into that with the early Crimson.
Was quite a good delay from P-Vision, cutting out some of the time of this Aegis as now they scan out, but the TP looks to be successful. Malrine, no Basher. Only 200 away from that Ags. And only 2 minutes left on the Aegis. I mean, when they picked up this Aegis, how many buildings do you think that they were expecting to take?
I think they were hoping to take at least 2 tier 2s. But
still in the realm of possibility. The 20-minute mark is close as well, so we'll likely use this advantage to be able to take the Tormentor.
And they would love to get the Chen one in this game. We just want stronger and bigger creeps. The Hoodwink already bought her own, so it's between the Chen. I guess Pango is also okay, but once again, not the most obvious value game, given that there's 2 BKB piercing abilities.
Yeah. 9 class has to use the Stampede, but he gets Dragon-tailed. Cookie to follow. And the Orchid used from Skeeter, attempting the TP. Bushwhack will connect. This will be the death of the Centaur. And we can see on the Tormentor side, Amar will be going to town. And it will be snaking, so Ancients at his disposal.
The Ripper's Lash on Chen with 12 skeletons is just something else.
Yeah.
It's
and
crazy.
looks like they will get that second tier 2 as the Aegis 40 seconds away.
DM thinking about this Wisdom. Let's see if Amara calls the bluff here. I think he's a little bit uncertain about whether he can get away with it, but okay, well, with DM TPing out, this plays itself. We're going to have the 1-for-1 trade.
You'd say that, yeah. You were correct. Good job.
I do indeed say that. Thank you for listening.
Well, 9 class going for a Blink Dagger next, so actually not anything too crazy. I was expecting some big switch-ups here from the position for Centaur. Still obviously a ways away. I mean, he went for a full Hoof Stomp double edge build, so his farm is completely dependent on just double edging creeps and using the Helm of the Dom.
I mean, there is surely no other build this game than Blink Axe, right? No joke. What else are you really buying here? Your Enigma is buying the auras that you need. Your job is to try to save people that get Dragon Tail. Most likely later in the game. Be there for your Terrorblade, drive him into the fight, and let him attack freely. However, when you're playing support Centaur and you go Ags, you don't have those tankiness items. So when you run in on it as a workhorse, you might just get killed almost instantly. So that's a little bit tricky. I do think it is the path that he is bound to take. Can also drive in the Enigma for a nice black hole.
Oh yeah,
that's fun. But right now, I think the Axe is a complete pipe dream. He's 5,000 gold away from having that and Dagger, which means he would have to almost triple his net worth.
Almost there.
So yeah, give him another 30 minutes. Might be there. And what's shaping up to be another one-sided affair, but this time the complete flip from game 1. Falcons have definitely figured something out about P-Vision's playstyle in that first game. And should this go to a game 3, that's when it would get really interesting if P-Vision can bring something new to the table and counter the counter.
That's right. Pick an even weirder position 4. That's the goal if we get to that point.
Spectre 4.
Hell yeah.
For 9 class.
Let's hear it for Spectre, everybody.
The most random thing.
Skeeter blinks to the high ground, gets roared for his trouble, but you can see the Fiend's Gate of Amar on the way, so this will be the death of Ducalis at the very least. And no one already exiting the premises. Did require a few TPs from Falcons, but they secure the kill.
Yeah. P-Vision just, I was going to say they seem a little lost, but they really don't. They're just very... It's very deliberate the way in which they're playing the map. It's all stalling tactics, but they can't really take any initiative for the foreseeable future. And playing Dota like that at this level, it's exceptionally difficult. Like, you can try to play keep away as long as you want, but eventually you're playing against a team that has a blinked stun hero, you have a global hero in the Fiend's Gate, and the Hoodwink crit in this tournament has been insane on this. They're gonna find you eventually. Or they just go high ground.
High ground onto the helm of the Dominator, destroyed. Satanic and company are nearby to
they go
get rid of these skellies, though. I mean, that is one thing, is P-Vision have very good high ground defense, and they can kill creeps extremely quickly. I mean, no one just alone could do that. Obviously wasn't even needed for that.
Yep.
As he's getting close to a Blink Dagger for himself now. And DM, about 1,200 from the BKB on the Enigma.
Yeah. You would imagine Pango. Oh, Malrine, he saw him.
Yes, he did. Crit will be coming in from the south as well. And DM, you are super dead, my friend. Quite tanky with that Crimson Guard, but okay. He's going to attempt the TP. Very ambitious indeed.
That's very optimistic. Good effort, as you like to say. But not quite enough to get out of there. And yeah, with the BKB, surely Malrine will go Basher after Blink, right? I don't think this is a game. You could consider Linken's against the Beastmaster and the Sunder, but I don't think it's necessary. I think you'd much rather play your tempo and try to dictate the fights. Having that way of stopping Black Hole be very nice and valuable, and of course...
That is a huge pickup.
Oh, yeah.
Global Root. God, what a cool axe. This thing is so sick on the Underlord. Just needs a Gleipnir, of course. That's the pub mentality. Will not be going for that, of course. There's Amar with just a ridiculous amount of Zoo Creeps nearby. Smoke from P-Vision. Roche is now up.
Feels like it's been a long time since we've seen an Underlord as top net worth in a game when it's not the carry.
That's fair, yeah.
Extremely farmed in this game. Just full space all the time.
Amar spots him. Hit a Malice. Satanic trying to run away. Cuts down some trees as his entire zoo is chasing him. He will be able to get out for the time being. The rest of Falcons relatively close. They will likely try to take this next Roche relatively shortly. It is in the top area at the moment. We'll have another 4 minutes to be able to take it. And they are grouping up now.
And this is a great hero against P-Vision's playstyle as well. When you think about how they stall their games and what they do to get to that late game, Fiend's Gate has to be one of the best abilities. You send Amar, a mega tanky hero, to take out the trash in a side lane, and he can always connect to a possible team fight if needed. And now with that route, as you mentioned, it's going to be even better. Nice reaction there from no one.
Trying to bait them in, but it does feel like P-Vision might just give this Aegis up potentially. DM is very far to the north. As even Kiss is being used to scout things out. As Falcons still not feeling confident to be able to take Roche.
They want to find a pick instead.
Against the Enigma.
Skitter's just going to run in.
Yes, he is. Mallory, he gets Malefice to start things out, and they're going to be able to get the silence on this Enigma DM. Stampede, he is all alone right now. See if he goes for a black hole play. Probably not, as Mallory finally gets the connection. It takes such a long time. It's even the creep helping out with the congregations of the deep, and the swashbuckle finishes the job. So 45 seconds, not having to worry about DM. Technically does have buyback, but at this stage of the game, unlikely to see it. Now Falcons do have to worry a bit about this bot lane if you go for Roche. As he is still angry, it seems. Snaking halfway to an Aghanim Scepter, by the way. This is such a cool Ags.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
We've seen it once before in this tournament.
Yep.
Be able to channel it, be able to give it magic resist. As the Aegis will go to Skeeter.
For any Warcraft 3 fans, this Ags reminds me a lot of Shadowhunter's Ultimate in that game, where you yourself make all units around yourself invulnerable. It's obviously not to that level, but the concept is the same. You have this relatively fragile hero that just becomes the center of the fight. And yeah, curious to see if Snaking gets there, if that will be a very noticeable difference. But yeah, making all allied units debuff immune with 60% magic resist. Kinda crazy for 6 seconds.
Trying to cut the wave was DM, not successful. Skeeter leading the way, has the Bloodthorn now and the Aegis. Roche banner placed, and this is where P-Vision have to make some serious decisions on their defense.
Nice Manta
Nice
dodge.
Manta for Satanic. Dragontail completely dodged. As the Rolling Thunder comes in right on top of Satanic with the roar used on Malrine. The Force Touch can keep it safe. It's a double black hole with the Mortimers from above. Do they have the damage? The BKBs mitigate most of it though. And now P-Vision on the retreat. Big swashbuckler coming in from Malrine with the shield crash to follow. No one is dead just outside his base. Satanic drops as well along with DM. That is 4 dead for P-Vision. Only 2 buybacks available. A full team wipe. Falcons lose nothing. They still have Aegis for 3.5, and these buildings will absolutely melt.
It's a completely similar fashion to game 1, just for the other team. P-Vision, they don't have the damage. They're getting a 2-hero black hole, they're getting the roar off, they're using Snap Ult, Terrorblade meta, and Falcons just shrug it off.
And they're gonna go straight for the Megas.
And they just don't care.
Likely the final fortification of the game. These creeps do not give a shit about that though. As the buyback comes out from no one. Of course, there's no black hole once DM is back up and running. Another 100 seconds away. This is surely going to be mega creeps. And indeed, 30 minutes in the game, Falcons with megas.
And there it is, the Chen Ags ready to make a big difference after the game is basically won. For the side of Falcons, can do a little bit of a celebratory dance in the end if he wants to, as now the items just come raining in. Full Shiva's Guard for Amar. DK almost has Lincolns.
Can P-Vision hold on for 8 more minutes so Kezu can be correct? Will it happen? Big smoke though.
20 seconds.
This would be a dieback for no one. He pops the BKB, trying to retreat, gets off the Primal Roar. Looks like he's fine, although Malrine has something to say about that. There's the cart from 9 class. Huge plays from him using nothing. Nobody's in the cart. No one. He dies right outside of the cart. Truly unfortunate for the position 7 Centaur. 2 dead for P-Vision, and now Falcons looking to end the game. Satanic calls GG, and that's going to mean game 3 on the way.
And 9 class is going to be upset with that last fight. He followed the team's instructions and said, put no one in the cart. And that's exactly what he did. Wasn't able to reach anybody. And they're laughing.
That was good, actually.
Not quite sure why they're having such a good time after. But I mean, if nothing else, you can have a little bit of a laugh at it. 9 class looking at his monitor, dreaming of playing Dota. But in this game, he got played a little bit of, I don't know what to call that.
That was something.
Farmhand simulator. He was running around all game, finally got his Ags and lost immediately.
Yes, that was... I am a huge Centaur fan. That was hard to watch, I'm not going to lie. But at the very least, we get to see a game number 3.
I think everybody's happy with that, maybe including some P-Vision fans, because why wouldn't you want to see your team play more games on the main stage? But this game, maybe you want to put it out of your mind a little bit sooner rather than later. But we're still going to break it down because a lot of things happen in this game. Effie, how did you experience this unusual game of Dota 2?
Unusual game of Dota 2. I want to say that I was expecting a little bit more out of that support Centaur because it looked cool in the draft, right? You think it's an offlaner, all of a sudden, here comes Enigma. Oh no, what do they do about it? Turns out they didn't have to do anything. Centaur handled himself.
Yeah, there was just so many problems that started happening, right? Like Falcons between the series, probably talk about what do they want to do, like have the DK, play fast for your safe lane, like try to abuse what's happening. Because this early Centaur, like Nikas, he didn't find that much success. Yeah, he's pulling some waves. He did go into the safe lane and like catch one kill, but from start to finish, this was Falcons like setting up everything. Taking the Wisdom Shrines, going mid, getting the first kill, going for the runes. Even here, this is 13-minute mark. They're at like a tier 2 already this early on in the game.
I mean, Falcons identified that you do not want P-Vision to set themselves up on the map, right? And of course, when you shut down the Enigma, right, you take his tier 1 tower. You put, of course, the Centaur, we could talk about it a lot, but moving to the support role, he had what, Windlace, also trying to buy a Dominator. Like when they don't have the Dominators, when they don't have this way to skip waves, prolong the game, find that smoke, dodge the smoke, get the team fight, then P-Vision, they look human. And I think Falcons in the second game, they identified how to break them. Play quick, break the map, force the objectives before P-Vision does anything on the map themselves.
For me too, it's also a lot about Amar. Like Amar is impressing me not only with his gameplay, but we need to remember, he's the one pressing the buttons, right? He's coming into TI, captaining, drafting, he's giving himself these 24 last picks. He is destroying these games. Yesterday on the Huskar, just here on the Underlord, perfect lane, perfect itemization, and it works really well against this map play. You can go somewhere and don't worry, brothers, I've got the gate, I can come to you. Immediately they turn the fights around. Yeah, those KDAs on Falcons, they're looking damn smooth.
Yeah. Also, crit on his Hoodwink was everywhere. But who I really want to shout out is Malrine because he came back swinging in this game too. In that game 1, we didn't see much out of him. He was shut down on lane. They really heavily focused on that mid. He didn't get much out of his initiations. This time around, it feels like they thought, okay, they want to shut down Malrine. They want to take away his Blink Dagger heroes. Let's just play Tango. That hero can be active from the very start of the game, and that's what happened. They brought the supports mid. They were able to kill no one on that Beastmaster with the first Rolling Thunder. He then goes to the Wisdom Shrine and crit on his Hoodwink, of course, everywhere. He's wherever you need him to be. There's a reason why this is his most played hero.
Yeah, he's absolutely just destroying any game that you give him this hero. You've got to be careful. Sure, maybe it's not good enough to ban, but then you play against it, it's good enough to beat you, so you've got to make the choice.
Yeah, we saw the combo in the series yesterday with DB Team having the Hoodwink and the DK, and I think T-Gov, I think we're going to see this combo a lot more because the kill potential was so strong.
Yeah, it works so nicely on the map, and the way that Skidder played it as well, like, he wants to be more aggressive to play with the Hoodwink. Other DKs, be it from the carry role, they'll still play for scaling, and later they connect. But Skidder's like, no, I want to be with you. I want to play that aggressive game.
Yeah, and they got the chance to play the aggressive game after having a good early game, Kazu.
No, absolutely, because from the lanes, you know, they always do this. Like Falcons, when good stuff happens for them, they're always able to take it into one. I want to show the levels of how this happens. So they go mid, first rotation, minute 6. We talk about Malrine's Pango, boom, the crit Hoodwink, he's here, snaking on the Chen, you lose game 1, doesn't matter. What's most important here, no one dies, which means when he respawns naturally, he's going to want to TP mid tier 1. So what's going to happen minute 7? You're losing your offlane, your mid cannot rotate over, snaking stole a boar from no one, and they're now contesting this Wisdom Shrine. So this pathetic +4 center who's already struggling doesn't get his first Wisdom Shrine. And the thing also, I didn't really want to include, but at minute 14, the same thing happened. They're too far behind. They lose their secondary Wisdom Shrine, so Falcons, textbook gameplay.
Yeah, they had a good game. We said after game number 1, and especially after the draft, that we needed them to play crisp and clean and maybe a little bit fast. T-Gov, you had a lot of emphasis on especially Falcons just to shape it up.
And that's exactly what they did, right? Based off the clips from Kazu showed, when we fast forward, right, they look towards the Roshan. Look at the time, right? 16 minutes, 27 seconds to take the Roshan. Less than a minute later, they're hitting the bottom tier 2, utilizing the Chen, utilizing the aggression of Skidder, the natural playstyle he wants to make. Fast forward another 30 seconds, now Marines on the other side of the map with the Underlord TPing and applying more pressure to Satanic. The fact that within a minute and a half window, Roshan was taken, tier 2 was taken, Satanic was pressured. That is exactly what you need to do against P-Vision.
And I wonder, when you look at what P-Vision did within this draft, they kind of baited the Centaur pick, made them think it was offlane so they could get an Enigma and catch them off guard. What did the Enigma do for them in that game? He got his tower taken very early on. He was behind on farm, and he ended up buying auras, right? He bought a Crimson Guard, but his team ended up just playing whack-a-mole, hiding around the map, trying to get farm where they could. They couldn't fight off of that aura, and they got nothing out of that Enigma pick. It just overcomplicated their draft.
It very much overcomplicated the draft. And in an episode of Please Don't Try This at Home, we're going to look at Purge explaining that Centaur a little bit more.
Thanks, Cheever. #1 Centaur support hater is right here, and I'm going to tell you guys exactly why. 9 class overcooked big time. He kind of thought that if I get Helm of the Dominator, I can make any support work, which is true, but you got to get the Helm of the Dominator first, and that is basically what we're going to watch not happen. He did a great job pulling creeps. He did block the small camp the first time he did that pull. The second time, though, the camp respawns, so Snake King gets to fight him every time. And what's happening is this hero does not have good armor. He's got 0 armor. It's somewhere below 1. That means that any damage that he's taking is way more than a regular hero. Most heroes have like 3 to 4 armor. That means they're going to resist like 15 to 20% of damage. So that means all the tangos that he's using are worse because that regen that you get then doesn't get blocked, doesn't block very much damage afterwards. It basically just makes his life kind of bad. He pretty much can't contest the lane because when he actually fights heroes, the amount of damage he's taking from just a creep and a hero ends up being way more than he's dealing back. So he just can't actually fight. So he basically has to leave the lane. Here's the first time he did something good. It was 5 minutes into the game. He stacked a camp. He pulled some waves. That was okay. But this is the first really good thing that he did, which was a gank. This one was solid. This nice gap close. He's a fast hero. He went the horsepower facet so he can stay ahead of his opponents. But that was pretty much the only bright spot. We saw a little bit of this earlier, but look what's actually attacking him here. It's just 2 creeps. There's like 1 right click from Hoodwink and 1 spell and he dies. It's so simple to kill his hero. 7 minutes in, he's level 3. He's again like, well, there was one thing that worked. It was this bot gank. So he tries to get a kill on Amar. He's blocking him. But Amar's now more leveled and he has more items. So Amar actually kind of just survives this one. Satanic didn't have Metamorphosis either. So one downside. And now he's thinking, okay, I need to get this Helm of the Dominator, so he's going to start farming creeps. And he does finally have an armor item, which is great. But unfortunately, he didn't get the Chipped Vest. Chipped Vest would have given him some ability to farm. And he wasn't going to put points into return because he kind of needs spells that deal damage. Otherwise, he isn't a good hero. He doesn't actually like get kills, which is a downside. So he got a little unlucky on the neutral, but this build is still ass, so don't think that that was really going to change anything. And then while he's pushed on the top lane, Skitter, who's 75% through his Dragon form, is like, oh, I can kill this guy that's in front of my tower. So he actually just hurt himself even more, giving Skitter this free kill. So this build was bad. We will not see this again.
I do realize he said this build was bad. That means Centaur as a support with a different build, T.
Don't try this at home. Let's keep it at that. Don't try this at home.
You can make a case for 5 Centaur, but I think for a team like P-Vision that are very dependent on 9 class and his early game rotations, his map play, the way that he wards, de-wards, makes the enemy team chase him around, you put him on a hero like Centaur, it does not recreate what Monkey King does. Last game, he's Monkey King, he goes mid-minute 3, kills enemy mid laner. This time around, do you think he's going to do that on a Centaur?
No, you're right. Unfortunately. I do like a little bit of experimentation, and why not in the main stage? It's upper bracket after all. We're going to see, of course, what happens in game number 3. Before we get there, though, we're going to see another submission for the short film contest. This one is Icy Silence.
Fate gives no warning. It simply casts you into the abyss, where some echoes never stop reaching back. Every leap, every crack in the stone were invisible hands shaping the hunter within. Discipline sharpens instinct until the arrow obeys thought alone. There was peace in the fall, a silence only the wind could understand. But even in that quiet, allies found me. I did not choose this path, but I walked it to the end. And when the moment comes, my hands do not tremble. Now, I walk alone, so innocence never follows in my footsteps.
I love the references in this one. It is fantastic, and I can't wait to see what's coming out on top. Who's coming out on top? Of course,
Чтобы дойти до сотого, ну, блядь.
But let's focus our attention to see who's coming out on top in this series. Who's coming out on top to be there tomorrow in that grand finals. First team to be slotted in. It's
Так,
either
ладно,
P-Vision, it's
включаю.
Falcons, and I will not lie, both teams were pretty one-sided. Either way, Effie, what's gonna happen next? Because we've seen the strengths. What's it gonna come down to?
I think it'll come down to which team has that entry point after the laning stage into playing the map and taking over the map. In that game one, it did end up being P-Vision, but only after a while, only after Falcons made the first error in a team fight. In this game too, it didn't really exist in the same way, but it's going to be the same story. Wave shove, Helm of Dominators, getting creeps out, and looking for that first strong team fight.
To me, it's also a lot about like the emotional side. Like in between this game, like both teams are 1-1 going into game 3 upper bracket finals. What are they talking about? Yesterday we heard that both of them like praised their coaches. You know, AY 2000 gave a speech mid-series. Whenever you hear P-Vision, they're talking about Ostini. But as we say in between the game, how do they go into the next game with what emotions? What is your plan? How do you want to go against, like, are you going to try to have another Centaur 4, a different replacement? What is your replacement? So going to the next game for me, it's a lot about the plan.
I kind of want to simplify it to the point where so far in the playoffs, 9class has played Monkey King and Slut. The first time he plays a different hero, they lose in like 20 odd minutes. So if I was
Has it only ever been those two?
Against Heroic, it was Monkey King, Monkey King. Against XG, it was Slark, Monkey King. Game 1 Falcons, Monkey King. All of them dominant, map breaking, everything. This finally, when they're both banned out, again, like I said, so I feel like if you're Falcons, trade those bans. Even if you're on first pick and you only have 3 bans available, ban both of them. Just get rid of them. You can maybe first pick the Monkey King, then only ban Slark, ban 2 different heroes. But in my head, get rid of those 2 heroes, and then 9class is a very different player.
Maybe that is exactly where the teams had said. When we saw the draft order, both games, it has been exactly the same. Potentially Falcons just really wants that second pick to make sure they have 4 bans to deal with the squad. And dealt with the squad they did, and that means we are at the impasse. It's 1-1. P-Vision and Falcons, only one will emerge victorious and will secure top 2, which for both teams, Kezu, would be immensely big.
It's absolutely crazy, especially when you remember there are some people here that have barely any experience at all. Like getting, like already just getting top 3 in like one of your first or your first TIs, it's very rare. It's like nearly unheard of. So first of all, this happening, you should already be very happy with what's happening. You want to be confident, like going into the next game as well. But yeah, here we do see the previous drafts. But the thing is, sure, you can be Falcons and you're gonna ban the Monkey Stock, or you find a way that they don't get their hands on it. But you're against P-Vision, you are P-Vision, they know that this is happening. So what are they talking about to correct for themselves in the next game?
Honestly, Ostini walked into that booth with a big smile on his face. And
Надо было брать, сука.
So they may have just acknowledged it as a draft blunder. I don't think that 9class is calling for this 4 Centaur. I think they were probably cooked it, maybe tried it in a scrim, talked about it. But the point of the Centaur was to hide the Enigma. They wanted to give them a false sense of security on Falcons that they weren't going to be dealing with an Enigma, and they did the swapperoo at the very end. It didn't work out. Just go into game 3 with their previous strategies.
Yeah, you can only get away with that once anyway, and when they did, it didn't work out. And I'm
Блядь,
sure
Барыч в
is on a tier
темпларочку.
where regardless, they will keep an open mind. They know who they're facing, they know what can come at them, and I feel like flexibility for both of these squads, because when last year, every time, we were talking about Falcons, it was always about the overlapping hero pools from the players. I feel like we're seeing that back in P-Vision now, maybe even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking... Actually, I'll be honest. Like, don't worry. Back to you, Shiva.
What?
What happened? I have no answer for you.
You have no answer for
you asked a question, I was nodding, and I was staring at Skidder doing some like prayer hands. And
He was.
but he's been doing that.
Yeah, and he was like really focused, and I just was fixated on Skidder. And I'll be honest, I'm not even going to try and hide it. I have no idea what you asked me.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't necessarily asking a question. I was just posing a topic because the hero flexes have been very strong. I also do think that some heroes just have been flexed because a lot of, like the Beastmaster we just saw from No One, we see that being flexed so many more times
Now
now.
I got it, yeah. They overcooked, let's be honest. I think Ostini's the type of coach that gives the vibe of, in the moment he might have an idea, and his players trust him so much that no matter what, they're going to go with it. And it feels like that's the type of draft where he's smiling going into the booth knowing, you know what, I suggested an idea, it didn't work, it's on me, don't worry players, let me fix it for your game 3. That's probably why they are still in good spirits after that game 2.
I mean,
That was a good enough answer for you now, Sheik.
I think that was good enough. And obviously that is also good, like going into the game, you want to take this pressure when you could also see, like on the camera, you know, no one with his low bro Satanic, you know, like fist bumping each other, giving each other a handshake, because you got to remember, he's very young, but in my opinion too, they're very confident players. No one himself, Satanic too, you see it in the pubs, you see it in the games, like, you know, they know what's up. So this game 3, I'm honestly expecting just a close game, because game 1 and 2, very one-sided affairs.
What I did learn from that game 2 though was that Malrine, he just picked that Pango and showed them his stuff. Like typically the way we've seen Malrine play is 2 heroes, right? Earthshaker or Sand King. He'll do a lot of farming, he'll do fine on the lane, go into the triangle, get his Blink Dagger off of stacks, and then make his key rotations. Without the need for Blink Dagger on a hero like Pangolier, he was able to do that a lot earlier, and it took away from all of the pressure that P-Vision were building on him in the series. And it seems like we talked about the mid lane and how they want to address it. And I just want to talk about the interview we heard from Tidebound a few days ago, where NTS said that he thinks Falcons is the strongest team because their mid laner always hits such a good tempo. And maybe that's the read every other team has. They need to shut down Malrine's heroes. But Pango is back on the menu now.
Yeah, and I mean, in game 1 they succeeded, right? They had the co-op with the Monkey King, with the Oracle against the Shaker, they shut him down. Game 2, of course, not the same story. That didn't happen. So if you're going into this next game, Division likely want to repeat what happened in game 1, try to shut down Malrine, and try to make it happen.
Well, we're going to see exactly what they're going to make happen. It is the final game in this best of 3 series, P-Vision versus Falcons. Let's see what they got.
P-Vision versus Team Falcons, Game 3.
Alrighty then, we got P-Vision on Radiant, we got Falcons on Dire, and they did switch up the draft order this time around, where we do have P-Vision having overall last pick, Falcons first pick, and therefore only 3 bans to their name, so we might see things changed up a little bit. The Mars still unfazed banned, just like the Chen gear as well.
Yeah, key thing as well, Falcons had the priority, and they actually chose Dire, which then gave P-Vision the ability to take second pick. So the way in which you want to utilize 4 bans, Falcons don't care, but as I said before, if they are to be first pick, ban Slark, entertain the idea of taking the Monkey King on first pick, and then you also solve that problem that I suggested.
Would make a lot of sense to me. I mean, if you do want to first pick the Monkey King, you can just go for like maybe a quad ban or something, whatever you want to protect it, to have Malrine play it. Because Skeeter, he doesn't play it as much. Amar does, so try to keep it open between your 2 and 3, because I believe those are 2 of the most likable options, or most likely options that will come out here.
We also see a Hoodwink Respect ban coming out for Crit, but something P-Vision did in this banning stage was they broke 2 of the combos that Falcons love to play. By banning Mars, you take away the strength of Snapfire. We saw her without a Mars, and that game 1 didn't look as good. And by banning the Hoodwink, the DK becomes less strong as well.
Yeah, and that's gonna open up some other heroes too, because we're still gonna, it is Falcons, they will try to find replacements. So with Hoodwink out, Snapfire maybe with different combos is still in, you've got the Sand King, maybe you look for more, like Grimstroke's priority should be going up in this draft too.
And the fact that you were talking about banning like a co-op to protect the Monkey King, they don't want to put themselves in that first pick Monkey, so they ban it as well. 2 bans on 9 class, take the Malrine Sand King, and honestly, I couldn't ask for like a better start to a game 3 draft from Falcons.
So now the question is, what have they prepared for Malrine Sand King?
Yep.
We've seen a lot of teams do things like they'll pick SF and try to win on lane versus it, but for SF to work versus Sand King, you also need to be able to invade his stacks early on, and they go back to the Oracle.
First pick, that is a lot of respect on the Ducalis Oracle. I would imagine that he's going to be the one playing it. Now the question is, Oracle, how much effort do you want to put into countering that? Because I feel like when there's Oracle in the game, I mean, that's great, no, but it offers you a save. Do you need something to specifically counter a save?
See him, kill him. That's pretty much the 2 factors. So with the killing aspect, you have the Sand King. Now you need to find him. There needs to be another hero to locate the Oracle, and it cannot be the only way. So yeah, I think Sand King is still a step in the right direction for it, at least, if you have a couple more heroes to also jump, but jump is the key answer.
Yeah, and 1 jump hero is not enough.
Yeah.
They had 1 jump hero in Shaker versus Oracle in that game 1. It was not enough, especially when you look at Oracle as a hero who can just give himself free magic resistance. He puts the Fate's Edict on himself. If he gets solo epicentered, he protects himself.
And at the same time, if you're P-Vision, you need, like, you cannot just pick an Oracle and be like, okay, here you go. You want, like in game 1, you want a strong mid lane. Abuse the fact that you have the innate, you know where the runes are. You want people that go in for you because you will need to protect the Oracle. What we're talking about, you want backline jump, you want to see this hero. You know, your Centaurs, Night Stalkers, they're going to go in. And if you cannot protect your Oracle, if you don't have people in front of you, a front line, you're food.
They ran the 9-class pudge, which is really funny. They're just taking out all of his flavorful heroes. We haven't seen it yet this TI, but it's good to remember it.
I know I've also seen like no one played a little bit in the mid lane, but I also remember there was like a couple days in a row where 9-class every day he just played this boss for, but he was super annoying for all the fights. Because a lot of fights, they're actually quite slow in like the laning stage with how to maneuver. One hook, see you later.
Another option for P-Vision to go down, if you're looking at 9-class kind of creative heroes, he's already played Zeus so far in the tournament. Get some of that vision, apply it to the Psychic hide the Sandstorm, and on top of that, it could lane well with, let's say, like a Centaur, a fight-buying hero. Now you have Oracle protected by the Stampede, the aggression of a Zeus Centaur lane. Like, I can see some pretty cool combinations that P-Vision can utilize.
Or, and this may surprise you all, but what if they pick something normal for a 9-class? He's capable of playing normal support too.
I'm pretty sure Estini has like a grid of heroes to draft, and there is not a single normal hero in like the 9-class grid.
That's normal enough.
Pretty normal, actually.
That's pretty normal. He's a normal guy sometimes. I do want to defend 9-class a little bit. A lot of people think if you take away his cheese heroes, he doesn't play well, but before he even developed his light cheese, he was really good on heroes like Willow and Batrider. Like, he was a standard 4 player at some point as well.
That's true.
He just leans so far into it that we've kind of lost the...
yeah, we've lost him.
We've lost him for a bit, but in a game or two time, especially when teams are now banning out both Slark and Monkey, we are going to see him return to the... at least a couple more traditional.
Да ладно, мисс.
Falcons, it's sometimes a bit annoying to pick your 5 into block. Like a lot of the partners, you don't really want to play into this hero. So snaking, what is like looking for? Generally, I would say there's a very high chance they would look at Ench. I don't know exactly how this matchup goes at the moment in the meta with block against Ench in the lane, but it does fit like what they want to do.
Well, we got a normal hero once again, Snapfire. I feel like we've said it before, this is one of the few series where the bans in terms of crit bans have not been, or support bans with the Pugna potentially as well, have not been very dominant, but we do this game at least see both the Hoodwink and the Chen ban, so maybe the Pugna will still come out in this one as well.
The only problem with it is it's not perfectly answering the Oracle as of yet. Whilst we stun him, yes, it's good damage, but outside of that, if Oracle's free casting his spells, then Snapfire, Mortimer Kisses, not really applying too much to the fight, as Oracle will mitigate a lot of it. They do pick up the Enchantress though to try and lock down and secure that lane.
I mean, it is nice, at least Oracle early on, it's one of the biggest weaknesses of this hero. It's not a strong laner. If you get dove or if someone else gets dove, you're not as strong at like keeping around. And in Ench creep, you have nothing to deal with that too. So Falcons, they're playing more for, again, the stack. Help Malrine in the early game, contest the tower, relax.
The tempo that we see from Falcons, it's reminiscent of the previous game, right? Where the Enchantress will unlock the ability to play the map, and P-Vision, they want to try and mitigate that. They go for the Phoenix. Now you have a clock Phoenix in the off lane. They're going to try and win that lane. You win a lane, you buy yourself another 5-10 minutes to enter that mid game.
Yeah, we've seen Phoenix be very successful.
But as a blind pick Phoenix, normally you see like the carry or some type of core that you know you can't punish. And
I mean, it's even worse. It's a Phoenix into a Snapfire.
That's a very confident pick. Now, Little Shredder is one of the most annoying tools versus Supernova, but if you're an offlane Phoenix, you're not that concerned about it. When you're an offlane Phoenix, you're just getting so much value out of an early Vessel and an early Shiva's Guard where you're doing so much damage based on your spells alone that sometimes Supernova is just an afterthought. And in that regard, it's good versus both Snap and Enchantress. These heroes suffer very heavily versus Sunray and early Vessels.
And people might be calling for an anti-mage right now, but you can't really pick anti-mage to counter a storm because Phoenix in the offlane will absolutely dumpster the anti-mage.
It's also not really like the Skeeter type of hero that you want, like that you want to put him on. He's generally not the one that's going to call for this. I think for them, they're more looking at maybe some type of Weaver. I had a different hero in mind also, because I think here you can look for P-Vision. Right now they're very magical based. So if you can look for an offlaner that you like, that builds an early pipe, would also be super cool. And at the same time, Falcons, otherwise, the other pick that they could go for is the Skeeter carry, which I can't really place it yet.
Well, there it is again, the Pango. Now, there is flex for both sides. We can see the Sand King in the hands of Lamar. We can see the Pango in the hands of Lamar. they can just pick and choose whichever one they want.
We were asking for ways to provide vision for the Sand King for the jump to get to the Oracle. Again, lacking in game 1. Pangolier is one of the best heroes at providing vision. You just roll throughout the fight. There's no Beastmaster Raw. Sure, there's like a hook shot and cogs that might be able to, punish the Raw a bit, but yeah, Oracle, if his position isn't perfect, there will be plenty of heroes finding him in these fights.
Okay, because P-Vision, I mentioned it before, they are fully magical based. You should be looking for a hero that gives you like this static damage into the fight, like protect the egg. You have like this Oracle 2 that's gonna buff you up, allow you to stay alive. So Satanic has ultimate last pick of the game, so he will be able to decide then. So before it's on Falcons to decide what they're looking for.
Surviving the lane could just be enough. Like going for like, the Abaddon carry for Falcons, dispel the Fire Spirits, chill. Eventually you go Orchid down the line to punish the Storm Spirit. As long as you don't feed to the Phoenix and provide tempo through the clock of Phoenix, the game will be very playable for Falcons.
I think it's important that P-Vision's carry pick is also fine left alone on the lane. You know, the Kunkka style of hero, where if your supports leave you, you'll be okay, because the way that they beat Falcon's strategy of farm triangle and get that Blink Dagger mid laner was running around that mid lane. With the Oracle, you're going to have vision of these power runes. You're going to know where they spawn. You're going to be sending Oracle and Clockwork to the mid lane very early on. So Satanic's hero cannot be dependent on his support existing all of the time. They should be playing around the mid lane.
It's also good if Falcons can look for something similar, because that's what you want to free up your Eng to leave you. Go through the gate, go to the mid lane, and do something similar that you did last game. I would say your support matchup of Snap Eng, if you run into Oracle Clock, you should be honestly pretty good to go. Like Eng kind of overtakes those two heroes.
P-Vision have last pick in the draft, and I would say they can go for Anti-Mage, they go for Medusa. There's a lot of carries that can kind of just get themselves into the mid game by themselves, based on Falcons having to bring multiple heroes to truly punish.
Let's see, what else do we have here? I feel like Skeeter is like not your Ursa type player, and maybe even the lane also isn't amazing, but I am, generally speaking, he does play the type of hero that goes in. Like nearly always helps them play the map. He helps them to make space for Amar and for Murray.
We'll just go for a Gyrocopter. We talked earlier about comfort. This is one of his most comfortable heroes coming out.
Yeah, keep it simple. Shove the wave. You're going to aggression. That you can still die. In the Clock Phoenix lane, if you step up a little bit too far, there is a chance you go down, and they go for this Juggernaut.
It's a very good hero versus Phoenix as well, because once you get that BKB, you pop Flak Cannon, you can kill the egg, you're also hurting the rest of the team. P-Vision respond with Juggernaut, who honestly, I think, is kind of an underrated hero if picked in correct dress. The biggest strength of this hero, in my opinion, is his healing ward and what it does for you in teamfights as the game goes on. Like, 3 hits to kill a healing ward is really hard.
Pangolier is going to have to buy Ghost Scepter this game. I think he's going to be a big target, trying to Omni Slash him during the roll. And then Satanic's also going to have to think about Nullifier to try and kind of compensate that and play around. But, yeah, last bit Juggernaut. In regards to stuns from E-Vision, what you've got, hook shot in the Vortex. Stuns aren't their friends, really. There's a rook here and there.
I really like it.
It's still strong.
Like this jug pick, in my opinion, is really cool. There's very few players who would have called for this pick. It's quite good against the enemy team. The healing ward also that we talked about, very strong. You've got the Oracle. I feel like we're in for the most even game that we've seen in the series.
I just hope the game goes late, because I really want to see like epic moments, like Omni slashing a Gyrocopter, then Crit coming in, like gobbling up with the Gyrocopter, then save him. Like this game needs to go a long way.
And I believe in the Juggernaut. I think it's a very cool pick, but it's also dependent on the offlane going very well. Like, this Phoenix needs to hit its timings early on, and they play around it, and they make it so that people are looking away from the Juggernaut while he's hitting those timings. I also think Pipe goes a long way here for P-Vision as well, but Phoenix isn't much of a pipe buyer, so maybe DM does like a hybrid item build here with like a pipe into a Shiva's guard. We'll see.
And if it is going to go late, if this scenario that T is describing is happening, how's it going to happen? Both teams are going to farm, or is it going to be just skirmishes and nobody really finding it in?
Realistically, it's P-Vision winning lanes to stall out the early game aggression. Because Falcons have the identical recipe to overwhelming the map they did in the previous game. They can do it again. So P-Vision have to go better in the lanes.
And these guys, they have to fight each other. Like, if you're just going to run around and farm and dodge, the enemy team will take over your map, no matter who wins the lanes or not. So you have to fight back, you have to turn it into a longer game, and, well, you have to defend your ground.
It sounds like we got one good one coming for the viewers here at home, and of course in the Barclays Arena as well. And speaking of in the Barclays Arena, in the middle of it right now, Sir Action Slacks with the Steenie.
Oh, I got more than a steenie, my friend. We are here with two of the greatest minds in Dota 2, and one of them will be going to the grand finals after this game. Now, before we began, we talked together, and both of you agreed, 0 Helm of the Dominators this game. Now, you said you'd do it. Shake hands and promise. The first team to buy a helm, everyone will boo them. Shake hands and make do on the promise. No helms. No helms. Yes! All right, fantastic. Let's get onto it, my friend. Now, you guys, by the way, favorite team at the International. You guys absolutely dumpstered Team Falcons in the first game. Made them look like foul clowns. And you're coming out again in a very aggressive Phoenix pick into that team. How confident are you?
Every team's banning the hero for one reason, and they're gonna find their reason.
Okay, there we go. Owie 2000. My favorite team in the world at this International, Team Falcons. You made them look like absolute clowns in game 2. But in this game, will we be seeing the same result?
I hope so.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's get that handshake. Somebody's gotta go to the finals, gentlemen. Put it in. Let's get this game started. It's time to go to game 3.
And game 3 has arrived as 9 Class, playing the clockwork this time around, finds his way in the middle of 3 enemy heroes as Falcons will be getting first blood and Malrine will be the one to secure it. That is maybe the best possible scenario for Falcons.
Yeah, it
seems
seems
who
like,
gets the first blood.
Depending on your perspective between game 1 and 2, it seems like the starting conditions for Falcons have been getting better from game to game. First, they lost all bounties, then they lost 3 bounties in first blood. This time, they got 2 bounties and they got first blood.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, this time around, not starting off as a deficit is a good sign for them. I agree with what a lot of the panel talked about here. I think this is a very different game in nature to some of the previous ones we've seen. The main overlap, if I could pick one, is probably the Enchantress, even though she wasn't picked in any of the 2 prior games. It's a little bit more of that Zeus style. Chen was banned first phase, Here's a Snake, he couldn't play it. But fortunately, he could go for his Edge, who he has one of the most ridiculous records in Dota on. It's not #1, but I think he has the 2nd longest win streak out of any player-hero combination. I believe earlier this year, his 20 win streak on Edge was broken in a game. I think it was around the 20 mark at least. Kind of incredible. So he is comfortable, without a doubt. P-Vision bringing something new to the table, though. This Juggernaut hasn't been played very much. They're putting 9 Class on the clockwork now, so they were like, all right, 9 Class, now you're actually playing a normal position for this game. And he will start Boots, something he didn't do last game on the Centaur. He went for Workhorse and tried to play his way around it. With Boots, it is a lot easier to pull those waves and to navigate that offlane when you're playing in a deficit. So hopefully for him, he can find some more impact.
Yeah,
He'll advise to fight Snapfire, though. I don't think they're interested getting in there.
Well, Crit will be able to play this for I believe the 2nd time this series. He played in game 1, if I'm not mistaken. His 9 Class is going to be stealing some creeps. He's going to be taking heavy damage, though, from Crit.
Oh, he lost the range creep. That's not ideal on this creep.
Going to lose that one overall as Snake King now going to get Blade Furied upon by Satanic. Will pop the Fairy Fire. Snake King going to continue to heal thanks to those Nature's Attendants. Amar will oversee operations.
Yep.
Does survive.
He also killed the healing ward, so nice little bonus. I believe you did say that.
I did not, but thanks for covering your bases.
I was being generous. Oh, Malrine. What seems to be the tradition of this main stage has been Sand Kings have to miss certain stuns. It's attacks we have added to the game.
Yeah, how does this matchup typically go?
I feel like Sand King can draw against any hero. If you play it like Malrine does, you're just cutting waves if necessary. In the good matchups, you're standing in your Sandstorm, you attack the enemy hero once they're blinded, they can't really trade with you very well. And this is no different. Of course, he has a little bit of an unfair advantage from the first blood, which you know, if this is played in a vacuum, maybe Storm can pull out a slight advantage, but I don't think it should ever be more than like 60-40 on the farm. So, no one doing what he can to put that pressure.
Yep, 15-4 versus the 15-0, so no denies from Malrine, but still very, very, very close in this mid lane. Ducalis again playing the Oracle with, looks like Satanic actually went for the Blade Storm facet. I'm not sure what I've seen the other one more often in the very few games that we have seen as 9 Class gets gone on by Crit and killed off in his own cogs. That is a bit unexpected, but I guess it was just a matter of time as he was continuing to steal those creeps.
Level 2 Snapfire is really hard to pull waves against. When you go this skill build, when you go to 0-1-1, you have so much damage. The cookie is always going to connect, because in order to pull the wave, you have to make them trail behind you, so you're never going to miss. It's just very easy for crit here. Some nice bowling from 9-class Theralo, a little bit of mana burn coming out. But overall...
Enjoys his bowling. We'll see if he's as effective as he was game 1. Of course, playing a different hero in all 3 games now. We'll see how far Snake King can get this game. Like you talked about, not only just that winning streak, but this is a position, well, typically it's a position 4 that will just get right-click items, like a Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike, and then that's when they certainly start to hurt.
There's a world here where you go a lot of auras. You can go Solar Crest Pipe.
Crit, a bit of trouble, but the Rocket Barrage doing massive damage from Skeeter onto both DM and 9-class. He has to dive away. It's something you do have to worry about if you're the P-Vision side. So DM, we have not seen him on the Phoenix so far this series. We have seen a decent amount of this hero, though, as an offlaner. Has felt pretty strong. Now, more going against the little shredder of Crit, but it does feel like as the cookie is going to hit with the Rocket Barrage to follow. DM has no dive. This is a kill going the way of Skeeter. Nothing 9-class can do here. But it does feel like these Phoenixes get enough levels as a core that the little shredder only has slight impact in the game.
It's very much contextual. I think in this game, between Little Shredder and Gyro with BKB, you definitely have tools of taking down the egg. I was wondering what DM was going to do with that helm, because he was waiting on his quick buy, but he does commit to the helm of the Dominator instead of potentially going Veil. Yeah, not too surprising.
Promise broken, it seems, yeah.
Now, Astini, in his defense, he was already out on the stage, and when you've left the player booth, you can no longer talk to the players.
That's true.
So they might not know that there was this...
Yeah, maybe if they check their voicemail, they'll see a message. Very important, but...
Check him PC.
No one now level 6, along with Maureen. Are you expecting a slower start to this game, or like how does the Juggernaut play? Like you go for a farming item, and at what point do you join the fights?
It varies a lot from game to game. I think there's it's a hard question to answer. Whoa, hang on. Oh, surprise! Storm got away. I don't know why I got excited. Yep. I think it's a hard question to answer about Jug, because a lot of how this hero plays very much comes down to how other lanes go. I think it's one of the less obvious carries. Because in my experience, it's small margins that you're making your moves on. Some other carries are just way more overwhelming level 6, and it's just obvious you want to go through the gate and put pressure, or others are way more passive, where you're clearly staying in your lane and going jungle. Jug is a little bit of both, where if there's a good opportunity, you can play around it. But I think a lot of that comes down to how good DM's game is going to be. You want to rotate to a Phoenix that's ready to fight.
Some trouble.
There we go.
No one shows up. The cookie. The Cog's actually on the outside. He gets hit by another one. A big dive coming in from DM, and they will clean up Skeeter. As 9-class, one more right click, so there is a trade of sorts, but Maureen actually walked up here, I believe.
Late to the party.
Yeah, a little bit too late to find a connection. No one is relatively low on mana, though.
Oh, can Crit get this?
He's going to try to go for the 7-minute
There's no way he just walks past and gets this, right?
9-class makes his way close by. As
he's not going to get it.
Yeah, will have to back away now. In fact, might die for his troubles.
He's
a level 4 versus a level 2. No one does have mana to zip up if needed, and he'll do just that. So Crit will be brought down. A good attempt from him. Tries to deny himself onto the creeps. Not going to happen. So
that would actually have worked if he wasn't slowed by the fire spirits on his attack speed.
Yeah, that's true.
Couldn't get the swing in.
Kind of looked like a replay of the last game where 9-class had to give up the Wisdom Shrine, and he was like level 2 at that point, I believe.
Yeah. This is a better start for him.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going for the Tranquil Boots here on the Clockwork, so he will have plenty of resources to trade with. Has the Infused Raindrops as well to a little bit more staying power. No one.
Yeah, getting the damage here. Nice Cog, forcing Crit back so the cookie does nothing. Fate's Edict applied to no one.
Reed did get the rune, though.
And that is one benefit, is the Juggernaut. I mean, he has Blade Fury for the BKB, essentially. Fate's Edict maybe for the Storm Spirit this game, but might have to buy it anyway at some point.
Definitely very powerful spell here. Really trying to put on that pressure. I say Malrine, of course it is a Mar.
Yep, same thing.
Easy to get them confused as they play all the same heroes.
This is true, and that is the true power of Falcons. They've taken advantage of this time and time again. TP mid lane, though. Good pressure applied to the tier 1 from Falcons. They'll have to back away now. Say that. Of course, Malorine has that facet. It allows him to blind towers by hitting them. Very powerful for pushing. I do wonder if that is going to be changed in the future. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't see why this needs to blind towers.
Wow, that was a shriek.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gets his level 6 now on DM. Maybe that's why he's happy. Like, I am online. Nice stack here for no one to build upon. But similar to the previous game, you mentioned it, 9 class had a tough game on that Centaur and was low level. This isn't much better. He just cracked level 4 minute 9. It's gonna take a while before he really gets there.
This, I don't know, it does feel a lot different than he's Clockwork.
This time he has a hero that's more traditionally good at playing from a slight disadvantage than Centaur is. He also did get some experience there from the stack and the D ward, so it all adds up and helps getting there.
Oh, DM. Shredder doing work against
him. He has to egg here if he wants to live, probably.
Most likely will have to. TP's coming, though. He'll withstand the damage and be just fine.
Crit will force the reaction. He keeps trailing him with the threat of the cookie. They bring in Ducalis for protection. But once again, it is Falcons picking up the pace here. Haze, the cogs!
Gets the haze, beautifully done, no one. Applying so much pressure to Malorine right now, but it looks like 9 class is more worse for wear as the creeps show up along with Snaking and even Skeeter making his way.
Sandstorm is too strong. You can't do anything. I thought maybe they would have more damage in the tank, but of course, level 4 Clockwork, I don't know why I got my hopes up. He's got 2 in cogs, so his damage is negligible. You're running in the Enchantress next to him with the heal, no problem. Yep. Mid tower will be gone in a moment. That blind lasting for so long.
It's pretty crazy.
How long is that? 5 seconds. Huh.
Tier 1 tower secured for Falcons. 3K lead as they are continuing the pressure overall. Carrying over from this game 2.
Exactly. It's the same recipe. They forced 9 class off of his most obnoxious heroes onto something, a melee 4 without the same playmaking as Monkey King and the Slark, arguably. And they just run them over in the early laning stage. They've taken 2 towers already. All 3 of their cores are happy and farming. And this time around, my biggest concern for P-Vision in this game is how long do you have to wait? In the previous game, they kind of felt like they couldn't fight for 20 minutes and then they lost. In this game, when do you come online? Are you strong enough when, now that Phoenix is level 7 and you have Storm ulti, can you bring Jug to fights? Because when it comes to just raw team fights, Falcon's lineup is really tough. Tango Roll, FP Sandstorm, everything about Gyro, Snapfire has massive AoE damage. And one of the most obnoxious things about snaking on the Ench that we have seen for so many games, not as many this tournament, he's a really good scout on this hero. Just runs out in front, tanks up, becomes the primary target, the enemy team commits so much stuff on him, and then his team just cleans up. So how do you enter a fight correctly will be the big challenge here for P-Vision. This will help.
Damage rune for no one.
That's a big opening, potentially.
You can see the lead continuing to expand for Falcon's side. Of course, Satanic doesn't have his Battle Fury yet, and that is when he'll feel a little bit more comfortable in, I mean, I don't know if he even wants to join a fight, but if he has to, he technically could. Snaking.
Gonna put it to the test here. How tanky is he?
9 class will get the slow with the rocket. Won't be able to get him inside the cog. Snaking in a 1 versus 4. He's surviving for now, but not for long. They do get the kill as Malorine finds a bigger target. Epicenter Burrow with the Mortimer. Satanic uses the Blade Fury. He has the healing ward up, but it's not going to be enough. Crit takes him out in the end. That is a huge kill for Falcons, and like you said, it required 4 members of P-Vision to take out the Enchantress in the top, and that's your trade.
And I wonder if Snake could have maybe played that a little bit better with taking out a cog. Probably not because of Fire Spirits, but they got 2 cog knockbacks, and in spite of that, the kill took like 15 seconds with the 4 of them. That is worrisome.
Yeah, it feels like they don't have a ton of damage yet. Of course, the Storm Spirit is going to be the most of it without Juggernaut showing up. I mean, it does feel like this is maybe a game as Ducalis has a false promise himself. Amar, nice disruptor from no one. Gets off the Electric Vortex just in time, but Amar able to get off his ult in the end as he attempts to get out of dodge. TP, looks like he'll be fine. No hook shot yet. 9 class. Actually pretty close. That would have been a huge pickup.
I think that would have been a kill a year ago when I believe Cogs placed on top of that roll would interrupt it. Do you remember? You played a lot of Pango. You could interrupt it with like Fissure and Cogs.
Was that only a year ago though?
Maybe it was more. But
I feel like that's been
maybe
quite a
9
while.
class was hoping it would got bugged again in the most recent patch.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
never know.
Maybe, you know, wishful thinking. Not the case though. This game has no bugs anymore.
That's right. We're out of beta finally.
They fixed them all.
No one has gotten, I think, every single room. Am I wrong? Like, this is crazy.
Converted them.
Yeah, exactly. They haven't been able to do much at all with it. 5K lead for Falcon Skeeter on the outskirts of the map with his Crystallis in tow. Aghanim Scepter's going to be next. Only about 1,000 into that, so he is having himself a good old time. In fact, all 3 cores for Falcons. Top net worth in the game. But this is where things potentially can change. Satanic finally gets his farming item in the battlefield.
Yeah. I think the way it's going to change is that he will farm faster and everything else will be the same. That counts as a change, then I'll
For
agree.
him it is. For
Yeah,
him it is.
sure. He is like, guys, I got my item. I'm going to continue farming. Good luck.
Would you agree with me in the fact that Satanic is one of those carries as Ducalis getting
Nothing
pursued?
connecting.
Amar, the Fate's Edict applied, but
No
doesn't have false promise, so he is down and out. But Satanic does feel like one of those carries that could get, I mean, dependent on the hero, of course, but feels like he has put his team on the his shoulders quite a few times in the past.
He's
one
been
of
one
those
of the
like, old school type carries, it feels like.
He's been one of the most stable players of the tournament. I can't really recall any game where I was like, man, Satanic really dropped the ball in this game. Like, he's had games that are tougher than others. This could be shaping up to be one of them, but it begs the question, how much could you really have done with the hero you were playing? If he was convincing them to pick Jugger and it turns out there was a bad pick, then maybe you could talk about that, but his overall play in the game so far has been quite solid, given the circumstances. As we are looking at that about 5,000 lead for Falcons, worth noting, almost all of it is in supports. There's a very big lead. Ench is 1,200 ahead of the clock, and Snapfire about 2K ahead of the Oracle. So the brunt of the lead is in those supports, which is worth keeping an eye on because there's going to be some extra utility items.
Satanic has to use the Blade Fury. Amar continuing to roll. Will focus on the support first, it seems, as the epicenter reserved for Ducalis as well.
Oh, he's not done
Satanic,
yet now,
he actually
maybe.
does get clipped by Amar. Uses his shard as well, Satanic. He's going to get some help in the form of no one, though. Amar maybe overstepping his bounds a little bit too much. Call down, though. Skeeter makes his way over. Amar blocked off now. Gets the hook shot from 9 class as well. Amar looks to be dead. No, he gets so much damage applied to it. Now no one will drop as well. The kisses raining from above. Crit. Double kill. 3 for nothing. Falcons somehow lose no one.
And so do P-Vision.
I knew you were going to do that.
That is... Oh, that's the dream fight. This is the dream fight for any hero that can generate barrier, is that you tank all of the damage and then you get a very last second barrier off there. Not only do you survive, but the enemy team used all of their resources trying to kill you. No one depleted his entire mana pool, used hookshot, used egg, and you didn't kill a singular hero. The map is falling apart fast. No one, unfortunately, jumps in and blocks his own camp to add insult to injury here. A little unfortunate there on the timing. Uh-oh.
This is feeling a lot like game 2. Now the question is, do you force the issue with Satanic joining a fight before he gets a second item? Like, can you even afford to do that? Because he has not been in anything. We haven't seen a single Omni Slash.
Well, he was in that fight, and he didn't have enough mana to use both of his spells because he got swashbuckled once.
Well, that's part of the fact that they're the ones getting gone on, right? They're not doing the initiating. They have 9 class with a hook shot. They have Storm Spirit. They have Dive from DM. They have a lot of ways to get on top of Falcons, but they're just not providing the opportunities.
I think you have to play keep away for the foreseeable future. I just don't see it. I don't think. I mean, it's kind of strange to see these 3 games in this series play out, and it feels like the losing team has the same problem every game. Like damage issues, the inability to pierce through and win the team fights, and then you're playing this keep away that really
shot.
Difficult. Yeah, crit. Okay.
Crit is going to be fine. It
Good
seems
bowling.
Some good bowling going on here. Amar, though, not too happy with this exchange as 9 class. Looks like he is going to be the one to ultimately fall, although DM is close by, but just throwing out some fire spirits as Amar gets the killing blow.
This is going to be Ducalis TV for the next 10 minutes. If you want to look at some riveting support gameplay as an observer right now, you follow the Oracle and you notice how close he stays to Jugger. He is going to literally just stand behind him everywhere he goes, because there's no better play. Okay, he's following Satanic. I've got my eye on it.
Yep. Keep us surprised. They have the stun lock for the Storm. No one dead again.
This is
Falcons, 11K lead at 19 minutes.
It's a huge problem here because even if the Oracle conceptually is really powerful at counter-initiating these moves, you have to pick your poison because Storm and Jug can't farm in the same area. Then you're losing on efficiency. So you're kind of, as Oracle, it's one of these damn it if you do, damn it if you don't moment where you protect the Jug, he's not the target, too bad, Storm dies. You protect the Storm, Jug gets jumped, he dies. And there's no obvious way for Ducalis to know where Falcons' move is going to be because they have no vision on the map except around the mid-tier 1 tower and at the bottom, which is not where they're farming. So every move Falcons is making is very untelegraphed for P-Vision. As a result, it's very, very hard to play the Oracle this game. Man, look at it. They're 2 supports. The combined net worth of Ducalis and 9 class is lower than both enemy supports individually.
Man.
They are so far ahead on the supports. It's crazy.
They're so used to playing with the Monkey King and Slug. It feels like they don't know how to play Dota anymore. This is a pretty crazy state of affairs.
It's honestly, it's a valid concern. If you get so used to a specific playstyle that is hero dependent, 9 class can play a lot of heroes really, really well. It's not like it's Monkey King, Slark, or Bust, right? We've seen him have outstanding performances on tons of heroes, but when you play that archetype strategy 8 games in a row, and then you suddenly get thrown out of it, and things don't go according to plan, might take a little bit of warming up. Fortunately for them, of course, this is not an elimination game, so there would be another chance tomorrow if things go wrong. But P-Vision, of course, didn't come here today to lose, and on this game, they're not exactly doing a particular good job at avoiding that.
Yeah, the shard ended up going to
They're not going to get a wisdom either. I mean, the whole map is just on lock, right? You lose the shard, you're losing both wisdoms most likely. You have taken 1 tower at 21 minutes. Maybe mid will fall here. I'm not sure Falcons really care that much.
No, Malorine seems to.
He could deny
Give them an inch.
Just deny it to remove more gold.
Yep, he'll do just that. The question only remains for Falcons is when is the first Roche attempt? I mean, their team is not crazy good at it, but it's okay. I mean, the Enchantress can slow it down. You got the minus armor of Little Shredder, and Pango pretty good as well.
It's not that good at killing it, but it's really good at controlling it.
Yeah.
So if P-Vision do try to access the fight, as long as Ench is tanking, you're not really taking much of a risk. Snaking can kind of tank it forever. So, but not the plan here. They're hoping to find a lone Satanic or no one down here, but not going to be the case. They still get a good ward out. Now, no one might show himself on the next wave, which could be his death. Or on the ward below him. He's actually playing pretty much perfectly around Falcon's vision right now. But
he's not farming.
Playing perfectly around the vision means standing still. So it's not very useful for the progression of the game. Satanic somehow is almost top net worth, though. Honestly, really impressive that he's able to find this space on the map.
Feels like he always finds a way.
But it comes at the cost of other heroes, and here is that anticipated Roche. Not really much P-Vision can really do about it. They can scout it with rockets all they want, but I don't think they're going to try to access it. No.
Absolutely not. I don't believe we've seen Egg, correct?
We have.
We have?
We saw the one Supernova when they tried to kill Amar.
Okay. Well, we haven't seen Omni Slash, though.
Okay, you're just going by one spell at a time and hoping you're right?
That's right, 50-50. Aegis goes to Skeeter. How many buildings can they take with this? There's 2 tier 2s remaining, so I assume at the very least they want to do that. But how is their high ground at this stage versus game number 2, where they were able to pretty much take it uncontested?
It's definitely worse. This time you don't have DK Chen, but you can... This is the type of game that could follow the classic Falcons recipe from a half a year ago, where you're just constricting the enemy team on the map and winning by 1k GPM. Because I think going high ground very early in this one compared to the previous one would be a mistake. I'm not really concerned about your ability to scale and your ability to win later team fights, but I am worried that if you go high ground too early, you could somehow lose a fight against a Storm buyback, for example, or going a little bit too deep, setting yourself up for an Omni Slash. Just unnecessary. Just keep winning the map.
Satanic working his way towards the eventual butterfly. They did spot him here, and you can see the scan now coming out from P-Vision. Have to get
smoking
back to
to run away.
Yeah, this is the state of affairs for the P-Vision side. No one is actually camping up. They might want to take this fight. I know that maybe Gyro isn't nearby, but he is. Satanic, he's going to show himself. Now we'll attempt to run away. Skeeter's trying to wonder if this is a trap of any sort, because they don't have to worry about like black hole, anything like that, as Amar won't find no one who will be able to TP out. So just trying to keep things at bay from the P-Vision side as they push that top lane, which is the last remaining tier 2 tower.
I'm just looking at Skitter's inventory. Okay, there we go. He swapped it around. He had a backpack BKB instead of one.
Oh.
There's some efficiency there being lost. Doesn't matter, though. Okay, maybe they just go for it. I mean, this is...
Ducalis attempted TP. Ooh, does get out.
Wow.
Very close.
Okay,
And
is
now
this a siege or not? They could just be pushing in the waves and keeping control. They are posing like they want to force something. And, well, Skitter is a little bit timid, but here we go.
And a homing missile right now onto Satanic. Sagging himself from Skeeter. They're going to get the sunlight. There's a lot of damage. There's the false promise on the Satanic at the last moment. And that required very little from Falcons.
Yeah, they used a homing missile in a cookie.
That is insane. And now the high ground attempt. They do not have Healing Ward as it's about to run out. They don't have false promise anymore. As Amar jumping in pretty deep, gets the swashbuckle, able to bounce down to the low ground. Skeeter is getting a little bit low as the Mortimer's Kisses onto 9 class, but the Fate's Edict will be able to mitigate all of the damage. Now BKB online for Malrine, yeah, for now. And that Aegis, I mean, still 2 minutes to get some Nature's Attendance for Skeeter and maybe have a round 2. But this will buy some time for Satanic to get that butterfly. Does feel like that is certainly not enough.
He needs that and Ags, then maybe.
The Ags does feel... I mean, we saw Chrysalis play it without Ags, which I wanted to talk to you about, because...
I feel like that was a mistake in that game, personally.
It feels like Jug is so hard to play without Ags.
I would agree 100% with that. On a pro level, I think it's almost an essential item every single game, but... There's always going to be outliers. I don't think that game was the case.
Spotted along with Snake King. This is going to be a good pick-off for P-Vision.
It's something.
They get a kill. Amar. Oh, he's going to take an Omni Slash with the creep for that. And actually bounces back to Amar. Satanic completely snipes him. RNG gods in favor of P-Vision for that particular moment, at least.
They did a good.
Let's see how much time this buys. I mean, that's basically the Aegis, 45 seconds. Yep. So P-Vision showing some life in this game 3.
Falcons are in a position where this is not that big of a deal, but...
Malrine, Epi, on to Ducalis. Satanic Blade fearing away. Has the butterfly at base.
The thing is, even if that's not that big of a deal in terms of the overall progression of the game, just a little bit of a morale boost doesn't hurt. Like, feeling like you can do something in the game successfully has to be nice. You've genuinely made 0 successful moves for like 15 minutes, and you finally find 2 pickoffs and get your Jug to that butterfly. The thing about this game for Jug that's a little bit tricky, though, is if Oracle is not in a good position at all times, and especially if he dies, I think Jug can just get bursted by spells. Even through spin, he can die. There's so much magic damage from the Sand King, there's so much physical damage from the Pango. Kisses are also going to matter, all of it. It adds up. Even though you have 80% magic resist increase, it's still... Like, a lot of the times when you see Jug survive in spin, they get away on like a beat stick of health, right? It's not enough here. There is just so damn much output. Now almost a Satanic for Skeeter. Looking to go to the grand finals by killing P-Vision with their carry.
And your puns are on point today.
That's right. I talked to Lacoste earlier. It's that aura. Had a good conversation with him in the green room for about 10 seconds. Then we nodded at each other, and there was that transfer of power that I needed for the day.
Keep it up.
And then he left and never talked to me again.
Yep, that's the Lacoste style. Love the guy.
Shout out to Pyrian Flax.
500 gold away for the Aghanim Scepter on Amar, and then he's going to go for the Ghost Scepter so that he doesn't have to deal with the Omni Slash anymore, which would mean a Nullifier at some point will be needed for Satanic, but of course he has bigger fish to fry. He needs this Aghanim Scepter first.
I mean, for what it's worth, P-Vision aren't losing anymore for a bit. They lost by, I want to say, 500 GPM for a 10-minute stretch. It's kind of flatlined now. Storm is going to get his BKB. Jug is going on his way to that Axe. He's already halfway. You're keeping this afloat. And I think if Falcons could look back on the last 5 minutes of this game, they would feel like they slipped up a little bit because they could have maybe kept this lead growing.
Right.
So in relative terms, this is actually a pretty good 5 minutes for P-Vision that I would consider a clear win. Yes, you are behind, but hope dies last in this game.
Satanic is spotted. Nice Blade Fury. They're going to continue to pursue, though, as Amar with the Rolling Thunder will eventually catch up. Ducalis is there. Healing Ward placed. They're going to get some more TPs potentially. There's the Omni Slash, though, on top of Amar. There's a lot of them applied to Amar himself, but the Cookie's going to help him survive. Satanic does get the fall from the blind, as no one will try to zip to kill off Amar, but this is not going to be enough mana. Amar, so much shield, so much Lotus, he's going to be able to heal through it. No, does end up going down to be the cost of the Oracle, though, as Malrine. Big hook shot from 9 gets 2 stuck in the cogs. 0 follow-up, though. Truly unfortunate for P-Vision, but ends up being a 1-for-1. There's no one running out of mana, has to get back to base.
It's another good exchange for P-Vision. Sure, it's not an overwhelming win, but it's, again, something. You just keep it alive. You don't have to win a big fight to come back in this game. If you can get even trades or slight victories here and there, we're approaching the point where Juggernaut can start actually becoming scary. The problem for this hero in a lot of the games that we've seen in the last half a year to a year is you kind of, sometimes your power curve is a little weird. Like you can be good in some lanes, then you enter this stage in the mid game where you're like kind of meh. But when you get to 4, 5, 6 items, this hero can be a complete beast. One of the few carries that can also kill a hero like Ench in a matter of seconds, which could matter here. We've seen so many games where Snaking ends up winning the game for his team by just soaking up abilities and not dying. Juggernaut, not a problem. He's going to cut through Ench in a few swings with the Axe, which is now complete.
Swift
Scotty
Slash
next.
ready. So Malrine has the Ghost Scepter against the Jug. Amar, like we talked about, that's the next item for him. Does Juggernaut have to get, does Satanic have to get the Nullifier, or can the Phoenix actually get it? That could be a potential pickup.
I think the Phoenix one is just too difficult to pull off. Like, you have to be able to be in range for the target that Jug is on. So realistically, he probably needs to get it himself if he sees enough of a problem.
Malrine gonna be able to get the Burrow Strike onto no one, but there's the false promise, keep him alive. And the egg from the low ground, no one will be able to zip away safely. It's a big Omni Slash. Snaking is destroyed, but now Satanic completely isolated from his team. Burrow Strike now right on top of him with the call down to fall, but he still had the Blade Fury. That's doing a lot of damage thanks to the fact that his Skeeter getting gone up by no one. He's dead. And now the Sunray healing everybody up the Mortimer, so double Burrow Strike, and now Falcons will be able to win the fight in the end. 4 for 2, it looked pretty good for P-Vision, but they just run out of steam at the end.
Finally, an unpredictable fight. I think neither team really understood the state of the fight. They're just going in there, throwing in everything they had. The key difference maker in this fight is Snaking separating himself from the Gyro, eating the Omni Slash alone and dying. If he does not create distance from Skitter there, he just dies with Satanic ready. He would have had no target to hit. Look at this replay. So first of all, that Rocket Flare is going to cancel off some Blink Daggers and the nice save from Ducalis. But keep your eyes now on the Jug. Gets off the Swift Slash, and then this Omni. If Snay does not get over here and end that Omni, Skitter is dead on the spot as well. And the fight is just over. Now instead, Skitter gets to get all of his output through. and tanking no one for a good amount of time, giving his teammates additional space that was needed. And the kiss is just beautiful now. Good spacing from Crit, getting a lot of impact out there. And the grand prize will be an Aegis, but this one is not going to go to Skeeter unless they kill it slowly. He's not able to take it. Well, they are definitely killing it slowly. This is a Mar out of the pit, so I guess this is deliberately delaying it.
Looks like it.
They want that Aegis on the gyro. And Skitter almost has the Daedalus as well, so big level up for the upcoming fight.
Skeeter will get the goodies. Roche banner as well for Mr. Snaking.
CEO Gyro arriving, taking the credit for all the team's hard work.
Yep, he dies, they win team fight. Good stuff. Satanic looking for the Scotty next. Do you agree with that? Obviously, a very good item, but it feels like in these stages of the game, this item could make or break their potential for the comeback. So these ones are really important.
I would kind of like a refresher, honestly.
Okay.
I think the problem here is that he's going to throw out his Swift Flash and his ult, and then he's going to struggle to stay in the fight after that. So I think Refresher would be one option. The other one, you talked about the Nullifier. I think that was an interesting idea as well. Scotty is a very nice all-round item, and perhaps the logic is with this, he gets way more value out of Healing Ward, he gets more value out of Sunray, he gets more value out of the Oracle save, because there's just so much more to get through. But being tankier on Jug doesn't necessarily convert to teamfight wins if you can't kill the heroes while you survive.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit worried that Falcons are just going to kite him with multiple Ghost Scepters, with Cookie, Glimmer, Force Staff. He needs a way to connect on heroes, and I don't think you can rely on Storm to constantly zip in and find them for you.
Yeah, I think it's not the fact that the Scotty is bad per se, but it's more about you might not be able to get another item this game. Like the game may end
it's a
with
legit
Falcon's
concern
lead right now in this Aegis advantage.
Yeah,
now a refresher for Malrine.
He is so decked out. Very strong right now. I think this is part of the reason why the pros have largely strayed away from Juggernaut. It's just itemization is proving to be a challenge in a lot of games. You're looking at it now and you see Satanic is rich and can buy all the stuff in the world, and you still feel like you need your next 2 items, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that you can sit on 23k net worth and still be unhappy, but holding the high ground, hoping that Falcons are going to overstep, but not the case. And even if Gyro were to do so, you have to get through the 2 lives with BKB and Satanic. Tall order. And now they're going to advance, but they're doing it together this time, so Division have given up a bit of ground. Snaking going to lead the charge. A tough kill. Pike, Pipe, and Drums.
Now, one thing to consider is plenty of buybacks right now. For the side of Division. Hook shot right now on the Snaking, but a Cookie to keep him alive. Satanic's already used the Blade Furies. He is now retreating. 9 Class is the first to die. Does have the buyback. See P-Vision want to continue? Likely not, as no one going to push the waves. And he is going for a big ticket item into the Aghanim Scepter, the blue hole, as we like to call it, DM. Take some damage, but we'll get back to base.
That Enchantress situation is the perfect example of just standard snaking.
Satanic. You spot it out. The zip in. Gyro takes the brunt of the damage to start things out. Roche banner applied. Only 2 hits away from dying, which would be pretty big. There's a fortification to start things out. No one zips in, gets it, and exits it very successfully. And now the creeps can die, but the tower will fall. Minute 40 on the Aegis. Falcons not having as easy a time going high ground as we saw in game number 2. Satanic extremely scary, has 4k in the bank as well, so very close to his next item.
And no one could buy the full axe if he wants to take the risk and not have buyback, which...
Buyback Storm is so good, though.
It is. The axe could also lead to a big fight, though. You kind of feel like Falcons' heroes a lot of the time are kind of stacking on top of each other. 9 Class.
Oh, that was a Swift Slash, actually. The Ghost Scepter comes out.
Yeah. I've got my eyes on Satanic's itemization. He hasn't changed it yet. You saw the Ench attempt. He doesn't feel like he can Omni-Slash because the kill takes too long. Ench is going to pike away. Maybe you jump over to another hero with Ghost Scepter and then you're just dead.
Yep, Skeeter going to secure the range barracks. Can they get the melee? 45 seconds on the Aegis right now. Homing missile, it will hit. It's going to take considerable damage, but there's a Fate's Edict. Mitigate the rest of the magic damage. Swift Slash. Skeeter, there's the epicenter. Burrow strike combination from Malrine. Ghostbusters not going to help Stein Class. First to fall. No one already popping the BKB. Find some pressure out of the gyrocopter. 30 seconds on the Aegis. No creeps though, so backdoor protection is here. Do they have enough damage to actually get through this barracks? Finally, it comes to be. And Falcons gets their first barracks of the game.
Outworld staff is just something else against Jug.
True.
It's such a hard counter. He Swift Slashes Skitter. Skitter presses one button and then it ends the Swift Slash or the Omni Slash if there's no secondary target. So as long as Gyro is separated from his teammates, if he can't die in a stun lock, he can always just bait Jug.
True.
Just waste out one of the abilities. An item that we generally see a lot of pros pick up in a lot of games, and a lot of the time, honestly, it feels like a little bit underwhelming. But against Jug, it's so easy to use correctly. I think part of what makes Outworld Staff interesting is the skill cap of it is very, very high. It's kind of like old Monkey King Mischief, where you're trying to dodge, you know, one attack at the perfect timing or whatever. Well, similar to Mischief in general, I should say. But yeah, against Jug, it's just obvious.
Yeah, having 3 is pretty nice for the Falcons side, have to say.
Yep.
Good RNG on the neutrals.
Refresher Phoenix.
Yes, that is a definite big-ticket item. And no one actually opted to finish Parasma instead of going for the blue hole.
Okay. I think the call they made was we don't have enough damage to kill a single hero. We need the damage from Storm.
Yep, Swift Slash actually baits out the Outworld staff. Has no one, zips in, zips out.
He can't go on anyone. They have too good formation and good spacing here.
Oh, epicenter, that's a lot of damage. Can they get the saves onto Satanic? Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment. He's isolated for the rest of the team. No one pops BKB. On top of Snake, he's doing the first ball. Satanic in a lot of trouble. He has the false promise supply. Will attempt to get out. Mortimer's not going to reach him. Malrine's super low on HP. For all that, it was a 1-for-1 with a buyback coming out from Ducalis. Satanic back to relatively good HP levels. The zip from no one won't find one support. And Amara gets away safely.
That was such a heads-up play from Malrine, but just not quite enough. He manages to find the angle through the Jug and threatening Oracle in the backline at the same time with the Pango. So Ducalis has to ult himself, but Satanic does live through it. That time around, Viscotti made a big difference. I think he might have died with a Nullifier, for example, needed the extra tankiness.
A small little detail, obviously they have the tools to deal with the Omni Slash, but when they grouped up, the cleave is no joke on the Omni Slash. That was a lot of damage coming out from Satanic.
Part of why the Axe on Storm could be interesting too, but I understand no one's perspective of buying the Parasma, because you're kind of struggling to kill a singular target that's isolated, and that's what Falcons is taking advantage of. So if the Storm has that extra bit of output, perhaps you can bring down the first guy and break the fight open.
He's not far away already, so 3,500 gold in the bank. Of course, buyback is a very important thing to hold on to.
If Falcons were to find Ducalis now and kill him, it could end the game to kill the 5. Because I think the only reason P-Vision can defend in the fashion that they are is that there's constantly this false promise on backup for the Jug. Otherwise, you can just pile on him and kill him with everything you have, but they're unable to. Ducalis' buyback being forced there, though, should open up the map. Now you have to play exceptionally carefully as P-Vision. Tormentor will go to Skeeter.
Yeah, that's all 5 shards now for Falcons.
I don't know where I'm at right now with no one, if you should buy out or save buyback. I kind of feel like you have to all in and buy that Axe and hope for the best. Satanic is queuing up MKB in an attempt to try to deal more with the Gyro. Guess you could make a case that Gyro is not your primary target this game and you're trying to break open the fight by killing the other heroes, but again, the problem, the Ghost Scepters, they got 3 of them, and Ench has Outworld Staff. It's not easy out there. It's about to hit level 25 though.
Because you don't really have a solution to the Outworld staff at all, because Nullifier's not going to do anything. All you can do is stun lock.
Send an email to Gabe Noel. The best solution you have is to try to make a case for it.
I have to say, the Outworld staff, even though I thought it was going to be a terrible item in this map, everybody's going for it. It's felt underwhelming, but against like,
it's just so good against Jug.
It's just a hard counter.
It's the best hero in the game to have it against. So, unsurprisingly.
That's why he hasn't been picked that much. Now we know.
It added to the pile of problems, right? There goes Roche.
Yep, another Roche for Falcons. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, Roche banner.
Who do you give the shard to? Probably the Pango. Yep.
MKB is what Satanic went for.
And they already have a wave all the way down here, so I think this is just straight up to the high ground. Skitter is going to perfectly line this up with a level 25 as well, get the additional flak cannon attacks, or the cooldown rather. Oh, that's down to a 16-second cooldown. A lot of pressure about to be put here on P-Vision.
yeah.
Can they hold? This
Lots
is
of
the
buybacks available.
biggest moment of the game. This is such a hard defense.
Oh, the force staff nicely done onto the gyro. He's in a lot of trouble taking a full omni slash. Skeeter able to get the outworld staff though, and 9 class is the first to fall. Big egg with the Sunray, but Skeeter is being able to heal through this quite easily as Malrine does get stunned by the egg. Now gets Cookie to the low ground. Falcons A-OK. Force the buyback on the 9 class. Now they can reset. Roche banner will be cleaned up. There's a damage rune in the bot side of the river. Not sure if they have vision there.
That was egg number 1 and a buyback on Flock. So now both supports, really good targets for Falcons to take down.
They will spot it. And they will bottle it from Malrine. So likely to wait for the epicenter to get back. You got the Dazoon Blood Right, by the way. Not sure if you mentioned that.
Luckily for you, I did not.
Extra AoE for Malrine. Probably the best tier 4 possible for this hero.
I think in this game it's the second best. I think the best one is Outworld Staff.
Yeah, maybe.
But
Can't
in
have
general, yes, this is the best.
All right, well, no one. Yeah, definitely holding on to his money for this buyback, for this eventual push, this next 3 minutes that Falcons have to work with.
He got his 25 as well. P-Vision, despite being 27k down, are starting to have a lot of damage, as a matter of fact. So now Jug is almost 6 slotted. The Storm 25 is a massive improvement. You got 2 Supernovas. The main problem is that your supports offer so little. I mean, look at the pitiful net worths in this breakdown. It's kind of unreal just how far behind they are compared to their counterparts. So they don't offer that much. The cores, even with this deficit, I feel like can put up a fight, but can you protect the supports? If they die first, the game might just end. 25
there it is.
On a Mar.
There it is. Aghanim Scepter for no one. Blue hole ready to go. He has 2,500 in the bank, so buyback still intact. Skater now. They have the 1 lane. He's going to take the electric board. Takes a lot of damage, actually. He's dead. That's life number 1. Falcons need to be ready. Rolling Thunder coming. Malrine misses the Burrow Strike. Gets the epicenter off though. Satanic easily be able to clear it. A beautiful egg just in time. No one, they kill off the egg. Double kill for Skeeter. And now the pressure applied to Satanic. He gets off a big Omni Slash. Actually kills off Malrine on the other side of the screen. Somehow, a huge blue hole onto 2. And somehow P-Vision is defending. Snake King goes down to the blade form as Amar, the last remaining member of Falcons, will TP out. Some way, somehow, P-Vision defend.
There's your damage.
That bounce on the Omni Slash was absurd. He doesn't have a blink dagger, so I thought for a second that he blinked after Omni Slashing. That was very fortuitous for Satanic.
I think seeing that, maybe no one should buy his shard too. Like just full on, you know, jump in, pop everything, just blast them before they can even react. That's scary stuff. I mean, look at this first kill.
Yeah, they kill him so fast.
This is without using Swift Flash. It's just attacks. I think Falcons just did not expect the damage to come out so fast. Malrine is stunning heroes that aren't in the game there.
They did kill off the egg really quickly, but the buyback obviously helping out big time. Look at this jump. Look at this jump. On all the creeps, they're fortified. That is crazy. And the blue hole to finish the job.
I will say, though, in this situation, Falcons did actually not use their Outworld Staffs all that well. Malrine used it outside of the Omnislash, and then when it came toward him in the end, he had it on cooldown. Trying to use it in anticipation, perhaps, of Satanic going for him, you have to hold it. You have to wait and try to clutch it up. But there's so much to keep track of in these fights. Got to be careful you don't waste it. But what a hold. P-Vision Now Satanic is going to get that refresher soon. He has the gold for it. Might just synth his Ags first into a blessing. How much is he missing for that and buyback? It can't be more than like 2,000, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't at 48 minutes. It's quick to farm. This game is...
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a good one now.
This is pretty close, honestly. 16K lead, I think it's largely inconsequential because the 16K lead for the most part is sitting on the supports, and in spite of not having those big items on the supports, they're still getting their spells off every fight. Ducalis has good positioning, they get off every single hookshot cog combination. 9 class manages to find impact with very little. And now if you're Falcons, do you understand the game state is the other thing. You're playing a lot on feel in these late game scenarios. You probably felt like you had a big lead. Now you lost a fight. What's the read? Is it we need to farm more? We have to get to our next set. We have to get Roche. And conversely for P-Vision, maybe you feel like, okay, we're actually strong enough to fight the head on now. We're going to contest the next Roche shot for once.
Who thinks P-Vision is going to go to the grand finals? All right. And how about Falcons? All right. Slightly Falcons favored, I'd say, in terms of crowd. But I agree. This is, I mean, the buyback for the Phoenix was a very big deal, but the game has slowed down dramatically now.
It feels like you can buy the time for the next buybacks now.
Yes.
Which is the big deal. Because you're looking at this Phoenix, and yes, there is room to grow, but essentially for the key part of this game, DM has everything he needs until the game is over. He has 2 Shivas, 2 refreshers, 2 ultis, and almost level 25. Everything after this, it's nice, but it's not necessary. Having Hex could be cool, but...
Aghanim Scepter is kind of crazy, isn't it?
It's also risky. You saw how quickly they killed the egg.
That's true.
You might not want to pull a Toronto-Tokyo. Of course, there's that very famous clip of Nightfall.
Oh, yeah.
Basically killed him and lost the game.
That was rough.
That's one of those things that's not easy to bounce back from, but...
They're still teammates.
Yeah, I suppose.
All right, so looking at Skeeter, I mean, I don't even know what you can do here. You replace your boots, I suppose. He looks like he's going for Manta style, so to try to mitigate a little bit of the Omni Slash.
Generate more targets for Jug.
All right, I know we're not there yet, but I have to ask a question. Tier 5 items, do you keep the Outworld staff? I'm not kidding.
You get Helm of the Undying if you get off.
Well, okay. Well, sure. If you're going to get something completely broken, obviously.
Yeah. Maybe you replace it for Sister Shroud.
Oh, yeah. That's a classic.
I think it's better than some tier 5s in this game. But I would say, let's see. It's depending on the hero, you definitely want to get the Helm of the Undying, I think on all of them over it.
Yep, of course.
Aside from that, Fallen Sky can effectively perform the same function, right? So that's also a nice replacement. Book of the Dead, more trash for Jog to jump on.
True.
I mean, you laugh, but he's queuing up Manta. That's the only reason.
That is true. Smokes on both sides. Invis for Malrine. Another rune about to come. Will be
Arcane.
No one Arcane. Oh boy, he's going to start this out right off the bat onto the Sand King. Sun reapplied as well. Will burrow to the high ground. Gets cookied for safety's sake. Now, the roll was actually very deep for Amar, but doesn't look like Falcons want to pursue. They have that mid lane. There's no one.
He's onto him.
He is. He's getting low on mana right now. There's the upper center burst right combination. Mallory coming in to get the bash as well. This is enough. There is no one. He zips away with out of mana. Onto the high ground. The Mortimer kisses with the Fate's Edict will heal him. And now he is going to be A-OK. Can P-Vision now turn the tide onto Falcons instead? 9 class. Running up front, gets the cogs onto Snake King. Bounce left, right, and center. But Bambi gets away safely.
Oh, that was really close for no one. He gets saved by the Fate's Edict. He gets a big Lotus as well, if not 2. That transfusion really helping, but nobody dying in that exchange.
Amar with the bash into the Abyssal. The Fate's Edict applied, though now there's 3 members of P-Vision nearby. He uses the Swift Slash. Satanic still with his ult available. Has the refresher as well. They're going to back away. This is super tense And now an Abyssal Blade finish from Malrine. They just want to bash, bash, bash Satanic.
It is so hard for Satanic to use his spells correctly. He's playing into, let's see how it's that, 3 Ghost Scepters, 2 Lotuses, and 3 out. Like, how do you use your spells reliably unless they're used on a stunned target? The risk-reward.
Yeah, those Lotus reflects can be brutal.
Now with the refresh and the blink, perhaps he can just brute force his way into it.
Roshan, a huge belch that everybody can hear as P-Vision attracted to the sound. Yeah, Battle Fury has been backpacked finally. As the Blink Dagger will eventually be a Swift Blink, but obviously wants to keep... Well,
trying
Satanic,
for the rune here,
yeah,
Satanic.
It is a haste top, so nothing super consequential at this stage of the game. 3 gems in the game right now as well.
So it's 2 Abyssals as well on the Dire side. So 2 times the lockdown in attempts to kill Jug. Effectively, their entire itemization is against 1 hero.
That's true. They have Oracle. So they know the rules.
There's a lot to keep track of.
How dare you forget such a thing?
A lot to keep track of in Pro Dota. Well, you say, how did I forget? It was Jug who went for it.
Yeah, no, I know. That's the ironic part. So
how did he forget?
55 minutes in, smoke from P-Vision. They scan out as well, so they know Falcon's location. Making a very good frontliner for a support.
Yep. Feels like an item that we could have seen in this game was Wind Waker.
Yeah, for sure.
There has been 0 of them purchased yet. And I don't think you have to worry all that much about the Oracle Purge, because he's going to backline a lot on Ducalis. It's not easy to get in for the offensive Purge. But nobody's queuing it up. Jump in.
Oh, that's a big Onyx Axe with a lot of damage. Down goes Skeeter. Fights back, but there's even some blade now on the start. They have to bash him again. No one is dead to Malrine now. Amar doing so much work in this fight. They're not going to buy back health. Onto Skeeter. Satanic in quite a bit of trouble. Will pop the Blade Fury, getting healed up. Will be able to get out of dodge as a result. They lose 2, buyback on 1. That was a huge kill on the Skeeter. Obviously has buyback available, but doesn't want to expend it unless he needs to. Can P-Vision try to force a fight? Crit.
Honestly,
spotted high ground.
I see Veins not buying back there. A really tense moment. I feel like a lot of players just insta-click the buyback and take the fight, but stays patient. However,
P-Vision
a big grab.
Yes. If it's scouted by Falcons, does Skeeter buy back? It's already at half health. They're running out of time here. There's a lot of shit inside Roche.
Yeah.
Line class,
known to be constipated.
Oh yeah, he's big time. He's about to blow. Snaking. Gonna get some vision. Gonna get his heal off to start things out. Satanic gets the Roche. There's still goodies inside. As the Epicenter's about to come, I believe. Amar with the rolling thunder. Stuck inside the cogs as DM pops the refresher. 9 class goes inside the pit. Uses the shard to get out. So in the end, they do get all the goodies from Roche as P-Vision, despite being down and out, it felt like early on. Now, quite possibly might be at an advantage despite being 20k down. Do have to worry about this mid lane though at all times.
Do not believe the graph. It is lying to you. This is not 84% dire.
Are you
I
kidding?
refuse to believe that there is 6-1 favorite in this game. This feels like a 50-50 to me.
Man,
that is crazy.
Maybe he has brain lag. Few minutes behind.
15 maybe, 20. Okay, no one is going to get the refresher shard from that Roche. So now, this next fight, the amount of artillery that P-Vision have is insane. It could become a little bit problematic here for Falcons to defend their primary targets at this point. When the damage is getting this crazy, you don't have a hardcore, reliable save like the Oracle, Shadow Demon, you know, something like this. You've got a cookie, which is nice and all. But the damage is going to be quick, and this makes it even worse. Perfect rune for Satanic now.
Oh my god.
The amp damage. You've got to look for trouble here, surely. You've got 3 minutes on the Aegis, the double damage in your bottle.
Holy jeez.
You just need to see anyone and jump them with a stun, and they just die in the blink of an eye.
Satanic running out of slots. Has the bottle, of course, that he will use soon enough. MKB or Manta will take its place. Still going for, he actually changes Abyssal to a Moon Shard.
Uh-oh, DM. Okay, no bash. That could have gone spicy.
Yeah,
Has the
DM.
travels 2 now, so he can deal with bottom and still connect to an eventual fight. And Juggernaut seems like a pretty safe travels 2 target in this game. He has not been burst really a single time. With the protection that they have from the Oracle, it's difficult for Falcons to pierce.
Final tier 2 of the, well actually no, there's a tier 2 top still, despite Falcons having the lane advantage right now.
They're spilling out bottom. And then TPing back. A strategic move like we've never seen before.
Unbelievable. We are 30 seconds away. I've been waiting the entire main event for this, and the tier 5s are coming. Can we get some tier 5 cheers in the crowd?
Who loves Sister Shroud? Okay, good.
Right, very educated crowd
That's
here.
all I wanted to hear. That's great.
Synderen will not be happy with that until it is literally deleted. I know you.
That's the thing about Dota players, though. Everybody hates or dislikes something.
Skeeter,
the game has everything.
Yeah. Skeeter buys the Midas so he can get a guaranteed neutral.
But fortunately, we love way more. Isn't that right, Shane?
That's right.
We love the cart.
Oh, man. Let's
And
talk
the
about
love,
Centaur
the
cart
love
right
is
now.
bigger than anything you would dislike.
Grab ally and the cart.
Yep,
and
that's right.
neither of those heroes in this game, of course.
That doesn't matter.
All right, how many Helm of the Undyings are we going to see?
Oh, yeah. That's honestly, that might be the story of this late game. It's so good for both teams. Shockingly, yes, it is good.
Oh, my
But against Jug.
Satanic gets Helm.
Yeah, but what do you
He's thinking about it. Oh, he goes for Stygian. Okay, very, very confident young man.
Audacious Stygian is a lot of damage.
It is.
It is a lot. Unrelenting Eye.
Oh, interesting. Fallen Sky for DM.
So more status resist for every enemy hero within 600 units, just trying to not get comboed, I suppose, on the Storm.
Yeah, I think Unrelenting Eye is definitely an underrated tier 5. It doesn't sound all that sexy, but it's got to be good. It's just Helm of the Undying, though. It's super crazy.
Okay, who can craft? Inch, Gyro, Sand King. Okay, all 5 of them on Falcons have crafts ready.
Do they keep the Outworld staff? Another Stygian. So Skeeter and Malrine go Stygian.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Amar cannot choose the Helm. We see the book on Snap. Helm
There's
of the
the
Undying
first
on
Helm.
Inch.
All right.
Arguably maybe the least impactful one they can get, because the spells that Snaking offers after dying are
Yeah, another Helm of the
less
Undying
critical.
for 9 class, so 2 supports have it.
This is a game where recrafting could become a real thing, though.
Oh, full smoke from Falcons. They have 5 out of 5 tier 5s. They're not going to find any opening, though, unless they want to go straight for the base, which is obviously quite the risk. Oh, maybe an opening onto the Clockwork. Snaking, going to be blocked off by the shards, though. BKB already popped from no one, applying all the pressure he can to Malrine, but he's be able to get out just fine. Satanic already used the false promise on him. He's going to put down the healing ward. Feels like a win for Falcons in terms of that small engagement. 9 class though, homing missile, swashbuckle to follow. That's a lot of damage from Amar. Using that ult as well, right on top of him. He's dead. Oh, Helm of the Undying is there with Malrine. Gets off the Emperor and the Burrow Strike onto the Phoenix. Can they get the stun lock? Can they get the egg up? Yes, he does with the Sun Ray to follow. Do they have the damage to get through? Do they have the right? Oh, on this class from Satanic. The egg is killed off. Fire out. The reflected load X. And Skeeter now. They have the numbers. They have the numbers on the Satanic, and he's dead. Has the buyback, though.
Oh my
yeah,
I think
has another egg at his disposal.
I think he misclicked. He swift slashed the Lotus first, and then he omni slashed the same target. I think so, at least. I mean, it's hard to keep track of everything in those fights, but they both definitely got reflected back to back. Satanic stuck in an anime teamfight loop. Nobody died. No one.
Oh, no one. Able to zip out. They have the buyback on Satanic. They do not have one on 9 class, though. Snake King likely to hold on to his, as this is a second lane now for Falcons. Not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. We are 64 minutes in. Amar looking for the Abyssal play, or actually the Basher since it's on cooldown. Still that tier 2 top, very pesky.
They're getting it at 64 minutes. They had map control for like 20 of these.
Yeah.
Just never went for it, but now it's time to strike. They really want this buyback out of Satanic.
Oh, 100%. They have the buyback. Oh, oh my God, this is the buyback for DM! There's no one now getting control. E-Blade applied. He's dead too. Has the buyback in tow. Satanic has to scurry back to base as the Rolling Thunder applying to the calls. With a fucking BKB on Oracle, for God's sake. It's 64 minutes in. No one. Gonna force everybody else back. The Falcons, they're actually gonna live on most of these members. Satanic looking for a target. E-Blade now. There's the Hex. The Malrade is gonna be able to get bashed though. Gets the burrow to the low ground. 9 class. Doesn't have hook shot up. Skeeter blocking the way. Gonna get blocked by the Cogs. 45k net worthly for Falcons. Another E on this process. 9 class onto the high ground. He's stuck up here now. Oh no, he's dead. Helm of the Undying activates as no one completely out of it. He's gonna get flashback. Oh my God! That's Satanic trying to get away. Only 2 members up. Actually, he's the lone member. Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment, but the Ghost Blades are too much. He cannot get through them. No nullifier. Now trying to circle back to his fountain. He's the last remaining member of P-Vision. Gets stunned up, but now in the fountain. Falcons have everybody alive. As now Satanic buying the BKB for one last hurrah. Goes in for the back. That is a lot of damage, but now the E-Blade keeping him alive. Omni Slash reflected. He's gonna be dead. Satanic is down and out. And that means Falcons will be going to the grand finals.
Wow, what an insane game.
Ну да, надо было фальконов ставить.
45 minutes ago, you could have told me this would be 30 minutes long and I would believe you. But P-Vision manages to stall it out forever. They get to their key items. I guess Amar has leveled up, not sitting and fainting at his desk after another late game scenario. I guess the first 2 games were not long enough for him to run out of steam and hit that fatigue stage. What a worthy game of sending a team to the grand finals from, though. That is crazy. And whoever gets to meet either of these teams tomorrow is in for a hell of a challenge. That was a sick game.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to cast one crazy game on this main stage as Falcons, they're the first ones to secure a seat in the grand finals here at TI. Like you said, P-Vision, another life in that lower bracket, and I guarantee you, nobody wants to face them, Cinderin.
I will say, though, perhaps the good news for the opponents of P-Vision is Falcons have perhaps exposed a little bit of an overall strategy. I'm sure the panel will talk about this later, but
yeah, for sure.
Maybe this is an avenue that other teams can think about how to target P-Vision in the upcoming series. Is Falcons clearly figured something out here today. This game was really hard, but they did get it done.
All right, let's get a post-game interview with Mr. Nomad and Snake King.
Thank you, Sunspan and Cinderin. Snake King, you have been to 8 internationals. Does it ever stop feeling this special?
I think the international is the most special tournament of the year for every single Dota player. So it doesn't matter how many times I've been to TI. It's always a very special moment.
And you have just made it to the grand finals for the 2nd time in your career. I mean, what does it mean, not just for you, but for this team as well?
I think it means the world, because every Dota player's dream is to make it to the international final and show that all the grinding and all the hard work that every player has done and put into the game is shown to the world.
And you have shown that absolutely here in this upper bracket finals, and you only need to do it one more time. I mean, have you thought about it at all, what it would feel like to go all the way?
Obviously, I've thought about it, but you don't want to get ahead of yourself. So just one step at a time. We just need to focus on what we need to do tomorrow.
Absolutely, and let's talk about those steps. Let's talk about how you got here. What have you been doing better than any other team at this event, would you say?
Making a lot of mistakes in group stage and learning from them. Because I think we played like utter crap in group stage with all those 60-minute games against Tidebound and Extreme. And we really learned a lot from them. And I think the only reason why we won this third game is because we really learned from our mistakes in the group stage and we didn't repeat them.
You absolutely did not. I mean, you had more experience than any other team here when it comes to game time, that is for sure. My question as well, P-Vision, I mean, how did you break 9 class? You made him play a normal hero. How do you do that?
I mean, I think he kind of just ran out of heroes. I think once Slark and Monkey, he didn't really know what to play.
All right. And finally, who are you expecting to see in those grand finals against you tomorrow?
I think it'll be Pari again. I think they're the most strong team outside of us, obviously.
All right, well, Snaking, congratulations. And Hamburg, let me hear it for your very first TI 2025 Grand Finalists, Team Falcons!
Congratulations are in order indeed. Falcons, your first team in that grand finals. And with that, of course, it also means that we still have 2 players in the running to being that 2-time TI champion. And 3 times, if you count Coach AUY, who has already won as a player and a coach, and potentially twice as a coach. Depends on who they're facing, though. At first, let us break this game down, because this was a long one, and we thought it might be a long one, T-Gov. It was maybe a little bit different than we were expecting, because it was not very back and forth. It was mostly forth.
I mean, it was just a beautiful game, right? Because P-Vision, they had their backs against the wall, they were stuck in their base, and then you have this epic moment where Satanic's hitting like these epic swift slashes, omni slashes, and wrong person there. No one on the Storm Spirit hitting these hits. Like, it is the perfect recipe for a beautiful game 3. But Falcons, the itemization, the team fight, they're helping each other out. Like, we're looking at the end game. There's 3 E-Blades, 2 Ghost Scepters, 2 Lotus Orbs, got a single nullifier available for P-Vision. But just dragging out the game, kiting out the fights, you just couldn't ask for a better game 3.
I'm still very impressed with what P-Vision were able to do in this game, because they were down so much. At minute 20, I was like, all right, pack it up. In 8 minutes, we're gonna be on the panel talking about this game. But they were like, no, they're so good at holding the map, playing these side lanes, trying to force Falcons back, and then making these clutch plays that we're talking about, where you're this far behind, but they know what they're playing for. But the problem is, it's Prime Falcons. Their early game is good. They got the heroes they want. And all these games that Snaking talked about, it's so much experience on what you want to build in the late game. What's your itemization? What do you need to do? Like, this team, so deserving of being in the grand finals.
They really are. I mean, we heard it from Snaking. They leveled up from their group stage. They learned all these valuable lessons from their very long games, so they go into long games like this, and you see that discipline come out of them. Mostly towards the end of the game, it was just about kiting those Omni Slashes, waiting for those Lotuses. You know, those Outworld staffs really came in clutch at some point, but they didn't falter when it looked like P-Vision hit this really strong timing. They got that pick-off on Phoenix when he dove in with no buyback, instant Abyssal Blade, and they sealed the deal there.
And when they took the Aegis, right, for Skidder to die, and when no one died, Skidder didn't rush buyback, they didn't panic over this Roshan. The game breathed, the game developed, and they identified the next move, and it is great to see the emotion. And I fully echo what Snaking was saying, how important the international is and how much it means. You could see that in the game. Falcons, they made sure that every move they made was so that they could punch their ticket into the grand final.
You have to be so happy for them. Like, first of all, Crit hasn't made it to a TI Grand Finals before. You have Malrine and Amar who've played together for so long. Yeah, they've won LANs, they've won other events, but this is something absolutely different. So the fact that, of course they need to celebrate. They're also playing out of their minds. Their itemization, what they're doing. Yeah, I can only sing praises for this team.
Yeah, Malrine in particular really stepped up these last 2 games. That game in his Pango was excellent. This one in his Sand King, he got his bread and butter. Their idea of camping mid with the Oracle and the Storm Spirit did not work out. He hit his timings and he was a menace on that map. You pair him up with Amar on his Pango, and they were causing chaos in this mid game. It was so hard for P-Vision to take these fights. They were constantly on the hunt. Amar also playing on the edge so many times. He was just going in. It looked like he may die a couple of times in that mid game, but he got away, clutching the mid game again for them.
Yeah, it helps that they also have this double abyssal, so when you do enter this kind of nail-biting part of the end game, between the 2 of them, top-level communication, they can just always lock down the Juggernaut or a Phoenix or any hero, delaying their entry to the fight. And again, I just wish I could just rewatch the end fight. It's
They are always very special and very spectacular. I think the Lotus or Omni Slash with Gyro and the obviously Juggernaut Omni slashing each other, as in not, then it's just beautiful to watch. You want to have moments like these on the main stage. They don't always happen because I do think that there might be mistakes in mind because you don't want to Omni Slash a Lotus Orb target. Let that be a lesson. Now, you also don't want games to go that long. Why did it go this long? Because you said it might be over in 18 minutes, and it wasn't.
Yeah, I think that P-Vision are just really good at like delaying the game, like in terms of they're like, okay, we're behind, and sure, like maybe this is happening. But we also need to like talk a little bit about like why did Falcons even have such a big lead in the start? And their lane swap is so genius. Putting Snap against Clock, first of all, Snap beats up the Clockwork, and you can free yourself out of cogs. But at the same time, Enchi in the offlane, you're gonna help your Pango so much. This lane can't really kill you. You outrange an Oracle as well. So I just want to highlight here, like such a big reason why they have this early game lead are these things. And not only that, if you want to pull waves, you would rather do it against an Enchi with some random creep and oh cool, I'm slowing you, than this guy. Like Crit goes for the cookie with the little shredder, and you just get this absolute free kill. And then later, it's not just those, like they just added up on what happened this game. They're up 3k gold, they've taken the enemy mid tower, they've taken the enemy safe lane tower, they've taken the enemy offlane tower, and now what? They park snaking in the safe lane. Where do you go from here if you're party vision? That's why I feel it's even more impressive that
Yeah, and to answer your question, Chiefs, about why it took so long for Falcons to close it out, it was
Оно не обновилось-то, ёптель налево. Там же было ФБ.
Him and Ducalis, they
Там не может быть меньше
in the map
очков.
such that he was always ready to take smokes for him, ulti him if he ever got caught. They farmed the edges of the map for as long as they could. And Satanic really showed discipline with his Omni Slashes too. He didn't join any bad early game fights. He didn't Omni Slash when it looked potentially good. For example, near their triangle when Pango rolled in, he was like, nope, I'm out of here. And he waited for his opportunity until the very end where he got that really cool Omni Slash with the Vortex. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but it was awesome to see.
It was great to see. Obviously, on the other side, you got carried Gyrocopter by Skeeter, and I think T-Gov, he deserves some flowers too.
Yeah, he does. He also has some good RNG on his tier 4 neutral. We already mentioned it earlier because we're talking about itemization, but of course the outward stuff comes in.
Да, но если бы там Фальконов оставил, а победителей Фальконы был бы шанс на 9 прогнозов. Их только 7.
We wouldn't have this game on our hands. You know what Effie's mentioning about Satanic, he was having one of the best games that you could ask for at a TI, you know, top 3 position, looking for the grand finals. And
Ничего я поменял в последний момент.
Nullifier, these little things, they hurt a lot. So
не знаю, мне казалось, что
not having their own items didn't really help their comeback potential.
Yeah, the Outworld stuff. I know you just glanced over it a little bit, and I know we talked about it a lot, or rather the commentary team did.
Первая кровь, ну блять, но все равно мало, 29.
You're not playing for the tier 4 RNG of the...
But there were 3, statistically speaking,
counterpoint.
29, блять, ну
They also killed
ёбаный
the Dragon
нахуй,
up to 100 when he had it, because they had the stuns, the teamfight, the execution. So they knew how to play into it. It was just...
Makes it so difficult for yourself, though.
It does. Yeah.
It's one of the downfalls of the hero, and it's also what Falcons like abuse in the later stage of the game. They have the double Abyssal that you have mentioned. They have what, a double Lotus Orb as well. You have multiple E-Blades to like try and save the targets so they get omnied. And even then, Satanic did so much. I would say that
пока не
they still
обновилось,
impress me a
но я
lot, 'cause I could see
предвкушаю,
that
что
they're
там
not
дохуя.
like crumbling under the pressure of a
Ну
TI
как
stage.
прям
I don't
дохуя,
want
не
to criticize
дохуя,
that pick at all
дохуя,
because he did incredibly with it. It was his call, was what we heard from
прилично
Assuming backstage.
прибавилось.
Satanic wanted to play the hero. He saw
Не, ну
something in that,
неприлично, блядь,
Gyro
29.
versus Juggernaut matchup. Unfortunately, there was a really critical error in the end when Phoenix
Тут я не
still
знаю,
went
сколько
for that
могло
buyback and got
прибавиться,
Abyssal.
там же
Had that
еще
not happened,
титул
we may have seen a longer game. We
сработал.
may have seen P-Vision take it even.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Didn't happen this time around,
Титул
unfortunately for P-Vision,
сработал,
of
но
course.
он
Fortunately for
сработал
Falcons, who are our first grand finalists. This
только
game in
на одну
particular, though,
катку,
had
а в
them be
одной
on
катке
the
было...
front foot the whole game long. They were ahead. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shiver. Yeah, the early game for Falcons was their
Ну,
bread and
game
butter,
2.
something they've been doing consistently throughout the road to the international leading up to this, and that's the Sand King mid and its ability to pressure towers. I did a segment on this during
Маралин
during
14
that
рун,
road,
ну
and when you
неплохо,
attack towers with this
14
facet,
рун,
you're giving miss chance of 50% to the
не
tower.
должно
So that
быть.
means anything that is tanking the tower is doubling its HP. Any regen that's going on, if you get a second neutral creep using your Helm of the Dominator or whatever else, it just makes your pushing so much better. In this case, they always pair, not always, but when they can, pair with the Enchantress because that's going to make it easier for them to supply this tower pressure at such an early point in the game. And then Mallory instantly shifts to the bot lane because his opponents had reacted decently with the defense, and they do the same thing here. This one creep wave, they basically traded a tower for a single melee creep, which is insane, but very, very valuable. And then what Mallory does is he goes back to the mid lane. So he says, I need to play for this rune, and watch what 9 class does. Does a great job with his cogs here to cause some disruption. And this one especially, he's going to shoot this cog right over the rune the exact same time that it spawns. So that even when Mallory Burrow strikes in, he gets stunned, and they pick up the haste rune, which is great. But again, if Mallory just attacks them, 50% miss chance, and Storm is definitely a huge part right-clicking at this point, so he basically cleans that up no problem, and then they walk mid with the brunt of their energy, including the gyrocopter, and they get both towers killed at 10 minutes and 30 seconds, which is a huge early point of the game. They go on to defend their safe lane, have a nice big gold advantage, and that is why the game got so hard for P-Vision, because they could not slow down this tower pressure.
Falcons had an absolute dominant early game, absolute cinema, some people might say, or if we're speaking a different language, Kino. And speaking of Kino, that's going to be the name of the next short film contest that we have right here, Kino.
Чуть больше. Было 32, стало 35, да? Ну, короче, было... Короче, 2К прибавилось. Много еще не обновлялось. Да, здесь если бы я оставил фальконов, там был бы еще шанс.
Could you name all the references of that one? There were so many in there. That was fantastic to see. And something that it's going to be fantastic to see is our upcoming series. We had our upper bracket finals. It was great. It's time to do the thing that's necessary. Eliminate one more team, because there's only space for 3 teams on the final day. We already got Falcons in those grand finals. We got P-Vision in the lower bracket finals. We can take a look at the bracket to see where we stand, because 2 more teams got to play today to see who has the honor on playing on Championship Sunday, Kezu.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to just wait to find out, because also the lower bracket, it's really, I mean, I would say, you know, you have the winner bracket and you lose. This is where it makes or breaks the team. So you drop down below and you have to make it work. You don't have a secondary life, but both these teams that we're seeing in the next match, I've seen them both level up a lot. Both BB team and especially Extreme Gaming after the, I would say, really devastating loss.
96 тысяч очков фэнтези, это сколько процентиль, блять?
They really have, especially BB team. Like, they've just flipped the
Короче,
narrative
если
on
это
its head of how we
99-й,
perceive
то
this
это
team.
очень
Like, in the past, you look
охуенно.
at this team as early game dominance,
Ну это
strong
точно не
laners, aggressive hyper
99,9.
carry who's always owning this entire game. This
Блядь,
entire tournament, they've been like
если
losing lanes,
95-й, то
struggling, making
пойдет,
big
если
comebacks, and winning
90-м,
off
это
of that.
пиздец.
So they're on their TI anime journey right now.
They really are. And with these top 4
Не
teams that we
знаю, какой
have
это
here
процентиль,
in
блядь.
Germany,
Ну
it
хотя бы
does also mean we
нахуй.
got a unique situation, T.
Yeah, I did a little bit of a deep dive across the last 14 internationals that we've had. You know, when you get to the top 4, you're like, we're at the international. What is the regional split, right? Looking at TI1, we had 4 different regions at the international, but then when you progress through the years, you know, TI2, TI3, TI4, TI5, China was so dominant. But look across the screen, you just
Проблема
don't
в
see
том,
Eastern Europe anywhere
что
dominating the top 4 until this TI.
Сейчас
With
я вам
both P-Vision
включу
and BB
видео.
breaking into the top 4, it's the first time
Проблема
ever
в том,
the region
что
holds a majority at an international.
Yeah, I feel like usually we have like, you know, you have
Я
your team
потерял
spirit
мысль.
at the top. Of course, they didn't make it this far, but BB team, they're always like in the contention.
Короче,
They
чем
kinda
больше у
make it,
меня
but then it's like
очков,
top 5, top 6,
условно,
they kind of
тем
fall
больше
short.
у других
But this
людей
time
в
around,
том
through the
числе.
lower
То
bracket,
есть
they're coming back, they're powering up, so
формально должно быть
We could
99.
definitely see them go further. Of
В
course,
прошлом году
Extreme
было,
Gaming is
конечно,
in the way of
дохуя.
BB Team. But let's focus our attention on BB Team.
Не знаю,
And in
просто типа
particular,
у
let's
людей
focus
вроде
our
поруинились
attention on the
прогнозы.
mid laner GPK, Kezu.
Как
yeah,
я
this guy
понял.
has been, I don't know what he did or what happened to him, but this guy's performances are really incredible. Like the way and the things that he just does, he plays with such conviction, confidence, and with like the correct heroes too. So we should take a look at kind of his stats, his KDA.
Даже
because
фэнтези.
This guy, I would say, out
То
of
бишь то,
any
что
other
мы
mid
набрали
player that we have, I don't see this guy lose
96,
his lanes
это
like
еще...
ever. Like every time that we see
Еще
him play, he
цветочки.
just destroys.
Те,
So
кто
these are the heroes that
трейдбаунд
he plays, and we
поставил,
touched on
могли
it, like, the
более
other days too, right?
хуёвым
The spirits aren't as much in favor, but his Earthshaker and the odd times where he does play the Void Spirit or the Puck or the DK, like this guy's stats and
Ну,
the
я не
heroes
знаю,
he
могу
can
на
play, he
пятерочку
can take
пойти,
over.
могу на
He can play make, he
4.
can make it happen for his team. And I believe we also have a clip because I want to show that this guy just has the confidence. This is from today's game. You are down, like your aim is that in between throws. You
96
just
тысяч.
respawn,
Возможно,
double
кстати,
step
это
into the pit like
предел.
a freak, and he steals the
Первой
Aegis. This was
крови,
just
да.
after Heroic bought back Yuma himself to kill them to now take the Aegis. The moment that GPK goes for
Да,
this play
прогнозы.
and
Ну,
steals
по
the
прогнозам
Aegis,
могло
the
быть
game
все
actually
лучше,
just
но,
ended.
блядь.
He's been playing out of his mind. Like, we talk about all of these comebacks that BB Team showed, but
Фэнтези,
the core of these comebacks
фэнтези. Не,
were
ну, один
GPK
аккаунт
and
может
Sage.
еще
He has been
проскочить.
so stable throughout this
Среди
entire tournament,
прочих.
and without his top performances,
В
BB Team would not have
принципе,
made
если
it this
хотя
far.
бы один
I
аккаунт
mean, at any
войдет
point, Pure fixes his laning phase, this team can
1500,
level up even
это
further. The fact that they're not all operating at 100% is scary. The fact
Но
that
я бы
top
хотел,
4,
чтобы
based on
хотя бы
Miro
один
or
аккаунт
Save or GPK, just dominating the, these mid portions of the game, it is just a scary
Чел
prospect.
чел
At
в
any
сотке
minute, when they
сидит,
fully
как я
wake up,
понял, но
then they can make
фэнтези
this,
очень
a
хуёвое.
true run to the finals.
Yeah, and I will say, we heard earlier from Snaking on stage that they learned a lot by having a really long road in the group stage and playing all these long games. I feel like BB Team has kind of adopted their strategy because every single series they played right here on the main stage, it went to 3 games. Surely that would have helped them move further and adapt.
It did. I mean, it's not the 3-game series we're used to seeing from them. Like I mentioned, they've had to make so many
What?
comebacks, but I think the really cool thing about their long journey
Блядь, он
is
сломал
that
деревья
he
и...
has learned a lot of humility. Like he's gotten his ass handed
Пиздец.
to him in a lot of these lanes.
Я сам виноват, я
Today,
остановился
with his
здесь вот.
gyrocopter in that game 3 versus Heroic, it felt like despite all of the negative emotions, he was able to pull through and clutch for his team. So maybe that momentum from that really cool win will push them forward here.
Yeah, and speaking of pulling through, Extreme Gaming
А,
on the
голды-то
main
нету.
stage as well. They did have a rough time in that upper bracket, but since getting dropped
Ну, я мог не
down
отдавать
this
ФБ,
morning,
я мог даже
because
забрать
we looked
ФБ,
very
если бы
Yeah, no, like
просто...
they look absolutely
Enigma
different, I
срубил
would say, this
дерево,
morning,
и
here at
моя
least.
пассивка не
Show some
сработала
fix.
на
Just to show us the
уклонение от
individual
атаки,
heroes we've
плюс
been
я
seeing coming
остановился.
out of Extreme Gaming, because we talk about P-Vision being the spicy team, but Extreme Gaming has been a little bit
То есть,
spicy
если бы он
for
не рубил
themselves.
дерево, у меня
Today we
был
saw
бы
Carry
шанс
CK come out of
выжить.
Ame, the sniper, that was an XM staple coming out. There's even been a carry Omni Knight at some point. They also run a couple of supports that other teams don't. They run the ET from the 5. They also run the Mirana. They ran it twice versus Beastmaster. So they do have a flavor that is unique to them that maybe BB Team doesn't necessarily know how to play against.
Yeah, I feel like the Omni Knight is kind of wild. I believe the Mirana was with like an SD, because their support duo, they play really well together, so I'm not too surprised that that's what we saw. But yeah, honestly, it's just really cool that every team, I believe T, you mentioned the other day, every team has their own style and their own heroes.
Yeah, and that is definitely true for the 2 teams that will be taking the stage in just a second, because it is time to welcome in our first team. It's BB Team.
And we're back.
BB Team!
We have seen it all from this squad. We have seen them struggle. We have seen them dominate and triumph. We have seen them go the distance on this very stage. Every single series here in Hamburg. Can they do it here again? Can they make it to a 3rd game? Can they make it to we'll find out. Their opponents surely have something to say about
Блядь, ну 7
that.
прогнозов
It's
это
none other than
пиздец,
Extreme
ребят.
Gaming.
Ну, с учетом, что другие набрали, тоже мало. Но, с другой стороны, у кого-то может сработать. Фэнтези 96. Ну, короче, надежда есть на Амиш, что он башни поломает еще раз в более долгой игре и действительно здесь играет.
Extreme gaming in the lower bracket. I think that is the most scary thing we've seen yet. Earlier today, they made sure that Enigma Galaxy was eliminated. Can they continue their lower bracket run to reach the grand finals? But so many people were expecting them to be in already. We are about to find out, because previous time, Extreme Gaming faced a team from Eastern Europe and P-Vision. They got O2, and it looked rough, Kezi.
No, it looked real bad. I'm not gonna lie. But since then, of course, some time has passed, and I heard that they thought some of the item builds weren't as good. They got a little bit exploited when it comes to the map play. So this is absolutely a team that I can see. You know, they take a beating and they level it up. You have Zhao as your coach.
Ну, короче, если я... Если Бэдбума побеждают, то всех прогнозы руинятся, скорее всего. Поэтому будем болеть за Бэдбум, получается. Но, с другой стороны, Ами у меня фэнтези стоит.
Dealing with this meta of map play, of split push, of these Helm of Dominator creeps, and I think Zhao's picked some stuff up from yesterday to today. I mean, we already saw the CK come out today. We already saw the mid sniper.
It depends on how Zhao wants to approach this draft.
Блядь, какая скрипка пиздатая, вопросов нет. Базару Зира, блядь, это скрипка стоит своих денег.
Like, realistically, is BB as quick as a team as, let's say, P-Vision, right? I don't think they are, so I think the game should last a lot longer. We should see the real depths of both teams kind of shine.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. And if we're talking about the depths of both teams, one thing that is not really deep for both teams is the Mars. It's quite on the surface, actually, Tiga.
Yeah, of course. Coming into this TI, we do have some incredible specialists on the Mars. I did look at these stats this morning, so I don't actually know if they include the XSS game he played, but that alone, we do have one of the best Mars players in the world, right, XSS. And I love the fact that throughout TI, both of Amar and XSS have played different styles of the hero as well. Like, some are playing for more, you know, BKB, refresher, utility, going to the front line. Some are playing for other types of utility with Lotus. Like, it's really different types of Mars, but it is a privilege that we do have two of the best Mars players still in the tournament, and I honestly hope to see Mars here with XSS, because again, that game earlier, I don't think I got the clip for it, but it was just iconic. So
arenas. I mean, this guy's Mars has been like famous for years, like ever since he started playing. His itemization, like you're talking about, he has like really clutch Lotus Orb, Linken's his spell usage. They're just very, very stable. Like, this is an incredibly stable team, so I feel like they've got a pretty good shot in this series.
And Extreme Gaming are very team fight heavy as well. Unlike other teams in this tournament, they haven't really been winning by, you know, split pushing and Helm of the Dominator. They've been winning by making it to late game, winning off of Ame's back, getting these clutch team fights.
But what you just described there with team fight teams need time to get online, right? It's why pace hurts them a lot. So I think if BB wants to be competitive,
много времени выиграл.
Find the scaling required and find new ways to play out the early game. Of course, we can entertain, you know, Nero playing the likes of Lycan, but he's probably not going to get his hands on this hero.
Yeah, I'm sure both teams have had a lot of fights. You can easily read that too in the KDA records that we have, I believe.
Yeah, like, we've talked about GPK before, and I mean, if you're a mid player, this is the guy you're looking at. Because this guy, he's on this, like, his KDA is kind of out of this world. Like, you look at the other guys, you know, Yuba, Rip, not here anymore, but his KDA is out of this world too. But GPK, I think he's really the one that has held this team together in, like, the toughest games. Sometimes, and a lot of the times,
ебать, когда 8-88 у Юмы, пиздец.
He has been the standout player. So if PB team fans out there want to see them do well, they've got to put their eyes on GPK and hope that he can perform like he did in the other games.
And the fact that we see, obviously GPK is there, but XSS as well. Two different roles. Does that teach us anything about the playstyle both of these teams have, and maybe which player they give a little bit more priority in terms of how they play and maybe which heroes they get in the draft?
It kind of shows that one team plays through their mid lane, right, and the other team plays through their off lane. When you have an off laner who's picking up Beastmasters, Lycans, Undyings, Mars, right, from XG, you're naturally going to want to play around early timings of, do they have Arena or Tombstones or Lycan Shapeshift?
also like one of the things that you have for XXS, for me specifically. Maybe I'm biased because I'm an offlaner, but I think this guy has played so well.
Когда там фэнтези обновится?
He has such a good KDA. I think this guy barely dies. Both him and XM to me have been incredible like standout players for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and on the topic of XM,
Мне главное, чтобы топ-100 вот нижний порог был поменьше. Потому что чем ниже нижний порог, тем выше шанс попасть в 99%. Блять, Урс, какой ты бегун, нахуй.
That GPK is famous for. So I am curious to see what kind of matchups we'll be seeing mid, because XM cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, like I remember, because you're right, it was around like, was it like KL with Azure Ray, he gets this like last pick Viper. He's like the anti-mid player. He's like, he doesn't care if he has top network, he's gonna make sure you don't have top network. And like then his team can use it, you have Ame, you're gonna carry, don't worry brother, we're the A team.
He's got a couple of standout heroes as well. We saw he was 3-0 on his Lush, 3-0 on his SF. Like, these are heroes that kind of carry from the mid lane, do a lot of damage for your team. And if you're talking about XXS playing heroes like Mars, these teamfight anchors, your mid player, being a Leshrac, capitalizes off of that incredibly well.
And I saw a couple of heroes also overlap with GPK, obviously most notably the puck. T, does that mean that we're going to have the puck be very contested in this upcoming game?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Or maybe BB allow the puck to go to the other side and suddenly you get a Shaker or a Void Spirit or a DK coming out from BB. I think what they're showing from BB is the fact that they are able to pick anti-puck heroes. They're not truly afraid of it. And yeah, mid lane will be so critical for this series.
That DK in particular, it looked solid yesterday. Yeah. They looked very comfortable running that DK plus Hoodwink, taking a page out of Falcon's book in that sense, and running a kill combo that makes your mid game a lot easier. I think if they recreate that today, that should work incredibly well against XG, because you're going to be dealing with a lot less ghost push than if they were to run it against P-Vision or Falcons.
Especially also if we looked at the graphic, they had picked Hoodwink, what, 12 times? It was one of the first times I've seen like a double-digit pick order.
Блядь, не успел.
This tournament alone. So yeah, it would work really well. You've got the DK on GPK, so absolutely, why not?
Yeah, we also have these two teams that they are very familiar with each other already, so that might be something to come into play as well, unless you guys are thinking that maybe in the last month or so, or maybe the last week or so, too much has changed. But overall, in terms of games, it is, well, in terms of series, it's somewhat even. In terms of games, not so much. It is BB team that normally, when they do win, they win 2-0. So the amount of games is 4 in favor of Extreme Gaming, 8 in favor of BB team, and that's quite a difference.
But this was the previous version of BB team, the one that stomped their lanes. There haven't been that kind of BB
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, for some reason, laning stage is not working out for this team, but that is why they were such a fame to Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming in the past were a team that really needed to come out of lanes even, or at least doing fine, because they played for that late game.
But it's also
Да, Дюрсу так и будет бегать.
Didn't show up in the entire year, right? Like coming into TI, it was like, okay, here we go again. Arme, you might get out of group stage if you're lucky. No one really predicted them to, dominate the group stage. So I think that the TI magic is in the air for clearly both teams, it seems.
Yeah, the pressure is on.
Да ладно, блядь.
Of course, would love to reach
Надо было чуть
top
раньше.
4. Top 3, because they have already reached top 4. The only player on the side of BB team that has done so before is Pure last year with Tundra. The rest on the side of BB team has never gotten this far to begin with, let alone be third. You would think then, Kazu, that the pressure, do you think they'll do good with it?
I think so, for sure. I mean, even then, like, you've overcome where you failed before. I feel like this helps you a lot, and every single minute, every single game you play on the main stage, it just makes it so much more smooth and like more casual the next time it does happen. And for me, Extreme Gaming, I mean, their most recent addition with X-Nova, like, this guy is incredibly good. We know him from Prime LGE, he did play with Army back then, and this guy's strength, like, foresight and like, kind of being an oracle in the game of what is the next move, he is so damn good at this.
Quite an overlap here, by the way, between Ame and Pure in their character.
Да, но в этой катке началось с того, что Enigma мне РФБ заруинил, я дал мне РФБ, блядь.
Arme go for the CK to try and counter the troll. We got a Bristleback where maybe it didn't really work out. We went for the Battle Fury to deal with a Broodmother. Like, there's interesting ideas coming out from both teams and how to kind of break down the meta of TI, and that is, again, the treat that we have. We have 4 teams, very different identities, and Arme has shown he's ready to go back into some very old tech in the hope to try and convert into a win.
Yeah, I do have to get this out of the way, by the way. There's obviously Extreme Gaming played first series of the day. That was 11 hours ago when they started their game about it. What's up to you?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, good.
Because behind BB is the entire crowd that supports XG, so they're going to be screaming at the back to BB the entire time, potentially carrying over and waking up XG if required.
I will say there was quite the difference in cheers.
Oh yeah, like a lot.
Yes, there's a lot of extreme gaming fans in
Да,
the
ебать, она
arena,
фуловая.
and that will amp anyone up. I will say that because when we saw BB Team face the previous crowd favorite, Enigma Galaxy, they were able to pull through as well. So potentially it might level BB Team up as well. We'll see how that goes, but it is indeed good to know that a fatigue will not play a part. If you played loads of Dota games every single day, you're gonna make sure you.
I mean, they play like 17 hours a day at home. Like, who cares? Like, it's gonna be 12 hours here on stage. It's fine. The adrenaline is here. It's your friend.
Quick confession. I played like 27 pubs once in a day before. Have you ever played more than 20 games of Dota in a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like if you're doing like some 24-hour I'm a Legion, I don't go to bed. Yeah,
But follow-up question: is it in ranked? Did you start the day losing and then you had to keep playing? Like, why did we play 20-odd games?
А почему такой плохой разворот
Was there a crazy stat from Seb that he played 36 games in 24 hours?
Yeah, but that's just Seb for you.
That is a unique player, that is for sure. I'm sure these players are going to be just fine with that. And I do want to touch a little bit more on the offlaners. I know we talked about XSS, but I do want to also focus on Miero, who is actually, in terms of TI plays on the side of BB Team, the least experienced player. He came top 8 in 2024 last year. I feel like he has stepped it up, Kazu.
No, absolutely. I think this guy is also like maybe even like the best form that he's ever been in, because he had a phase where he tapered off a little bit, but now he's coming back. And I would say they're both in a similar boat where they don't get the most resources from their team, but they still make it happen in like nearly every single time they do play. And we see here too, they have a lot of unique heroes to their name, Miro.
Yeah, and a lot of these unique heroes that they have carried their teams to victory, right? Like we've seen Miro, when he gets his hands on the Lycan, for example, or XXS, the game changes entirely. But Miro, he's gone 3-0. Is it 3-1 now? Or 4-1? I think he won another game on this Bristleback, but he carries when he gets his hero. You look at XXS, he'll play that offlane Undying sometimes. He'll be like that big bad that his team rallies around really early on, then transitioning into utility where he can unsave Ame. They are very individual in this sense, but you are very right. They take a lot less resources than the rest of their team.
I honestly hope to see Bristle, Lycan, or Center for him. These are the type of games where Lycan through map pressure, Center through scaling, and then the Bristle, of course, like you just mentioned, it's just chaotic energy. And any of these heroes will give BB a very good shot in this series.
What kind of priority do we feel like they'll take in their draft in terms of roles? Are they going to try to get those offlaners first? Is there one player in particular, one role in particular?
It will start with Hoodwink.
Okay.
If that's banned, then maybe it'll go towards offlaners. But from how they've been drafting at the moment, it's along the lines of Hoodwink or Shaker / offlaner.
Да какого хуя? Как он блядь?
BB Team.
Ну я вот это не попал, как долбоёб.
Team Gaming. Game 1.
We've got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side, BB Team on the Dire side. First pick to Extreme, and Me's overall last pick going the way of BB Team. We'll see how that will go. A couple of usual suspects already eliminated in the sense that the Lycan is there, the Naga's there. The Mars continues on from previous series as well. First phase ban, Beastmaster, Shadow Fiend. And I will say, I feel like, you know, we see that Marcy on the banning side of Extreme, and we basically have not seen Marcy over the last few series, I feel. It's been kind of ignored, but they're putting it back on the map.
Yeah, we've not seen it too much. Same with the Shadow Fiend ban. I don't know if there's much more that I should be looking into, because sure, you only have one ban in the second phase. Generally speaking, SF is good against like offlaners that lack armor, you know, like your Bristlebacks, or if you really want to rely on Aegis. So I don't know if there's something that I missed the last couple of days in pops, or if they're really just trying to protect something for later.
Yeah, it feels like one of those type of bans where, like you mentioned, it's starting to set the foundation of if there's a Shadow Fiend and they're flexing it, and maybe it's a carry and they dominate the safe lane. They also want to secure the rest of their draft.
Yeah, I think that what they wanted to do was make sure that XM doesn't get that mid hero that will counterpick those typical melee styles. You know, like the Earthshaker that just came out for Extreme Gaming. With XM, you can't take any risks. He's 3-0 on that hero right now. If you give him a lane for it, he will always pick it.
Yeah, and we've got to see too, because we have seen the bot response. So Extreme Gaming, of course, they do take that out because it is one of the better responses. So I also kind of want to see where BB Team do take it. They're not the most notorious Monkey King team, so maybe they'll just be like, sure, you farm, I'll pick something where I farm, so maybe they don't care as much about like the counter pick within the lane.
Yeah, I just want to make sure for XG that they continue down this line of make sure Shaker isn't just fully rotatable, right? I don't think BB will do it as well as other teams that we saw, at least in that previous series. But like you mentioned, seeing the quad band, it's already, Shaker will be mid, you know what's going to be happening. It'll be Kaya, wave push, blink, rotations.
And they did flex Shaker to offlane earlier today. There is a chance that if they see something even better for the mid lane, they might just throw that or Shaker give it to XXS.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. XXS, when it comes to like spell casting, backliners, and like you enable your
Бля, да
team
почему
to,
мне
like,
постоянно
play the
маны не
fight that they
хватает?
want, he
Ёбаный
excels on
нахуй.
all of these heroes.
Каждый раз.
This is an unusual opening from BB Team, I want to say.
То сколько бы импактора ко мне сделали бы?
This early.
Based on the flex to Shaker to offlane, I don't mind the TA because it can, because your second pick, you'll have last pick in the draft, you can now follow the Shaker the entire time, and be it mid or carry TA, you're going to be able to bully the Shaker, right? We don't see mid TA that much, but it is a GPK specialty, and if you can get it through, you will do it.
Yeah, the flex is always open there, but I wonder if there's an element of let's just make our safe lane have an easier time than it has been having. Let's just pick a very stable laner for Pure, one of his signatures, and make sure that he doesn't get his heroes banned out later on.
It's a step in a very helpful direction for Pure, at least.
I mean, I like the safe lane TA a little bit more than mid, because I do think like when you, sure, it's a very good hero, it farms a lot, it does very well in those lanes, but you don't help your team very much. And I think BB Team, they rely on GPK to open up the map or at least be able to help you defend the areas that you need to play in.
The only time that you could put the TA mid is your carry becomes very sacrificial. Like, the only, realistically, you need like a Skidder style carry.
Который раз нахуй маны не хватает?
Well, no surprise in the save Hoodwink. I'm sure that XG knew this was coming. BB Team are very happy that they do get their hands on it as well.
Now you just need your Hoodwink kill combos, right? You know, your Centaurs, your DKs from mid, anything that can set up to take advantage of this hero's early game impact.
So for XG, we're most likely just looking at their double support, something that they've played a lot. So they'll go with the Bane. I wanted to mention that they play a lot of ET, which would have been available in this moment. But you get the Bane Snap, two heroes that honestly can do quite a lot on the map, whether it is set up to be your 1+1 or the follow-up damage into the Shaker, and two different saves.
And when you want to look at like the regional differences from our top teams that we have left, XG always want stuns. They always want ways to take fights. And like you just mentioned, that layering, you've got the Cookie for a save, you've got Nightmare for a save, you then have Cookie for a stun, you have Grip, you have a Slam. There's so many ways for them to save, kite, and prolong engagement.
Ёбаный нахуй.
Execute TA can be quite a volatile here when you blink in. If you don't have the pike and ways to disengage, if you're getting locked down, you can just get 100 to 0.
Yeah,
Pre-BKB, of course.
By including Bane so early in your draft, you're making it an anti-carry draft as well. You're making sure that this TA that goes picked first does not go unpunished.
I would say it's kind of a crazy silencer game, if that's something that BB Team would want to look for. You're good against both the subs, you combo break Earthshaker. But then if you do want to put your TA safe lane, I would say it's fine, like it's pretty good. With the Storm too, I feel like the layering would go well, but otherwise if they want to go for comfort, I think the Katomi Disruptor and Naga, they both look so damn good, and there's nothing wrong with those on this stage either.
I loved watching Katomi play the Disruptor. You feel like there's this kind of aura around him that if the game's difficult, he just tells his team, guys, no matter what, once I get to blink Aghanim, I will find that stun.
Да ладно!
To have that turnaround potential.
Это невозможно. Как он? Как он невидимого бил?
No, not really. Like, it's two good lanes against Shaker no matter what. Storm mid v Shaker and TA safe lane like we already mentioned.
I just want to say this is the first Storm Spirit game for GPK this tournament. It's one of his signature heroes. It's one of his most famous heroes over the years, but we haven't seen it yet this tournament. They took a page out of P-Vision's book a little bit from that first game that they had versus Falcons, where they put the Storm mid, they get the Oracle to secure the runes, and they just play around him. It's very clear here that BB Team are wanting to play through GPK this game.
Which is honestly very interesting. I do like the Oracle pick here. Uh-oh, we've got a, well, you've got AM against at least Oracle and Storm. Don't deal with this hero very well. I would say Hoodwink is like so-so. Yeah, TA can tempo, but, you know, giving Ame your 18th pick in a game where you're setting him up pretty well, I'd be pretty happy if I'm XG.
what are the big offlaners though to deal with the anti-mage, right? There's Night Stalker, there's Slardar, there's Axe, right? Blink Blade Mail, Happy Days.
Night Stalker's already out.
Yeah, yep.
LC, Huskar if you're Falcons.
That's Falcons, yeah.
We'll see. On the other side, we are of course looking for the bans. The BB
Надо
team
было
will do
ультить. Может,
mostly
забрал
also
бы
for
кого-то.
XXS, assuming that the Shaker is going mid. Do you still want to place the Shaker mid with the Storm there? Or you want to rotate him?
А чё вы его не хотите убить?
You definitely can. I think there's not a real issue with doing it. I mean, the good thing is you have the choice. I'm trying to think. So you know that the TA is safe lane. I think a different hero would pressure the TA more.
У меня что, бесконечный ультаж, что ли?
I think for XG, Shaker goes mid, find the offlaner, right? Create tempo, like you're saying, pressure that TA. Shaker will go 50-50 with Storm. It's whatever, right? Storm will hit some creep, you play for Rune, you know, life goes on. But I think if you shut down the TA, if you bring life, and also it's an independent offlaner around minute 4-5, if things are to be tri-laning into Angemade to take some fight there, you can free up your support. So I think a sturdy offlaner is critical for XG.
I'm kind of trying to think of what that would be, because a lot of the heroes that I could think about that kind of like own TA quite hard in lane, or heroes I would like, they don't like Oracle too much. Like some, you know, Darkseer would be kind of cool, you get a lot of auras, it's cool stuff for you, but Oracle makes that a lot harder.
They do so long to ban out the Shrine.
I wonder if they could do something like take away one of the anti-mage counters by picking it themselves, because they get the pick out of the ban phase, right?
Like a Slardar?
Yeah, so instead of banning Slardar, you take Slardar. That could be something.
If they feel like that there's 3 heroes in total that really ruin you, and if you take those out, you secure his game, that's an option.
Блять.
I'm gonna go for a hero suggestion.
Не дают нахуй. Тяжело, когда ты не тренируешь белку.
Brewmaster XG. Chill off lane, you can be relatively independent, you just send in the clones, you kind of delay the game, you're anti-early game skirmish, you buy time. We don't see it too much, but with the Shaker, the Brew, so much team fight control, Arme will be the shining star of the draft eventually.
It is. It's pretty. It's like an OG counter into Oracle, because you find the backline, you can lift up the hero. You have like the overall rotation, and like you can collapse on the TA, which is kind of nice. I would not be opposed to that. Maybe it doesn't give you like the super cool lockdown into Storm, but maybe they don't really care, because you've got the AM to cover that anyway later on in the game.
What if it's just an offlane taker and they just want to pick
Ну это пиздец.
Sniper or something ridiculous? Sure, he's playing against Storm, but Sniper does beat up Storm in lane, you know, even though he gets jumped later. Or Death Prophet.
Oh, yeah, this guy is nasty.
Yeah,
I love this one.
That is a great pick.
It gives so much like forward-thinking attitude, right? Like if it is DP to be versus Storm Spirit, Storm can never rotate. You hit Exorcism, you're going for that tower. Hoodwink and Oracle, when they rotate towards that mid lane as well, it's not going to feel that good into the Exorcism.
The silence is going to be incredibly valued too. Just being able to run into this Oracle, silence him, make it so that Storm is threatened early on, and just the ability to kick Templar Assassin out of that safe lane early on is going to do so much, because you take away this tower from the TA, suddenly Anti-Mage is there with his helm, taking all of the farm in that area. TA is not ready to rotate to the other side of the map yet.
Yeah, I really, really love this pick. It just goes to show, like, there's a specific few players that will take completely different heroes. There's so few mid players who even look or think about the depth of the
так мало урона?
BB team. Just a classic old chill Sand King. You know, you get your offlaner, you get your blink stun. I will say, like after XG banned out those 2 heroes, they should be quite happy to see a Sand King.
I don't mind the Sand King, the fact that Mirror go very quickly for Blink Dagger, and when XM's going towards hands with Exorcism, if you do get that blow up, if you do get that 100 to 0, it kind of buys time for you to then smoke up, go find an anti-mage, get a kill. But it is, if you miss that spell, if you don't hit that 100 to 0, you're going to feel really bad into an anti-mage. It's like anti-mage for Sand King, also a pretty good lane for the anti-mage.
Yeah, your lane is miserable against
Yeah.
Sand King here. Like, you're putting him into a losing lane. You're basically saying that, okay, our support's going to play the Storm Spirit. We know where the runes are spawning. Let's just throw a Sand King into the triangle and hope he catches up. That's kind of a tall ask to do this time around, because that triangle is going to be needed by the TA and not the Sand King if she gets her tower taken from her by the Death Prophet.
You guys are kind of painting a pretty
Стоп, чё?
for BB team, not gonna lie.
Jiaowei have drafted a beautiful draft. It looks great. It looks
Ебать.
amazing, and I'm not going to try and hide the fact that I just love looking at their draft. But the thing with BB is, like, even if their draft is weird, or
Блять,
their
а
laning
как
is weird,
я в
they always
него-то
find these moments.
попал?
So on paper, I don't see it happening. But fast forward 35 minutes, I'm like, of course, they do that, right? So yeah, I'm just going to wait and see. But draft-wise, I think, yeah, there's so many layers to XG's lineup.
I mean, the advantage in my mind that BB team should have is potentially some of the lanes, like if GPK lanes goes well, first Aegis should be theirs with the TA, but I'm on board. I think that XG found a really good way to slow down what BB team wants, so I feel like the director kind of cooked this game.
I think GPK has a lot on his shoulders. He's got to really pop off with his signature Storm Spirit because this draft was crafted around enabling the Storm Spirit. So if he can get off to a good start, crush these lanes, get these pickoffs, early timings before anti-mage is too strong, that would be their way in.
But what's the solution if he can't leave his lane because the moment he does, the Death Prophet pushes his tower? Do you just give up the tower and hope you get a better trade?
You can try to have someone else like pull the wave to delay it, or when XM makes this move into mid tower, just bring some heroes over. Like be ready to make this move. T already mentioned Miro on the Sand King. Maybe he can be freed up. He can just TP mid if you overstep. You gotta do some things. Be creative. Yesterday against the Huskar, they didn't show me that.
Just shut down the Death Prophet, and then maybe there's a game in play for me.
We're gonna find out what's gonna happen in the first game of this elimination best of 3. Before we see the game though, we're gonna head over to the stage where Tsunami is with Coach Bulls.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Bulk of the BB team. Again, good to see you, dude. What you been up to for the last 4.5 hours?
Привет, Булк. Чем вы занимались последние, эдак, 4 часа?
Поели, отдохнули, посмотрели игры.
So, we ate some, we chilled some, we watched some Dota. That's it.
What a coincidence. That's the same thing I've been doing as well, except now you've got another stressful game ahead of you. This is the first time you picked GPK Storm all tournament long, and then immediately they respond with an anti-mage. Were you expecting that in second phase, or maybe taken a little bit by surprise?
Вы впервые взяли Шторма. Удивлены ли вы их ответу в виде антимага, или вы ожидали его?
Да, мы не ожидали антимага.
Yes, we did not expect the anti-mage.
Now tell me, is he being serious? I feel like I'm sensing a bit of sarcasm here.
There is some sass in there. Вопрос в том, насколько серьезен был твой ответ.
Полностью серьезно. Мы не ждали антимага.
Well, I gotta trust you then, and if you two were taken by surprise, let's see if your players were not. Bulk, let's see how you do in the second elimination series. At least pass it over to our casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Tsunami, and of course the lovely translations. Love to hear it.
Yes,
I cannot freaking wait for this series. It's top 4, man. We're here.
Yeah, we've been waiting. We got some game 3s. It's been a great day so far. I would like some more. Can we get another game 3, please?
Keep doing it.
Yeah, let's just do that.
I think that this is also one of the times when I'm watching these games and I'm out there and I think about, man, these guys have been here for a while. Like, we just did the interview, obviously, with Bulk. They were sitting and staying. But the other thing that I heard was that XG, throughout the entire duration of this time that they were hanging out here, after their series, they didn't leave. So they've just been waiting all day to see who their opponent's going to be.
Yeah, keep an eye on the game, see how everyone's doing, and you know, there were definitely some questions heading into some of those games. For quite a while there, I wasn't sure who they were going to be facing either.
Oh no. I was like for sure that it was going to be Heroic facing off against them, but in the end it is BB team that end up taking it, and we're going to be facing off here in this one. And it's also a really interesting moment because you take a look at this matchup, BB team, P-Vision, you know, you're up there also with Falcons. These squads have been in the top 4 9 times throughout this entire year. For XG, it's only their second time in top 4. They're trying to upset the narrative.
Yeah, and so far already doing that very successfully, considering many of you out there, and maybe myself also, didn't even have them getting out of the road to the International, let alone putting on such an amazing performance earlier in this tournament, and thus making it this far.
Well, it does mean that we're going to be treated to an absolute banger here, I am sure, as already a Death Prophet coming in mid. I was wondering.
That hurts.
Yeah, that was a nice.
Little uphill miss there.
I was wondering if we were going to end up seeing the Shaker bit pushed over towards mid, but deciding to put it on XM, a hero he is somewhat known for playing it on. And an XXS is going to be the big money maker on the Earth Shaker this time around.
Yeah, XM is bringing out a few of the hits today. You know, we got the Sniper coming out here. Maybe the Viper later, perhaps, you know, if we really want some dirty XM. But speaking of the hits, speaking of signature heroes, I always say, if you're in trouble, and GBK's on your team, you break that glass in case of emergency and you pick up the Storm Spirit.
He really is just a phenom on this one, and so far already taken a few hits from the Death Prophet, but you can see sitting pretty in the laning stage. Of course, the big question mark is going to be how do they deal with the elephant in the room? We haven't been talking about it yet. Ame on anti-mage in full anime mode here in top 4.
Yeah. Well, there'll be plenty of time to talk about him this game, I'm sure. One way or another, you know, either winning or losing, the game often comes down to a lot of conversations about what is anti-mage doing? As you are pinning a lot of your hopes on this hero, but it is certainly a favorite for Ame, so not too shocked to see him play it here and getting it in this matchup that the hero does love, as he gets pressured under his tower right now by a Sand King.
Some good early harassment in there and making things a little bit uncomfortable. Can see Save just throws out a few of these little buckshots at him and forces back. And actually even gonna glyph the wave here. This is over towards mid happening. Ame is somebody that's a little bit vulnerable on that anti-mage here in the early levels.
They see GPK getting in a little bit of trouble there with the Siphon coming out, but head the distance. And yeah, I mean, Death Prophet, like I said, a hero that XM certainly has played before, but not a hero we've seen a lot this tournament. Definitely, I think the first time we've been casting it, so it'll be interesting to see just, you know, the classic is just how much are you getting out of each Exorcism.
And that was a big one. Pure's Courier goes down. Was a very tough situation there. Or was that Ame? No, Ame's just coming on out to him. He's going to be fine.
I think for me, speaking of someone else we haven't talked about this game, one of the best individual performances of today was Zinq on Snapfire earlier this morning. I feel like he absolutely dominated in one of those matches, so I'm sure he's feeling very good being back on this. And likewise, I mean, it was XXS as well, right, when he was playing on the Shaker. So they've already kind of warmed this up and are feeling very good about this.
Right. Well, and that's going to be the other thing to watch for is obviously when, you know, XG was playing before, they had that tough series against P-Vision and able to come together and put some solid results in this morning. But BB Team, a very different type of opponent to be playing up against. And want to see if they can sort of push this to the more late game scenarios. Obviously going to have really strong team fight around this Sand King too if Nero can get off to a hot start. And already you can see across the lanes, they're eking out just a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think this morning XXS had a like 10-minute blink. It was like right around the 10-minute mark. He busted it on off lane, which is just crazy. You can't really assume that you're going to get that again. Zinq also just had an insane amount of kills that game, so not off to such an explosive start in this one.
Still 0-0 at 5 minutes. And not a whole ton of roaming around. You got a freaking Oracle support here. The benefit, of course, is it does mean that more likely to be able to set up your Storm Spirit for good runes with that prognosticate.
Yes, very important thing to point out there. That innate is just crazy good on Storm Spirit. We're always talking about how runes run the Spirit heroes, and I would say that Storm Spirit is the most susceptible to losing runes and having a really bad early game. But here it is, the first Exorcism forcing down this tower. They've got supports on each side. Snape's trying to pull this off here, but like GBK's in the jungle doing stacks. He now returns, but this is
oh my god,
a lot of damage. I mean, it's a siege wave, and
yeah, 6 minutes, and Zinq making that move over to get the little shredder debuff on the minus armor, and look at that, a 6-minute mid tower gone.
Really, the only good news is that it was a shield room that they couldn't contest during the Exorcism, so GBK can take a slight Pyrrhic victory in that at the very least.
У меня 7, у чуваков типа 8, 9.
That is going to really open up the map. And I think the biggest thing also that this Death Prophet is going to give you as we see those camps blocked out is this sort of like countdown easy timer to take buildings consistently, right? Every single time that ulti's up, going to be trying to make some moves with it.
Yeah, and one of the more important things too, as you heard the panel mention, was this idea of the Sand King relying on stacks this game. Already you can see not having an incredible lane, obviously, versus the Anti-Mage. It's hard to really bully a whole lot. Like, you're doing okay, but you know, you're not this dominating Sand King. You're hoping to get these stacks there. You might contest with Exorcisms.
Does have boots on Zinq and making his way over. Is he going to be able to get there in time? Whoa, just barely. And Katomi going to be shut down from that one as he will be eventually brought down.
There it is.
The first blood drawn by XXS.
Oh man, if that body block had have worked, that would have been awesome.
Oh yeah.
Not quite able to do it there.
Dude, this crowd right now chomping at the bit to just get going. honestly. I feel like they are prepared for this game to go wild in a few.
They're very organized. They have tools over there already, as you were mentioning.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah.
It's like a little brass plate they were hitting.
Getting the chanting organized here. Well, there is no agreement this time for 0 helms or anything, obviously, as it is finished up here for Ame. Our go-to build on this anti-mage this tournament.
As has happened time and again, and XM does not get the benefit of knowing where the rune is, so Storm bottles up the haste, and XM realizing it's going to be gone, but does have ulti ready. Want to see what XM decides to do with this. Is he going to play for a more farming-oriented gameplay, or is he going to try and sort of bully down these lanes?
I mean, it would be nice to just move towards your Shaker, I would think, you know? Try and take that top tower, make things a little bit more difficult up there for Pure. On the other hand, you could just say, hey, the lanes are going well. You're already just kind of chilling on the wave right now as a success. Could wait to respond instead and just keep controlling mid.
Блять.
But the Ghost is starting to meander a little bit towards the north. X-Nova's coming through the Twin Gate. All right, we got a plan for me here, perhaps.
But this is the other thing, that you do have to be concerned about. A haste rune with the Storm Spirit could turn stuff south pretty quickly. And
Yeah.
X-Nova
XM actually just goes straight back. He's like, there's waves coming in. That's not full commit, and X-Nova just goes right back through the gate. I mean, they have this trap on there, which is really nice, of course, to keep an eye on these support rotations.
Burrow strike the helm, tries to do some damage.
Nice.
Was not able to get there in time to take over another one, so the gold is handed over. And while this is happening, while the Ancients were blocked, GPK was able to take out 2 triple stacks over in the jungle. So he is building up his own net worth to try and contend right now with that Death Prophet.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, you know, trying to get your Galvanized going. Those do come from kills alongside levels, and not able to get one with the haste rune is a little painful. Nero is calling for a defense here.
And
Да, блядь, ну все мои центры поломал.
With level 6 there, the cookie.
They got Oracle
It's the
save.
stun, but it is going to be Bane in trouble. Now the turn on to Miro, but the save is there. Oh, false promise doing some work, but XM does have the ulti ready and just has to TP out with 1. Now Ame gonna chase down Katomi, find that finish, and will move immediately into the tower.
Yeah, not what they were really hoping for. You don't get a good initiation there. You get the save from the Oracle, very nicely done, at least to get Miro out, but there's no conversion there from GPK. They still get the tower knocked down, and now that's the mid-tier 1, the bottom tier 1 gone, and the classic Ame getting so much space.
Yeah, and on a hero that will make good use of it as well. Only 1 point up right now in that counterspell and ready to start working his way through the bottom of the map farming, and this is what you want to see for XXS. Will manage to do a nice little chunk of damage there, and does have his Blink Dagger now done.
Man, this guy is crushing it on Shaker today. Actually ridiculous how fast he's getting these.
Блять, какая же эта сука ломает
So at the
варды.
very least, because he's farming up with the Echo Slam, of course, there's not going to be this like immediate movement. But when it's back up, I mean, you know, you got 4 points Aftershock. You're very happy to start making maneuvers across this map, and you've got to imagine Pure is the prime target. Or I guess ending GPK's life would also be great here to try and start working on these galvanized charges, as he is going to get smoked up now by Save. Only has an illusion rune to work with this time.
Scan does connect though.
Oh, but
they know that
to what
Ame is
end?
here.
You know, and I guess if Miro's here too. Okay.
Gonna try and make something happen. Sees Miro. Now Ame realizes that the jig is up.
Yeah, the spidey senses are tingling.
Did he really get caught? No. Blinks away. Ame never in doubt. Does he lose the other creep though? He might just. XXS finishes off that camp and is going to head back home before getting ready for a smoke play, most likely. So just about the 12-minute mark as we hear the crowd picking up again, trying to instill some hope. The team they're hoping is going to come away with the victory in this.
Again, another rune secured thanks to Oracle's passive. Or innate, rather, I should say.
And maybe looking for another go here onto Ame, but he's already backed away. Heading off to the other side, leaves us creep behind.
I mean, they're just, this is what I love about Death Prophet. I always love this hero because it just gives you such clear direction for your team.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the enemy team knows what you're going to do, sure, but it's so powerful that they have to be ready at the exact moment.
And they are not ready at all. Pure in a world of hurt will get saved for the moment with the false promise. And Katomi able to get there in time. Are they going to try and translate this into anything else, though? XM has Exorcism going. Having already used kisses and the jump from XXS feels a little shaky.
I mean, there is still Echo. You know?
That's true.
They have to really fully commit for this. And okay, they are. Miro's coming through. He has his Blink Dagger. This could be a mistake from XG if they try and force this.
Oh, they saw for a second there, actually, on the Miro. And so the one left behind is going to be X-Nova. Save picking up that kill. But everybody forced to the side of the map. And look who's down bottom. Yet again, Ame farming away on the anti-mage. Happy as a clam.
I think that was a good call from XG. Just cut your losses. Just get it there in that moment. You try and force that just because you popped Exorcism, and that's one of the easy mistakes you can make when you're running a Death Prophet lineup. Just accept that they were ready, right? They had the TP in there. They got the Oracle save. It was a nice play. Give them their opportunity there and just go back to farming elsewhere until the next Exorcism comes up. Also have another smoke available here for X-Nova, so we could see him getting active XSS. And he's got about 1,000 gold to go for the shard too. And the next big power spike there on that shaker, and also a massive farming item is Pure is just able to start whittling down this tower as Kataomi will stack some Ancients for him and just defend his presence here.
I mean, this tells you everything. Ame right now is under a ward, just farming, and there is no interest from anybody, a BB team, to go on in and try and contest this.
Yeah, they're going to try and play their own game, right? They're going to hit their own very specific timing with these TA items into the Roche Pit, into the Tormentor.
Oh, Ame!
All right.
That was pretty sweet. That was good. I like that.
Oh, and as well.
Ame добил вышку, это хорошо.
Pick up a kill there. Save gonna grab that one.
So X-Nova brought down again, just like before, in the top side of the map. And XG not wanting to try and really put the pressure onto that top tier 1 tower. Content just
Да ладно, а как он...
You're working your way towards that Aghanim Scepter on the Death Prophet while still searching for a Battle Fury on AM.
этой хуйни, да?
They're scanning. They know he's around here. Of course, it could also just be the creep hero.
Или нет?
Blinks back. He's away.
Oh, save not connecting there. And of course, immediately unsummoning it.
Главное, чтобы Ами мало умирала, много вышек, много
This is the other
крипов.
thing, is that like, even any of these little plays that you make for BB, it's very possible that you just like use up your mana pool if you pressure too far on Storm and then just explode on a mana void.
This ward here.
Yeah, this could make a big difference.
That sentry is going to catch if they check that high ground there.
They do see that one. Do they see the high ground, though? It doesn't look like they're going to drop down any vision.
I imagine a courier is probably coming.
Ame, do they want to try and go onto him? From forward, Burrow Strike, Bushwhack, is it enough? Yes! BBT managed to find the kill onto Ame.
Yeah, great vision. That's what it comes down to.
Now?
Okay, I mean, I wonder where the rune is.
XM. They set up. XXS doesn't manage to quite find it. Oh, he gets the regen stolen away.
Yeah, XXS steals it right from under his nose. Barely able to survive there. Kataomi, of course, ready with the ulti, but hoping to not have to use it. Ame's still dead from there. 5 seconds here. And that's another Exorcism that is not progressing the state of the game in a positive way for you as we get closer and closer to this timing the BB team are trying to hit. It'll be the Deso, maybe waiting for the Shard a little bit there, but mostly just like Deso into Tormentor, into TA Shard, into Roche, use the Aegis as your defensive tool, go forward, right? Yeah, talk about Death Prophet giving you direction in terms of being kind of a laid-out plan for how the team's going to play. You can argue that a TA lineup is very similar in that regard.
And they're just living down here. This BB team lineup have full vision in this area. X-Nova is going to throw his body at him, spot save, and they just back away. I mean, this is really, really good positioning and just being a bully on the map, making things uncomfortable.
Yeah, this ward's been really bad for them. They're going to find it now, though. And yeah, Exo is like, dude, they got a ward here for sure. So he throws his courier up.
Do not know if they'll find that other one that they placed down bottom. And I believe Save can go for the immediate D ward if they feel so inclined.
Yeah, a bit of a sneaky one there.
Battle Fury done. for Ame. After the Helm is going to back out and try and farm in the safer places on this map.
Как не попал?
BB team in the meantime, smoke up in mid.
Yeah, they really feel like they have tempo in this one. Like I just don't think I don't think XG have much more to give, right? The Exorcism starts to fall off a little bit here. Ame's a little bit behind. They haven't been finding these smokes. Exorcists are getting out aggressively on the map, so they're still very good at counter initiation, for sure. But I think it's going to be BB team pushing here.
Xnova breaks the smoke. And so every time one of these jumps happens, they end up getting punished. As they find Miero, Miero in trouble, just going to get gripped after the fact. Sometimes it's better to play defense than offense.
That's what it seems to be here. I think they were just sacrificing Miero because they knew the room was bottom. GBK's just sending them in, but trust me, it'll be worth it, man. I'll get an Arcane Rune. It's going to be awesome.
So how much is this like a scary AM game if he can hit his timings? Because obviously we know the TA timings of the Deso and everything else. What about Ame in this game?
Oh yeah, he's going to show up eventually. If it happens, it's going to be great for XG. There's a reason they're going for the Anti-Mage, right? It just makes it such a hard game for GPK. He's played a very specific way. He does have his BKB finish, so he is respecting the very possible facts that can happen in this one versus the Anti-Mage. He knows he kind of needs it. And he also knows his role, right? Sometimes a Storm, you got to carry a little bit. He's got a TA.
Yeah.
So she's got that mobility to jump in with you. You just need to make sure that you're getting the grabs and you're able to get multiple moves through the fight to give this good vision for the TA to perform the task that she's trying to do.
Well, Tier 1 tower goes down in the top lane as Pure come and invades that Ancients area.
But, are they going to try and get mid?
Looks like it might be happening.
Yeah. All right. I mean, they feel pretty confident right now.
And on the side of XG, being somewhat willing to step on over and contest this for a moment. The fissure connects. Pure will stick around and get the last hit on the tower.
All right, any smokes? Who's got the smoke? All right, Xinq's got one. So are they going to smoke up and immediately run to the torment? That's the question for me.
Да ладно, блядь.
Because you've got great team fight, right? You have Exorcism up. You have the Ags on Death Prophet. This is your fight, right? This is before the BKB. This is before the Aegis.
Не дано мне попадать.
Ame is underneath a ward here, so if he goes to connect, then they'll know that he's coming through, but the rest of the squad can start out that fight. All right, Ame's not showing
Don't worry,
Ame's not coming. That guy is farming.
I mean, they're making their way here. This is a big dedicated maneuver, but it's a TA. It is gone.
It happens so quickly.
The kisses?
The kisses trying to find a snipe now on the save, hiding over to the side. Katomi gonna get initiated upon and almost enough damage. Yes, he's gone. Can they do anything more after the fact? Epicenter out, but the big Echo Slam lands.
Да, блядь.
He's out of here. XXS will fall to the follow-up aftershocks.
Here, still sticking into it.
Trying to do what he can, but Xnova is there. He manages to blink away just before a grip comes out. The slow is there. Bushwhack at the ready, needs to dodge away. Not gonna happen. Xinq also gonna be going into the graveyard.
I mean, it looked all right for a moment there, didn't it? You know, you get this kill in the Miro, you're like, okay, this was kind of worth it. They also did get the buyback there on Kanomi, so something there. It is a net worth gain technically for them, but of course, you know, the Tormentor goes the way of save, and they're still in a good position to make their way towards the Roche here pretty soon. And that's a full Hurricane Pike as well, finished for Pure. So that's going to really be quite annoying for this DP in these fights.
It is very much a Ame PvE for the moment, and then throw bodies to try and slow things down as much as possible. You know the way that XG are trying to go. The question is, are BB team building up enough of a lead right now to sort of mitigate things for when the Anti-Mage comes online?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying when your carry is just farming creeps and theirs is farming more creeps and heroes, you know?
Yes.
It's a bit of a tough one.
Not wrong there. Nova getting some good wards down around the map, but it is an Aghanim Scepter now completed for the Sand King.
They have so much damage.
Yeah, they hit hard.
And they, like, you're not going to have an Aura hero, right? Like, you've got, I mean, I guess technically sometimes DP, but not happening in this game.
Oh, no.
Just going from that Ags into the BKB. Now considering a Ghost and a Plate Mail.
Ooh, Ame just barely getting out of that one. Miero's still on the hunt, but chasing an anti-mage is not really going to put together good results.
No, and of course, they are largely magical damage outside of the TA, but we do have that break. So if Save gets the right shot, they can still explode Ame.
Manta done. To try and match the tempo. Is underneath a trap right now, though. Sees the silence now onto the Hoodwink, who backs away under the Glimmer Cape. XXS scouting things out. Pure is there. Fissure not going to connect. BKB out from GPK. X-Nova trying to stay alive. XM low HP. Pure now getting hit by the kisses. And Ame right on top of him with the save at the last second. Will it be enough though with the Echo Slam to combo it out? They use so much damage and Pure is able to survive through it. But the cookie to back away and XXS chased after by GPK with just the smallest amount of mana in the world, but the hits, they come out from Pure as he managed to find the Hurricane Pike and not quickly enough able to dodge in the fog.
Oh my god, that's so tough for the GP to deal with. Has a plate mail to try and sustain, but at this point in the game, like, you're just trying to stay in these fights and use your ulti, use this Aghanim Scepter, and it just doesn't feel great.
You saw right there at the end too, the Mana Void just not able to hit in time as right on point was the Oracle there. Katomi, nicely played.
Ame's going to try and find his own answers here. Try and just keep moving up the charts here. He's currently considering a butterfly perhaps, but to no surprise at all, they make their way into the Roche Pit here. So much knowledge with this lineup, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's the new Tide TA. It's just Oracle TA. It gives you everything. You know where runes are, you know where Roche is. When it's popping up, it's very good.
Look at this. Next up, GPK is also queuing a Lincoln Sphere. So having more answers there for the Mana Void.
Yeah, the Mana Void. Also, I mean, just a grip, right? Like,
yeah.
It's super great. If you're going for this BKB, immediately X-Nova says, okay, well, Storm needs to jump in and initiate. I'll just target the Storm, and now BKB and Lincoln's. You got yourselves a problem. And again, it just comes back to the freedom that you're getting on this Storm because you have this TA. Like, you are just a playmaker on this Storm.
Miro, does he decide to go in there? XM, they find him. Rest of the team a little ways away. The punches, the damage from the Aghanim Scepter is enough. Katomi just a little bit late on that one. So Miero giving up a very important kill there. This is your sort of timing push, and if they smoke up and try and fight right now, oh, there's an opportunity.
Yeah, they have Echo Slam here too. I mean, if they could just bring Ame as well. Trying to make his way, but there's so much vision here too, right?
Oh, and Ame, does he show on this creep wave? Understanding the danger, he will back out.
He sends in one illusion. He's baiting a bit here, but they don't fall for it.
But that death on Miero, I mean, this could have very easily been tier 2 towers gone.
It's tactical, you know, it's just him and Katomi. They're the only ones dying. Right? Together, they are the 7 kills of XG. Everyone else is deathless.
Bit of a tough one for the Sand King, who does still have that Blink Aghanim's done and is working towards that BKB.
He's taunting. He's taking it in stride, you know?
That's true.
He's all right with it.
So now, with still 3.5 minutes left on Aegis, you got to imagine that BB Team will still try and take advantage of this window to put the pressure on. Success getting set up in the tier 2 tower on the top side. Just trying to delay things.
I think this is their best chance at a fight because
it's Ame right on top. Pure in trouble with the save. The bushwhack is there, and he's in trouble. Ame with a nightmare save. Can they keep him alive? Almost. Yes, he's out of there. Unreal. It took every single thing to keep him alive, but they did it. Ame survives through that, and now an attempt at Pure. They're going to go in with Miero, but I don't know, this fight already feels a little bit lost unless they can salvage this Burrow Strike off the mark, and now Nightmare pulls him back in. The cookie is out. Oh no, Miero, not like this. The false promise is there, but he's already taking so much damage. They lose the Oracle. They're going to lose the Sand King, maybe?
No, wait, for now.
Oh, he's trying to get out of there. Miero Glimmer Caped. Ame's still on the hunt. They hide off to the side, and, well, see the Sandstorm Fissure out. Miero in trouble and gone.
try to flee to. He does notice it thanks to his own sentry that's down, but it's not going to help him now as he's certifiably dead. And what I was about to say, as they jumped in there, that was the best time to fight because he was just a couple hundred gold away from that Blink Dagger on Oracle. And if you have that Blink Dagger there, it breaks that whole initiation.
Such a big moment in this game. You go from Aegis wanting to push tier 2 towers, Sand King dies mid, then you try and push top, they all die there too.
Oh, and that's, I mean, it's such an important Aegis that it's supposed to be at least one tier 2, if not multiple, with that Aegis on this lineup. That is certainly the goal. But XG, they just spot a little weakness there, noticing that, you know, I don't think they're quite tight enough right now. I don't think they have the defense for this pure TA at the moment, and they just quickly jump on him. A great TP in from Ame to start that off.
Working towards that butterfly. 28 minutes in, the Wisdoms are around. And for BB team, I mean, you still have an incredibly farmed TA. She's top net worth by 3,000 over this anti-mage. You still have so much physical damage that, as we saw right before that, he can have trouble dealing with. But do you feel confident enough now to try and make some solid move? Look at this, damage is nothing on the AM. That's probably going to change soon.
Yeah, he's certainly hoping so. Ame is almost into the butterfly. It'll be a bit of a small window before the MKB appears, but if he's forced to go for this MKB first on Pure, that also means he's still not getting in towards a BKB, which, I mean, there is a lot of just random magic damage and control in these fights, so it's a pretty hazardous game to not have a BKB, but of course that's because he is an Oracle, so he's counting on Kataomi to make up for the fact that he does not want to buy this BKB.
Kataomi going to be the one to watch for. And now with the Blink Dagger, like you mentioned, most fights Pure is going to be able to be saved.
Yeah, you got to turn into a bit of a tree and protector when you're an Oracle with the Blink, right? Just become one with the trees, okay? You got to know all your little nooks and crannies that hide the vision, where your opponents can't see you, and you're not going to get randomly fissured into Enchant Totem and Chain Stun into a kill or something.
The one thing that is a little bit concerning, though, is that if you do manage to burn all of TA's mana, that's where you can run into some serious issues.
That's true. She does rely on that for a lot of her shenanigans, doesn't she?
So if Kataomi is a little bit late to get in there in time, could be an issue for Pure, but we will see. As XG still feeling comfortable, not really risking much in this game. They're farming out waves, shoving them out when they need to, and trying to take it to the late game.
Yeah, I was concerned about the lack of auras that could be coming out here, but as we get later and later, you know, XM gets over that hill, can get into the Shiva's Guard. Great item on this hero, very helpful against everything that you've seen on the side of PV team. That'll be a very good helper, and then of course we start getting into this Refresher Shaker, which has just looked so nasty at the main event.
It's been nuts. Well, and you can see now also XG at this 30-minute mark, they're going to head on up and try and find a Tormentor of their own. And at the moment, BB are not in the area to come and contest this. So this one should be a freebie. Although, I wonder if they feel a little bit scared of taking it, not seeing anybody. No, they're just going to go right in. So Tormentor for X Nova.
Yeah, they scan around them just to see if they're safe. Feeling all right.
A very even game.
You can see Save here. It's queuing up the site the fight. He's thinking, you know, that's a support player that's not feeling the game. They're not feeling their teammates in a game. When you're behind Scythe at this point, it's like, all right, I'll put it upon my shoulders, I suppose.
Well, also on Hoodwink taking that greedy enchantment too, so less damage from the right clicks and hitting creeps, but does get the GPM bonus. Gem done on Death Prophet. Trying to take away this vision from the traps and everything else, but XM still a little ways away from finishing that Ghost Scepter. They're pinging him out, looking to find XM. Drop the trap, back away, bushwhack there, hits but the dodge! And XM gets the BKB off.
That was nice. X Nova, well positioned. I mean, he saw it coming.
Yeah. Unfortunate they had to use the BKB charge there for that.
That's true. I mean, perhaps that could open something up for the Roche. I mean, I guess they know, right? So they're going to know if it opens up for the Roche. We know.
Again, that entire side of the map pretty well held by BB. traps all over the place. They've got sentries down too. You can see invis heroes if they're passing by. Just a solid wall that's all over near that Roche pit. And it's actually only going to be a minute away, so they should get it on Radiant's side.
Yeah, if they can just obviously take note of that, thanks to having TA. Again, the innate lets you know when Roche is going to spawn, so they want to just really control this bottom wave. Save's already on it. Keep the mid pushed out. They have Templar Assassin with the traps, which can be very helpful for this as well. Even if you don't have a Helm of the Dominator creep, there are other ways to push waves, it turns out.
A few of them at the very least.
Ame taking the more classic approach to the Helm of the Dominator, just as the wolf following him everywhere now.
Is sort of near the Storm Spirit, while Katomi is going to back out after being spotted by the bait.
You know, 10 years ago, carry players just bought a Helm and all the creep did was stack Ancients. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That's all it did. It just sat in the Ancients
Этот
stack the
прогноз
whole
еще
time.
может быть 9-м, 10-м.
They take the range creep. So now, as Roche is capable of respawning, XM was stepping over here and trying to make a little bit of a move, and they're going to smoke up as 4.
Oh, clearly hacking here. They also know the Roche timer somehow.
And the ping is for the TA. Do they want to jump? There are people right behind her.
Kataomi must be just sweating buckets right now, man. Like, don't get caught. Don't get
Not afford to get caught. The jump in. Cookie. GPK not wanting to get stunned by that one. They're throwing in the anti-main illusions to start to burn GPK's mana. That is so frustrating to play against, and now they manage to get away from the bushwhack, and GPK is completely out of mana for this fight.
All right, that's not good.
Oh, man. If they go in and try and do this right now, I mean, he does have bottle, so he can bottle back up for a little bit.
It's not a lot, though. You know, it's not great.
No.
Roche is going to roar, let him know what's happening. It's an amplified damage rune. I mean, it's the rare time that GPK doesn't get the rune because it's Roche time, so they're trying to help Pure with this.
Nero hunting, ready to jump. They see him there, but he doesn't decide to go. Could have made that move. They take out the ward, removing vision.
Oh, this is so interesting because like, a split fight is quite bad for XG in some ways. Like when you have this enchant totem and the way that everyone wants to fight.
Kisses going in. The Roche backs out, starts heading
Да,
this
Дибума дал
direction. The
рампаду,
Roche
я
is
не
low
знал.
enough now, and it's going to start heading up to the north. BB team are in a weird spot for this. I wonder, could he have just exorcismed right now and stay mid?
And just follow Roche? The Roche? I mean, I'm ready to find out, Lyrical.
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to try and come and get over here in time.
X-Nova's trying to get a nice ward here. Good vision for this fight. That's a brilliant place to put this right now. Taking good advantage. Immediately pinged.
Yes, they know.
Kataomi's on it.
Kataomi knows exactly what's going on. Wait, no, he does find it?
No, he sees it.
Yeah, they get it. He does show for a moment, but there's nobody nearby. X-Nova caught. There it is. Fissure, the cookie to the far side. He's in trouble, dead. X-Nova does have buyback, uses it immediately. Success, thinking about jumping to the low ground. Miero, no more BKB, has to burrow strike to get away. Now, XM has used the exorcism. They're going to put pressure on BB team and say, come and fight us here. Roche starts to go down one way or another. This is going down. Our BB team going to be able to come and steal it away, though. The bushwhack out connects to the moment to jump in. It's there. It's on the ground. He gets it. Miero makes up for what happened earlier. Snatches that Aegis. XM stuck in the pit. They decide to jump on out. Does he have the save? Yes, he does. False promise. Ame caught. Pure trying to hit him. Jump in. GPK finds his man, but the cookie away again. And when all is said and done, all that happened was the buyback from X-Nova. The Aegis is gone.
Okay, and we get ourselves a little bit of a Radiant bounty as they're the ones who get the kill, and we reset.
All right, this is a sign. I feel like we're going late on this one. This is how it's happening.
We have some massive items, though, for 37 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, look at Pure. He's just a beast. The timing here. I mean, again, this vision plays down. Really good vision control this fight coming out from BB team.
Oh, as back in the world of the living not so longer, Miero is gone. Katomi able to make his escape. He's level 24 now on the anti-mage. Oh, he's dancing now. Watch out, everybody. Hamburg, it has been a long day, but I need to know, are y'all still up right now, ready for this game? Who here feels like XG is going to come away with the victory?
Oh, it's getting louder. They're realizing you said XG. They're like, oh, those guys. Oh, yeah.
And can I hear from any BB fans who feels like they're going to be able to come away with this series? I feel like XG had it maybe. I'm not sure. That was close.
Tell you one thing, it's full in here.
Oh yeah.
No, are very impressive.
That's what happens. Get here on the weekend. Stay, watch some Dota. Have yourselves a wonderful time.
Well, I mean, I hope these players are having a wonderful time. I know if I get to play Dota all day, I have a pretty wonderful day. Generally, you know.
Well,
there's ups and downs.
I was gonna say, based upon the games we play together, I'm not sure that's not true. But you see right now, this next couple of minutes, they're saving on to the greedy. I think that they're recognizing that they're going to need to be able to scale into the later stages. And that is a sort of a weird scenario to be in, I feel like, particularly for an Oracle, right? Because you basically need to like wait for things to go wrong and then save the day, and often you're still ended up in a bad spot.
Save the day.
That's right.
He's trying some secret agent maneuvers down there. Almost runs into XXS and XNova.
That ward is going to scout out GPK. Not looking to make any serious move that way. Ame goes straight for the BKB.
Yeah, that's a nice 6 slots he's got here right now. Pretty well filled in here.
Should be noted, though, that TA is still a real monster. And having gone for the meld hit bash, Talon at 25.
With a Swift Blink to get into these fights, hoping to replace the Treads with BKB as well.
I mean, that
appears hitting critical mass as well soon.
That's going to be one thing to watch for. Like, Ame can just explode. He's relatively tanky now with this Scotty, has 2,800 HP, but physical damage is still an issue. You got all this minus armor. TA.
I mean, if there's anything I've learned about Ame this event, he loves Satanic. So I'm not surprised to see that coming out after.
They're sending out wave after wave. And Ame farming down towards the bottom. They are getting into position to battle for this rune. It's going to be a regen. GPK ensures that he gets that one. And these later game scenarios can make all the difference in the world if you can find the right rune and be ready for a fight. But I'm just not sure what BB's like looking for really at this point either.
I mean, what are you looking for with XG? Like, how do you start a good fight on the side of XG, you know? It feels like it really does come down to looking for the objectives that BB team are going to try and play around and then going into those. Like, trying to find them grouped up, having this refresh now, the Shaker is big, of course, but like, what does the first jump look like? They're so much stronger on counter initiation.
For both teams.
Yeah, maybe actually. You're not wrong, because like you have Oracle on one side. I mean, you just have this like ability for the Shaker to blow things up if you have a slightly poor initiation. I would really like to see the Agnums this game from XinQ, but he doesn't seem to have it on the mind right now. But I feel like having a little bit of a save of their own would be really nice. And we've seen with these just like ridiculous cast ranges in the late game, how powerful that Agnums can be.
I think also because all of the fights have sort of revolved around Roche and then Aegis basically expended and gone really quickly, we're in this weird situation where we're 41 minutes in and only one tier 2 tower has gone down.
Yeah.
Like, they're both kind of just chilling, waiting for them to get 6 slotted.
Yeah, we've talked about this before with a lot of the teams, and we heard 3-3 mention in the interview, this idea of just like risk.
Yeah.
People don't like risk very much throughout a lot of this event. If they don't feel super safe doing something, they don't want to do it, and a lot of times that comes down to having the Aegis, having the cheese, having the refresher shard. And if you don't have those things, they don't want to really go for anything too aggressive.
Well, and this also has been like a classic BB team scenario. I feel like at multiple TIs, we've had them get pretty far and, you know, look towards making it to the finals and just sort of push the game later and later and later and think they're going to be able to outskill their opponents. The question is, will they be able to do that here? And Pure, getting a little bit antsy, decides to step forward, hit the tier 2 tower, and make some moves to get objectives.
Yeah, kind of out of position because they took the Tormentor, so they jump on that as a bit of an advantage there for BB team. And the Shard going to XM I think is great, just because he's getting tankier, it's going to become more relevant, BKB timers are getting lower and lower. If he had have gotten it earlier in the game, it doesn't really feel like there would have been a great moment to actually make good use of the fear, but the way these fights are going to start to break down now, I think it could actually have an impact.
Right, I mean, he's got massive armor now. Yeah. And they've also, started to pick up some of these other things of Pavis for the Bane. Going to be working probably eventually towards the Solar Crest. But all grouped together, they have it done now. It's a smoke up with 5, and we'll see if XG can find their correct targets as well. Should notice there too, a couple of greater healing lotuses, have one on Xingqiu.
Those are very important to keep an eye on. Either on being used by that hero, or more importantly, passed over to a core who's in trouble, right?
A little bit of playing footsie here through the river. There is a ward which is going to be scouted, not taken out yet. Xingqiu decides to remove it and then immediately jumps away. Like that, if that doesn't tell you what's going on right now, I don't know what will. They're very afraid of each other. 40 seconds till Roche is capable of respawning.
Yeah, there's another smoke down though.
Yeah, this is definitely. And I mean, you just think about like if you step out of position just one little bit, for both of these teams wanting to make it to play on the final day of TI is everything that you've ever dreamed of. Chance to have your fate in your hands. And could all be taken away by just random positioning.
Is that why we're losing our games?
That's the only reason.
Oh, okay.
We could be a TI too.
Yeah, it's all just random, it turns out. All right, cool. Thank you. I'm glad we finally figured it out here.
Another arcane rune for GPK. And with that smoke not succeeding, does kind of leave them in a bit of a weird spot now on XG. So I don't believe they have any more in hand. Could set us up for a weird Roche fight. Save is bringing one out. So they have an ability to make a jump if they want. They know Roche is back up in 30 seconds. And it's also going to be up on the north side. A lot of drawing on that mini-map. They're waiting.
Dota, baby.
XM. He's on the low ground. Smoke breaks. They jump immediately onto Xingqiu. The other jump onto XM, but he's able to pop the BKB and immediately go in for the Spirit Siphon. Healing kisses out. It was double BKBs used.
Oh, that was exciting. We all pressed a bunch of items. We better get out of here. And Roche appears in the top pit. GBK still nearby, still has half an arcane rune. There's no exorcism. There's no BKB on this Death Prophet. There's a refresher shirt sitting in the Roche pit. How brave do you feel on the side of BB team? How well can you defend Kataomi? How quick will he assemble the Aeon Disc if he's in trouble? These are the questions we must ask.
And a Butterfly now done too for Pure means it's not even an easy jump and kill for Anti-Mage.
Well,
no MKB yet.
He does have the Abyssal though.
Oh yeah, good call.
So that'll be interesting.
And buyback status at this pivotal point in this game, you only have it on DP, Snapfire, and Hoodwink. Most of the rest of it is for gold. XM throwing out silences, not connecting onto anybody.
Oh, and you know what? Save has got this Yules again. So he was eyeing up the Scythe for a long time, but he has the Yules on the Hoodwink. And this was something that was clutch in their earlier match versus Heroic. He saved the game. During that refresher black hole, he caught that Yules on the TA without the BKB and ensured that they were able to survive.
46 minutes. And I feel like that turning into a Wind Waker is a very likely thing that we might be seeing.
You think? It's one of those games?
Goes on. I mean, that's how it feels.
I think you might be right, bud.
No more smokes on either squad. And I think that, again, without a smoke, too, you're in a very strange position with this one. Snapfire also is going to be going for a full Holy Locket, which kind of has some cool synergies with the healing lotuses.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Catcher up back. Save.
Okay, not gonna. Yeah, he was completely alone right there.
Yeah, he's fine.
Abyssal Blade Anti-Mage, no fears. They see that the ward is up on the high ground. And while all this has been happening, Death Prophet's been managed to farm up a full AC. So it's going to be really hard to kill DP in these fights.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I kind of wish there was a Helm, because there's so much space on the map for a Helm right now to be doing creep shenanigans. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, Ame sold his. He's done.
He's got rid of his. Bottom lane is just at a stalemate down there. No one's able to make a push on it. We're all just playing top here.
Is there no Helm in this game right now?
No, he
Not
sold
a
his.
single. Oh my goodness. Can we get an applause, everybody?
They're already going.
No Helm in this game. 47 minutes. Now we wish we had it. To break the stalemate.
You know, you don't know what you had till you lose it.
That's right. Grass is always greener. Kira steps forward. They jump for a moment. There's the Nightmare. Backs away. XM not appearing to care any bit about this. Dude, we are going to sit here for 5 minutes around the Roche pit, and Roche is just going to walk bottom. They're not going in.
I think the last kill was like 13 minutes ago.
They are not going in. They have learned risks lead to death. We are not going to take any. Oh, jeez. Oh, wait, a smoke. Hold on.
I mean, they can't even get like a trap up there. They can't see anything right now.
You learn, Ame, he's going to TP back towards the rest of his squad.
Oh, here comes Dave.
Xingqiu jumps away. Miro finds the follow-up and a good control onto all the other heroes. Trying back out. XM onto Katomi, keeping him out of this fight. And X-Nova is living for forever. And there's the jump onto Pure. Eliminated. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. Not like that, Miro. As the Sand King gets brought down, GPK low on mana, hoping to escape from here. But they're going to take what they came for. XG onto the Roche.
You know, these teams, they're hydrophobic. Don't cross the river. It goes very poorly for you, it turns out. And the way that started to safe, he gets aggressive and he plants off sentry on the high ground. That's what gives him this kill right on the Xingqiu, and you're like, okay, looking good. Gets annihilated. Double grab in the back by GPK. But look, where is it? Wait, where's my TA? Where's my Oracle? There's Katomi. Just being walked down by XM. He can't get back in. He can't use false promise. TA needs you. She's counting on you.
Oh, and Miro just burrow strikes. Okay, it's better than it looked, but it looked really bad. I will say he burrow strike to the low ground, but he didn't get halfway across that little valley there and just ended up getting pushed back in. And you can see Pure right now just looking. Hand in his face, trying to figure out what do we do now. 30 seconds without this TA, and buildings starting to fall. XG, they were patient. They waited. They stood on their side of the river.
Yeah, there is a tier 2 bottom.
They knew.
Save has pushed this out. They're not going to give up quite yet. You know, I don't think XG can get a dominant finish here yet.
Oh, no. No, it's still not an easy go with TA respawning, but a lane of racks in the mid, I mean, it causes some issues.
Oh, it certainly does.
Dota Plus still doesn't believe. 50-50.
I don't know, guys. I can't figure this one out. All right, never initiate.
Never.
They thought they'd learned it. They forgot, and then that's what happened. Oh, jump there.
Quite the swing. My goodness. Well, 9K gold lead. Oracle realizes there are heroes there.
That is a infused Aghanims coming out here now for Ame as well.
Oh, nice.
Grows stronger. So, we're blinking all over the place now.
Decides not to go right into the MKB either. Feeling like he can do it with just whatever chances he has to hit.
I mean, he definitely has some slot issues, you know?
Yeah.
Infused feels a little nicer.
And Pure, understanding the job, has queued up a rapier.
Yep. Yeah, you're definitely at that point. You were just trying to, again, you got to count on Katomi. Sure, he got caught last time, but what's the chances he gets pushed and zoned out in 2 fights in a row, you know?
True enough. Pure, the question is, I mean, if you're thinking about buying a rapier, you're probably not worth saving for buyback anyways. But it's a question of, does he actually need to do that? Just flirting with the idea of it right now. 52 minutes in, and still very much comfortable on XG. Sitting back. They have 2 minutes left on Sage's Pure. They see him there. He jumps in. Echo Slam, refresher, combo. Ame's coming. Ame's coming. You're in trouble here.
That was 6 seconds of control. No chance to play the game.
There is a reason that every year Earthshaker comes back when it's TI time. The crowd believing in what's going on right now as they are trying to will their team into a top 3 finish at the very least.
All right, now Lyrical, do they go? Is it time? Are we gonna send him in? Ame thinks so.
They're thinking about it. The Bushwhack connects. There's the control. Miro out, trying to bring him down low dead.
Okay, that's a good
Can
start.
you do it again? Ame, not dissuaded, steps forward, takes the buildings. Even popping that Manta. He has his BKB if he needs it. Steps away, creeps, moving into the mid lane. They have another lane of racks. And BB team saying, we don't want to buy back on the TA.
No. They don't feel like they can take into that fight, even though there's no Echo Slam. So, you know, that could be one factor, but it's just the idea of, hey, we still have the tier 2. Let's play for that. We'll wait for the respawn of TA. I'd rather have a Rapier TA than a buying back TA right now.
Yeah. Can she get it in time, though? And does Pure want to fully commit for it? That's the other question. I mean, you think about what just happened right there. You're just passing over the Rapier at that point. Dota Plus moves slowly and steadily into the favor of XG as we get later and later into this one.
And now we're trying to get some wild ideas here. An Abyssal Blade for the Sand King. Thinking ideas, plans. This was an Owen idea in the green room, and Fog yelled at him. It's true, he did. He's like, Abyssal Sand King. And Fog's like, yeah, until your Stinger procs it or something. You know,
Yeah.
and then it goes on cooldown.
That's a fair point.
It is a fair point. Then you don't get your match.
Wonder if we see it here. Also, I love Owen. I think that Nero and him probably should have different ideas about Dota, though, at this point.
A bit worrying that they don't.
You're on the low ground. XM takes the tier 2 tower. One more tower and rack stand between XG and Megas.
I feel like we've had a lot of these situations in this tournament where you're sitting on the high ground and you know it's coming soon and you're thinking, okay, are we gonna buy the Rapier? And then the fight comes and it feels like they never commit for the Rapier, and then someone just gets blown up at the game ends.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, they did go for a different route. You can see that Curry over there on the left side of the map is picking up a refresher for Storm.
Okay, the double pull.
So
all right.
GPK trying to be that one to help his team and push him over the edge here.
And then we did see as well in that last series, the overload attack bounce is going a little bit crazy in the late game with the Shard.
Refresher is bought. And, I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, XG got here by playing it safe, by dodging away from fights. Are they really now going to try and take that move up to high ground when Roche is capable of respawning in just a minute and a half? It feels like they're just sort of trying to block BB team in their base while everybody else farms whatever they can, build up more of a lead.
I mean, Ame's almost level 30. You might as well, right?
That's
like,
true.
come on.
Moonshard in there too.
He can start passing some around.
They do see him on a trap. Does that signal it's time to go with Ame very far away from the rest of his squad?
I mean, they have a smoke. This is a surprising maneuver with no smoke if they're going any further than the Wisdom.
They at least feel like they can go for the Wisdom. Pure steps out a bit, hits the creep wave.
Okay, there's the smoke.
Pure backs out again. Yeah, a little bit of a strange one here, trying to make this move. They're maybe hoping to catch Ame up top.
They're trying to fake that they're like going bottom or something, I think, and hoping to catch someone farming up here under the assumption they're not moving on this part of the map.
The creep wave is going to move into the base, though.
Oh, they don't just go for it. I thought he might just jump XXS right there.
Not Opti. There's creeps in the tier 4s. You've got to know this. They're moving in. They're going to find X-Nova here to the side.
Oh, the blink.
He gets away. And now
that was a pure greed blink to go for the wisdom, by the way. You know.
X-Nova gets it. Bushwhack not going to connect. X-Nova is found.
This is deep.
This is not where you want to be. GPK might just need to run. They want to find something, anything here, but it's not going to happen. And so BB have to back away. They will lose save.
Abort, abort.
And XG find themselves another pickoff.
Yeah, GPK actually has no TP right now. He's grabbing these Lotuses, chomping them down.
Got to get back home somehow. And in the meantime, a Roche, a quick spawn. It goes into their favor. Maxed out anti-mage now. Fully 6-slotted.
Okay, so we already have a shard on the DP. I mean, we already have refresher orbs. ZinQ, just thank you. I get to get myself a refresher shard. That's great.
Dude, Pure, you gotta buy it, man.
I think it's time.
He's got 10K gold.
He's got 6K surplus. Like, come on.
Oh. It's so risky, though. You know that, like...
Isn't it better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all, Gabe?
I don't know. I've never been at the TI before. It's a tough one. 16-11, and Pure not going to pull the trigger on it. I mean, to be fair, it's really hard to run into that area now. You can't do it.
No, that's true.
And is going to be sending the Oracle Courier up along the north side of the map.
I mean, all my reasoning is purely selfish.
Oh, yeah.
I will admit, I just want to see him buy one. I don't even know if it's good.
Ame hitting the tier 3. They force out the glyph. The banner is down. I mean, the damage is just not quite there. Pure showing for a second. Starts to hit away. The jump in. The Abyssal is there. But the Yules save. Nicely done with that Wind Waker. Pure completely out of mana. Save, but can he really do the damage that's needed? The Mana Void is out. The Grip is still there. Pure, he's going down. He doesn't stand a chance. Tries to blink out and get back to the well. Will he survive? Yes. Maybe a chance here for a turnaround. GPK making big moves for his team. Do they have enough to kill him? Ame? No! Ame, he stays alive.
Where's Pure?
XM jumps in. Pure is back. Trying to hit onto XM there, but it's not enough damage. They take down the racks. They find their targets. Mega Freeze! Pure, you're out of here! Get gone, sir! As they find him there. A buyback, though. They need everything and a bit more. At this moment, they will find 2 kills, but you gotta get more than that. BB team hoping to get the chase down onto Ame, but he's not quite there. Off to the side. They know which way he went. The silence is there. The jump from GPK, but he can't go. Mana Void is back up.
He's out of juice. He can't keep going. Now Pure's going to buy the Rapier. He's decided it's time.
Oh, they've got to do it now. I mean, it's way too much to deal with here, but they do have a Rapier on the TA, but it is Megas.
60 minutes as well, so they can take this time now to grab some neutrals. They have not had a lot of opportunities over the past while, being locked in their base.
21,000 gold lead for XG. Mega creeps. But it doesn't mean this game is over. With a Rapier in hand, with the potential for more buybacks, it's not completely over. Because you still have buybacks on Storm, on Sand King, and on Hoodwink.
Yeah, GBK is, of course, you know, a very annoying hero when you're going high ground. If Storm buys back, just instantly right back into the fight with this big AoE pull.
Just when the helms are gone, the Books of the Dead come back out.
Yeah, perfect. Just what we need.
Dude, are they going back?
ЦК.
We got an Outworld stat.
Один сдох.
Couple so far.
Yeah, another one evolved for the Earthshaker.
Байбэк есть, байбэк.
Oh, yeah, plus 40 strength, that's nice.
Блять, Сигер, ты бы припиздил сюда, на. Толку от его крипскипа мида, если поверх уйдут.
He can possibly do.
It's just the pull, you know.
Ну, блять, позорники.
Okay, yeah.
Типа все, что нужно было, это закончить.
The Rapier's already there, and wants the refresher, which he now has, so a lot of pressure on that one. There is a Helm of the Undying, though, going over to the Bane.
Snapfire picking up the Stygian along with the debuff.
Ну, чуть прибавилось.
All right.
Ну, чел соло на докторе.
the side of XG, moving up the mid lane behind some mega creeps. XXS, he's lurking, baby.
They've got all of theirs right now on XG. Still only 2 on the Dire. And a refresher picked up now for Pure on top of everything else. Control onto GPK. GPK in trouble, save. Now the pullback. There's the Burrow Strike. How much do they have in the tank? He's gone. Ame, 1 life. GPK gonna go back to Fountain. That was a very good hold.
XXS is waiting though. If they try again, the Shaker lurks.
Save, picking up a Divine Regalia, so he's actually gonna have some damage now, potentially.
Ну да, надо было на саппорта мне Extreme Gaming ставить.
Is it enough to save their towers though? They're going down quick.
Yeah, they need to come back in. The book's the dead. Miero very, very low as he killed off those creeps. They find him now on his Q, but there's the jump. GPK able to back away. Roach low, but Pure. Oh, XXS! He did it to him. GG is called. They have had enough. XG come in, wait for their timing.
Did they ever wait?
And end that game.
They waited, and they waited, and they waited some more. And BB team, well, they were happy to oblige. You know, we had this giant stalemate around the Roche. BB team decided it was time to go, and unfortunately, it did not work out well for them.
That one is one of those games that for BB,
да, если бы я снова поставил.
It was like they got most of what they wanted. I do think that first Roche, that was a tough one. Miero had a rough game on Sand King, and that one death that he had when they were moving in towards that mid lane, it felt like that threw off so much of the tempo that was coming in. But the crowd,
Только в итоге Ами лучше добил.
Tried to go out the wrong way. That's the problem with glass doors, you know? It can be very confusing.
It's like a bird over there trying to come on through a window, but Zincu able to get out. That was one of those matches where it felt so many times like they just could maybe pull it away, but that Aegis fight, oh man.
Things broke down because we have 2 lineups that very clearly
Да,
tell you
если
what
бы
they
тут
wanted
стоял
to do,
этот
right? Like we have
чел.
these exorcisms, they're just rolling from tower to objective to tower and going through, and you have a TA that's trying to go for this Tormentor into Roche, and when both teams know
Если
what
у меня
they're
в
doing,
фэнтези
and we just stand
стоял
around
этот
for a while,
чел.
and both get solved, it's just like, what are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do? We'll have to find out in game 2 before that.
Если у меня в фэнтези стоял вот чел из этот Икснова, я бы тут чел больше набрал. Да. 5 башен он сломал. То есть, чтобы Ами засчитала больше очков, нужно, чтобы он... Нужно, чтобы он сломал еще где-то 7 вышек хотя бы. Терзателей сколько раз? 2 терзателя, да, забрали. 2 терзателя.
Were to be aggressive on the map, concede some additional space, then BB would just flood the game and just take over absolutely everything. So I think that's why they slowed it down. This was the 3rd worst game in regards to kills per minute, by the way. Like, this was like one of the slowest games that we've seen so far at this international. But yeah, for XG, I do respect the fact that I think they self-identified these errors, and then, you know what, we'll put them on a timer, we'll make them come to us.
I mean, you can tell that there is a lot of stress and like, yeah, not frustration, but yeah, there's a lot of nerves and like stress going on right in these games, because you can tell there's a lot, the players are being quite timid when it comes to the Roche. Can we commit? Do we need to stay back? But one thing that XG showed me over and over that they do so well is their team fighting and their spell casting, how they enable each other. Who's gonna go in for me? You're gonna help me get a good team fight. I'm gonna save you, and now you have a good team fight. So this is one thing to take away for the next game, that BB team, they kind of need to look at a little bit more.
The saves, I do want to talk about that, because there were fights where there wasn't anybody dying. Why was that? Was that just with the large amount of saves, or were people that careful?
No, I mean, there were a lot of saves or a lot of clutch things coming out. You know, Ghost Scepter's Nightmares onto the Anti-Mage is almost dead. XXS with his Aquaslams. I believe I have a couple of highlights to show you later on but I need to get this off my chest. I have to praise this Earthshaker. XXS played incredibly. He put this game on his back. He was so clutch. I forgot how clutch this player could be because we haven't seen him on LAN in a while, but he's just someone who, when he won ESL Bangkok with Azure Reg, he was like putting his whole team on his shoulders, on his Enigmas. When his entire team seemed to be choking, he was finding the good plays. In this game, he said, leave Pure to me. Every single Echo Slam in the late game, he found him. He found him with his refreshers. In every single fight, he had one job, and that was to catch the Templar Assassin, and he nailed it.
That's the beautiful thing with these slow games, right? They have all this time to think about how they actually want to take the fight. So when the fight does present itself, they execute it perfectly. Like XXS, like you said, on the Shaker, but again, the support, there's so many things you can praise about because we didn't have many team fights. So the team fights we did get to see, it was just magical for the side of XG.
Yeah, like to me, XM and XXS have been the standout players. I know, people like to talk about Ame, the Uncron King, the support. Of course, they're all very important. But when it counts, I feel like XXS, he comes in so clutch. Like his spell casting, what he does, where he is, it's just it's so flawless and beautiful.
It was a flawless and beautiful, and I'm sure that Sam King might be on the banning side of things in the next game. But before we get there was another hero that we don't see too frequently, T-Gov. We saw the Death Prophet in action.
Yeah, and unfortunately with Death Prophet, you can kind of know what's going to happen. Towers will be falling, and I feel like the reason why this game was so kind of slow in regards to getting kills because XG focused first mid tower at the 6-minute mark. But after the mid tower, they moved to the bottom side of the map. I was expecting them in the draft to move to the top tower, pressure Pure, make him overlap his farm with the Storm Spirit, but they wait for the third Exo to go to top, and when they do move to top, they jump Pure, Katomi's in a beautiful position, they keep him alive, they kind of keep this tower, and then when you fast forward throughout the game, this tier 1 tower survives for so long. It's why Pure was able to have such an exceptional game with his farm, with his economy. If that Exorcism, that second Exo was top, this game could be very different. They could have snowballed the game, they could have built up this lead. So I think a couple Exos not used correctly does make the game difficult, but still, props to XG, identifying the mistakes that they made and scaling into the better team fight.
It's also kind of crazy that, so they do go there, and I agree too that they could have gone there earlier to like kind of secure it, but they go there with the Exo, with the Snapfire ult is like running down, and just a TA with Refraction, but Katomi being there, with the Oracle, which seems to be gaining a little bit of pace from the last
тут вообще вон есть два прогноза
allow Pure to be there and have a
То
good
есть
game,
потенциально здесь
he did have a good game
еще...
for, what, 60 minutes?
Yeah,
Ну,
he
мало
had
верится,
a good game.
конечно.
Anti-Mage maybe had a little bit of a better game though, Effie.
Yeah, we need to check out these highlights because I call them saving Private Ame, because if BB Team had these fights go their way, we would have been looking at a different game. But here there's like a really big team fight building up. You see Pure just going on XM here. He's eventually going to get ulted by the Oracle, but this is dangerous. This is when Anti-Mage joins the fights, and it looks like it could be good, but Miro comes with the double sun. But here he is, XXS with the Echo Slam to save him. And sure, it doesn't turn into any big kills, but making sure that your Anti-Mage doesn't die there is so clutch. Of course, he gets cookied away here. A lot of tools in the arsenal of XG to relocate the fights, and in the next highlight, we're going to see the same thing. Pure pushing a tower. Ame goes in. What? Pushback? Oops, he's broken. Oh no, Storm is going to jump in. He's almost dead. Here comes X Nova with the clutch Nightmare into the Glimmer, and yes, another beautiful Echo Slam by XXS. And sure, this turns into like 1 kill, 2 kills. Not a game-winning teamfight in the sense that you wipe them, but if the Anti-Mage had died there, this game very well may have been over.
Yeah. And also, like, top-level Dota, sort of, you're one-upping each other. You're like, okay, I'm going to go here and bait because I know I will live with 10% HP. But maybe the enemy does, like, the one step better. Suddenly they have, like, a new item you don't expect, or one guy clutches out a spell, and suddenly you're like, oh, I thought I could bait, but I couldn't. And it's, like, all these things that, like, layer on top of each other where a small mistake here could change the entire game.
Yeah, the same thing can be said for other ways of saving, maybe with Lotus?
I think so. I'm a big Lotus enjoyer, as people who have been listening should know by now. But these items are very important, especially in kind of a snoozer game like this, where you can go to the side lane, you pick up some Lotuses, because not only the Lotuses, but also look at their neutral items. All they want is cast range. X-Nova, he has 3 different slots of healing Lotuses. Same with Jinkyu. You have the Monocle. They also took the enchantment with even more cast range, because all they need, they're not going to get gone on first. They're going to save each other. Or even when they did get gone on for the one time, there's Greaves, there's Lotuses to each other. Now suddenly you bait in your team further. We saw it in the triangle fight. Now they get to turn the fight around because suddenly BBT, they get dragged in. And yeah, it's all from small things leading up to this.
That's why their cores play with so much confidence. Like, the amount of times we saw XM and Death Prophet walk up into a high ground, it's like, what are you doing? And then suddenly out of nowhere, it's like, eat the Lotus and go! And then they're crushing the fights. It's just I love watching that game.
I feel like that was a great animation. Like, eat this now.
Yeah, exactly. Ahmed's just like, God, I'm sorry.
It was full faith the whole time.
Yep.
And again, XXS on that Earthshaker. Like, we
Top.
forget how good he was when he won that ESL Malaysia with Azure Ray, but he was just clutching it the entire time. I mean, this Shaker, it's got to go up in priority for heroes that you look at when you're drafting against XG now. It's a hero that could go mid, but you could also just give it to XG's offlaner and he could win the game.
Yeah, we're going to see what's going to happen in that second game of the series. But before we do so, we are going to hear from Purge because he checked out the other team fights.
That's right. There were so many good fights that I just had to look at more of them. Here's the Tormentor fight at the 20-minute mark. Part of the reason this game was so close is because both teams did such a good job avoiding deaths. And as a result, there wasn't that much of a gold advantage that was able to be attained from these fights, and it just kept the game close and close and close. So fun to watch. The Oracle does die at the start of this fight, though. He's going to buy back immediately and jump into this fight. Miro is going to get shredded. XXS almost survives. And watch this follow-up here, because Pure's kind of sensing blood. He really wants to get this kill, and he's frankly got the damage. But watch for this like Fiend's Grip that could come. At the exact same time, Kataomi, who did buy back, starts running to the right. So a dangerous moment here. And the fact that Pure uses his Blink Dagger to go into the trees here helps ensure that he is absolutely A-okay in this moment. He doesn't have to worry about getting ulted from the Oracle. Everyone else gets the semi-escape. Safe's going to grab the Hoodwink. Is going to grab the Snapfire on the left. So this was actually one of the most convincing fights that we had for a long part of the game. 35 minutes now, 15 minutes later, and they're actually just equal. Save uses his third skill, which does increase his cast range, just to plant a ward. Huge cast range for this, to put this here. They actually don't have a good frontline hero on their team. They're basically all squishy heroes. Makes their lineup very difficult to play, but they do have the Oracle to defend at least. But when they do get a good catch like this, they can kill the supports quite easily, but then they're going to resume kind of playing in a kite way, because they can't really find the good goes until they can clean up all of the backline. And in the meantime, the Aegis steal, they had Save just did like a random stun, ended up grabbing Vision, and this allowed them to actually snatch the Aegis, which further elongated the game. Not too many kills happened as a result of this. Miero gets saved as well. Everyone disengages. They maybe could have pressured Ame in this exact moment, but XXS had this great fissure into Aftershock, which delayed the TA even getting there to that nice vacuum. So the teams are just backing themselves up in incredible ways. And here's the last fight that I'll show you guys here. 48 minutes or so, we're going to see the same thing from Save. He's going to scurry forward, plant wards, get really good vision, and they get lucky and find the Snapfire right away. And she should be dying here. The TA throws a couple attacks, doesn't want to press BKB because it's just a support kill. And there's the Lotuses that end up coming out. They end up healing the Snapfire quite a lot. The Bane gets healed a bunch as well. He gets a brain sap off, and he elongates this fight here. He even tries to Fiend's Grip, but it gets blocked by Lincoln Sphere. So huge moment as well with this Echo Slam. Watch the body of the TA fly here. It's going to go and hit the Oracle over here, who is trying to jump in and use his ultimate. Unfortunately, getting there just a little bit late and takes extra damage. So every fight was so stupidly close that it was hard for either team to get a big gold advantage. But after this fight, 49 minutes in, XG finally started compounding on this and getting a big gold advantage.
And with that gold advantage, they took the game eventually. BB Team definitely made a strong stand still from their base. Some might even say it was their last stand, which leads us to our final submission for the short film contest, aptly named Last Stand. All these submissions are so good. After the lower bracket finals tomorrow, we will know who would be the best. And that is going to be a tough choice. That is for sure. We are going to focus our attention on our upcoming game because elimination on the line. Extreme BB team won potentially 2 more games in this series. And that first game was very close. It took very long because BB team was able to hold on. Because normally when you're semi-surprised by an anti-mage, I still don't know if they were surprised or not, it goes a little bit faster. This is not a fast game. And I'm sure that nobody's going to get caught off guard.
What I gathered from the interview with Bulk, he was being sarcastic. I think they knew the anti-mage would come out and they thought that the hoodwink sharpshooter with 2 stuns to layer on top of it would be enough. They thought they would outpace it.
Also with the TA, right? Knowing that you're going to have the TA lane into the Earthshaker, it's going to be a solid lane for Pure to find that farm to create this tempo, but it just didn't really amount to anything. Both teams had so much discipline, but if you rewind the game and watch different fights, when they went aggressive, they fell short. So both teams realized that they couldn't really fight, and of course they did drag out. But again.
I mean, and they were so close as well. Like, there's a few key moments where maybe, you know, you go backstage, you talk about this game, and you're like, okay, there were these 2-3 moments where they saved the army with like 100 HP, 200 HP. Maybe one of them goes like, sorry, bro, like I had this one spell, I was out of position, I had my blink ready, I got my blink cancelled. Like, buy some Fisher. If we do this again, like, it was good, we just mis-executed. It can't just be as simple as that, because I feel like the heroes themselves weren't really an issue. I didn't maybe love the Sanking pick as much myself, but the rest, I think it was all the gameplay.
I'm just happy we got to say Pure on a game like that. I know that he didn't win the game, but his laning stage was strong. They first picked his hero. He was very stable, hit his timings, was making plays the way that we were used to seeing him, and honestly, it was quite a close game for a while there. I think Pure is finally feeling confident again, and maybe we're going to see that reflected in BB Team's next draft too, where they just early pick a hero for Pure, make sure he has a strong lane, and play off of that.
Yeah, like even then, I saw GPK, he ended the game with 2, 1, and 7, like, you know, beautiful inventory, your refresher, your Ags, your shard, like whatever it is. They know that they can still all count on each other. Sure, maybe a slight off game on Mira. I don't think he was really set up for success, but this also gives you confidence, you know, for the next game. Everyone, you had the strategy you want, you overall played well, some small mistakes here or there, and that's about it. So go into the next game, be confident, trust in each other, and just let it happen.
Yeah, and for everyone that would think that maybe BB Team doesn't have the momentum behind them, obviously they lost game 1. They have done this before, losing that first game and then coming back in both of the games afterwards. In particular, they did that against Nigma Galaxy, who also had a large crowd favoring them, just like Extreme here today. So potentially that will be an option for them here today as well. But I do think that game 1, the indication that it gives for this upcoming game number 2, I kind of feel like we're going to see a slower paced game team.
Potentially. I think the main thing we're going to learn is, can GPK pick his hero as openly as he did, right? Like, he didn't know who he was playing against. He picks a Storm, they get the anti-mage, they get the Death Prophet. If he's going to do this again, XG probably have some of the counters in mind, because I think today we've seen XG counter extremely hard, right? There's a Troll Warlord in the series earlier, they go CK, get that jump, that explosive damage. You have a Storm Spirit, there's an anti-mage and a Death Prophet, so maybe BB's adjustment for this series is trying to hold a couple more cards closer to their chest, because Xiaowei is not afraid to just pick some of the big counters.
I kind of like that, because also, like, not just that, like that they're open to doing it, but look at XM. If you expose yourself with whatever counter, like even if it's the most random hero that maybe no one else plays, he will play it. He's going to play Viper for like one of the first times on the main stage just to ruin your game. So maybe try to make it a little less hard for this guy to be as toxic as he is.
We're going to find out what they have in store for each other, guys. It's time for game number 2.
BB Team versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
Here we go, Extreme Gaming, Radiant side, BB Team, Dire side. First pick goes the way of BB Team. That means overall last pick for Extreme Gaming. Having that trump card at the end might prove important. And in terms of bans and change-ups, there are really not many, / any at this point. No, this is exactly the same. Wonderful.
Yeah, was the pick order the same in game 1?
No, Extreme had first pick.
Okay, because I like that BB Team go for this opening, because so XG, what they did, they're like, okay, we're gonna ban the co-op. We don't want GPK to get his hands on this, maybe indicating, you know, maybe they want like an Earthshaker later down the road, so BB Team are like, sure, we're gonna take the Monkey King themselves, but it means that XG, they got their hands on the XM Lash.
And it feels like the same recipe as the previous game, right? With the Death Prophet, every exo you make a move. With Leshrac, activate through the runes, and then as soon as he gets Blink Dagger, it's go, go, go. Find heroes who are by themselves in the jungle. Anyone who's trying to make a sweeping map play, Lesh will follow you, eject and kill you off. So the aggression I'm expecting to see from XG
And he
is
sees
through the roof.
He sees he's a good matchup from the mid lane because outside of P-Vision, support Monkey King is not popular. Like you see this hero, you know it's picked for the mid laner, and they're comfortable enough to pick this now and build around it. Just get a stun or two from either a support or XXS plus a support. Play with this Leshrac in the mid game and go forward.
Yeah. Sorry, I say both Pure and GPK can play the Monkey King. So far at TI, it's only been carry.
It's time to wake up, brother. Hey! He's back.
Good morning.
Yeah, I do wonder if Extreme Gaming want to try to corner BB team here with this Monkey King, because you are first pick. It is not that easy for you to flex this hero around and like try to hide where it goes. Lesh against Monkey is already Leshrac favored. Now, if you're going to play it carry, there are a lot of options that you can put in the offlane that don't make it that nice for you either. And you've got Zhao 8. This guy knows what heroes want, what heroes don't want to see, and he's going to make it happen.
Coming out of the phase, I'd really hope they go back for the Elder Titan, like more buff up supports to throw into the mix. If you have ET spirits going around the fights, Leshrac as well, like all this damage is so hard to deal with. I just love XG with enabling supports.
Yeah, and they also go for their own. They go for their own AM ban to protect the Lesh. Good call on the ET. X Nova, he plays this hero incredibly well. Not just like the laning setup for Ame to like help him through the lane, but XM is always or nearly always like this magic damage abundance. So just throw the spirit on top, buff him up, and save each other.
Ну просто вот поставить Ами, и у меня был бы.
I do feel like with the opening, even though we only see 3 picks, it does feel like both teams are doing something completely different. So in terms of expecting a similar game to game number 1 is no longer the case.
Yeah, I would say that this game is gonna be quite different, especially in the early game when you look at like what can happen. Disruptor wants to play aggressive, glimpse people back. Leshrac, he's all about running in, like run in early, level 4 edict, you go, you get your blink, you go again. If you're a BB team, I could look at maybe some blade mail heroes. It's like a huge counter to Leshrac. If your heroes inherently buy this item, well, he goes in, sure bro, here's my blade mail. You're gonna kill yourself. Gonna have to like try to rethink how you wanna take this fight.
Nice.
They go back for the Hoodwink, which is a hero that I love conceptually versus Leshrac as well. Usually the way you play against this hero is you fight him from a distance. You don't have heroes that get in his face and tank all of that magical AoE damage. Heroes like Hoodwink who can disable him from afar without dying, run away, build kite items, and provide you with the damage you need to kill him early on will be helpful. Still lacking a little bit of stuns on the side of BB team, but this is where the Miro hero comes in.
Yeah, that logic works when you have a hero potentially from Miro to be able to at least stand up front. Right now, there's no hero to provide the information to have the correct positioning. I think if XG are playing on smokes in their own wards, they will. You jump a Disruptor, Hoodwink, or Monkey King on Lesh, they're dying in the early game before they get the Force and the Glimmers and the BKBs. Of course, BKB going to way of the Monkey King.
There's another thing I like that BB team did. You take out the Snapfire yourself, you take the Hoodwink, you're like kind of looking at the best post-force that XG would very likely want on Jin-Q.
Why not bring back the Shadow Demon for Jin-Q? Have another save. If you jump a hero, you have to disrupt against the potential Agnins down the line from the Disruptor. You can purge off Monkey King. You also have the Shard to buff up your Leshrac. It really just pushes everyone forward.
I like it.
It's, ooh, okay, tying back right now.
I like this a lot.
We went from like the 3rd least amount of kills per minute in a Dota game to now just a full-on bloodbath.
This is super brawl, and if you're a BB team, I am afraid for this Monkey King, like maybe try to put it off lane. You're going mid against the Lesh, and like other heroes are just some random avalanche, you get stomped here. If you lane against Bad Rider, good luck to you, my brother. This is like top 3 worst matchups that you can run into.
But it's a really fun way to draft against. When you're trying to flex in this position, like you said, Monkey to mid, not a good lane. To carry, not a good lane. And they've already shown double support. So if they wanted to try and take a page out of P-Vision's book, they couldn't because they've already revealed it. XG are really forcing this Monkey King to have a bad game.
Yeah, I think the best option they have is just to put it mid. Honestly, it is a tougher matchup versus Leshrac, but I've seen a lot of players come out of that doing fine, so long as they get help from their supports as well. And the first few waves are really
Так у них же лучше всего были эти штуки.
Okay.
You can also buy Mage Slayer to weather the storm a bit, at least have some type of front line for your team, but yeah, still. Monkey King playing from the back foot.
Давайте, ребят,
So
ломаем
BB team, they have to
вышки.
pick out of phase. So you need Purest Hero, which is 99% sure. If they do want to pick a new carry, you're going up against Tiny Bat. So Bat Rider is kind of in the, case where you don't want to pick too many types of carries against it.
Ooh. So they're banning mid still because they don't think it.
Covering their base.
Yeah, covering. I was saying they're gonna go. I was thinking Lifestealer, but they ban it out. So I think Abaddon's too slow. Well, like in lane against Batrider, sure it's okay, but I think the pacing of the game might hurt the Abaddon immensely.
I would like maybe like a secondary or a semi-carry. I don't know if it's too much in like the house of what Pure wants to play, but I can see a hero like Weaver, just because he does well against bad. I think you have an okay lane Disruptor, you can buy Lincolns. I don't know if you guys see anything that he would like.
Keep it more generic and go Gyrocopter, shove the wave, just play for the fact that your team will have a cohesive lineup.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Gyrocopter as well, because the issue is you're also playing against Slushwreck. Your Centaur is going to be in the middle of the Slushwreck, and so will your Monkey King. And you don't want your carry to be a hero like Faceless Void, who would be good on lane because he has a way to disengage from the top stack, but then he would suffer versus Slushwreck. So it's really interesting how they've made it so that if you try to counterpick the offlane Batrider, you're going to lose to the mid lane Lushrak, and if you try to counterpick your carry versus the mid lane Lushrak, the Batrider will punish you. Correct type of heroes get punished by both lanes.
They also have no damage, that's a big problem. So surviving the lane, like you're mentioning, is often low damage heroes. Their survivability, their kiting, they're not bringing life to the mid game or any of the early map movement that you want to expect from Pure.
I mean, I wonder if there's anything else, like, because I think at the end of the day, you have to accept that Monkey King won't have a good lane in one of the two lanes. So where do you feel like you can get the more valuable pick out of it? Is there, I don't know if there is a GPK pick on mid where you feel like, yeah, I'm going to take over the game, you just take the L in the safe lane with the Monkey King? Because I personally would also prefer if it's just the mid Monkey King itself.
They went for the Faceless Void anyway. The issue with this Void is it's really good against this bad tiny offlane because once he gets tossed back, he can gap close. He can get away from that. He just blinks away. But if this Lushrak is having a good game and he's getting on top of this Void, that's not pretty. That isn't fun for him at all.
That's a Sven.
You have a lot of go-in potential on XG. If Faceless Void, yeah, if you get there, we've seen it many times before, Void does very well with a couple of slots, but the first 4 picks of XG alone, it gets me pumped. It gets me excited for the game, for what they can do. Now you have a Sven, high damage, you can jump in.
BB have done an incredible job at finding comebacks in games, and this is the type of game for it. How can GPK enter from all the aggression we expect to see from the first 4 heroes, activating Arme's farm? GPK needs to itemize to play for the fight. If he doesn't, Void will farm, Centaur will farm, Disruptor, Hoodwink, they need heroes to play into the game. So my eyes are on GPK bringing any life for this game for BB.
Yeah, the thing is, Pure on his Faceless Void, if it gets to the ultra late game and he has his BKB and his items, he will carry this game. The issue is, of course, XM on the Slushwreck can do a lot of damage. He can really hurt this map. So if they can slow down the Slushwreck a little bit, and if they can get Pure to that point of the game where he's strong enough, they've definitely got a shot.
Yeah, I need BB team to do some miraculous things in this early game. I don't think it's an easy task, but they can do it. For me, XM Lushrak, I think he might go crazy this game.
We do know that BB team has had a little bit of a track record for not being too strong in the old laning stage, but it hasn't really slowed them down because they still got to this point to begin with.
Yeah, and that aside, it's been a tough kind of tournament for Pure, and I feel like if they are to get to game 3, it is because of Pure stepping up and finding his rhythm in the game and becoming the true carry. So a lot of pressure on Pure, but if there's ever a time for him to step up, it has to be in this game.
How long does a Faceless Void normally need?
Too long.
Oh. He needs, I would say before 25 minutes, he doesn't want to do too much. You join with some Chronosphere, but if they can weather through 25, 30 minutes with an okay net worth, they're going to be okay. I'm just afraid that early on, they're going to lose some map and it could get hard.
Okay, it looks like Extreme Gaming has got a pretty good draft on their hands here. And I'm sure that Zhao does agree, and he's on stage right now with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Zhao of Extreme as we prepare for the final game of the night. Now, I know BB Team have been your rivals all season long, but last month you finally beat them at Snow Rui. I have to know, what have you learned about them that you finally have the upper hand?
就我们也一直知道 BB 战队是超级战队的宿敌，然后呢，但是你们在上个月雪瑞的比赛当中呢，已经成功的战胜他们一次了。那想问你们是学到了什么，来让你们现在能取胜了呢
？BB 战队特别厉害，然后我们上一次是侥幸战胜他们，最近训练打他们从来没赢过，所以这是一场很艰难的比赛。
Well, BB team is a really, really strong team. And honestly, in all our scrims, we have never beaten them. So it is pure luck that's going on right now. And I mean, this is going to be a very, very fierce match as well. And we are going to have to give it all we got.
Some say luck, some say skill. How about in the mid lane matchup? I know XM has had trouble with GPK in the past. Last game, you gave him last pick Death Prophet. This game, you gave him first pick Leshrek. Are you prioritizing him or letting XM figure it out himself?
那我们也知道 GPK 一直以来是毛哥的一个比较棘手的一个对手，然后呢，就看到你们上一把你们是最后一手才选了一个中单英雄给毛哥，然后这把呢，你们确实一手就选了这个拉希克给毛哥。那我想问你，现在就是这个中单的这个优先度是多少呢？你们是否会更加考虑这个毛哥的这个属性这个兑现呢？
其实这2把。 毛哥应该是把 GPK 拿捏了，2把英雄都是被我们读到了，而且是都被我们选到我们最想要的英雄。
I'm pretty confident that XM will be able to beat GPK for both these matches. Like last game, we predicted what they're going to pick for mid, and I think that our final pick countered them pretty well. And the same here as well. I think our Leshrek will do fairly well against the Monkey King. So I'm pretty confident that XM is going to shine in both games.
Makes sense to me, and now real quick, I can hear the crowds are awake over here, but it's 5 a.m. in China. You got anything you'd like to say to all the Chinese fans who may have fallen asleep after last game to wake them up?
现场观众呢，我们都能听到他们都醒了，都在为你们欢呼。但是国内的观众呢，因为那边已经是凌晨5点钟了，可能有一些看你们前面一场太憋了，都已经睡着了。那有什么话来唤醒他们，来给你们来继续支持你们呢？
我们会尽力冲上去的。
We will continue winning and going further.
Let's see it happen in the game then, as we get into game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil Xiaowei. It's wonderful to hear that there is still a lot of life left in this arena. And I do have to mention as well, if you were looking there on the camera shots of the crowd, that entire section of Chinese fans are right behind the BB team play area. So a little bit of intimidation sitting in there behind them.
Indeed, indeed, and intimidation here again with the XM Leshrek. Yes, a very frightening hero coming out in this one, and I don't know. Like, the answer is that I'm feeling kind of what the panel was putting down there. It's looking a little tough in the early game here for BB team.
Well, luckily we don't have to worry about the early game because we're going to 60 minutes again, Charlie.
Right. Okay. Well, that would be good news, I would say, for BB team. I also do think that Ame on this Sven. It suits him really well with how the team has been playing, and he sort of has gone a little bit back and forth throughout this event in terms of being like full-on AFK, and then we had this morning when he played that Ursa game, and he rotated the mid when it was really good to try and go on Sumail, to try and shut down that Shadow Fiend. So I think Sven's an excellent hero because he's great at AFKing, but when you have those moments when it's time to join in, having that stun can make such a big difference for you.
Well, and certainly can help out a lot in the laning stage too. Save, hitting on a nice bushwhack there to get some separation, but Miero is going to be probably offering some pretty nice saves as this game goes on later and later. We've seen that cart just make like all the difference in the world. You can get to a good timing on the Ags.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we know what's coming up first though.
Oh yeah.
All right, we got to get a Helm of the Dominator here. All right, we need to have one. It is tradition, and you know, it might not be the only one. Of course, Pure looking at one, and also XXS on the Batrider currently considering it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that has continued to be just the thing that's going to keep coming up. I will say that when you've got a lot of potential here in this game for stacking, XG has a huge amount of potential to not just take their own stacks they build up, but also steal them if BB teams start to build a few. Between Sven, Lesh, Batrider, like it's all looking good.
Yeah, I think they might want to take a page out of XG's book and not make too many stacks on BB team because they don't have the best heroes to farm them.
No.
Like, at all. So I would not be looking to make those because I think you're right. I think they would simply be vulnerable to any aggressive maneuvers by XG. And the panel as well bringing this up, right? This Faceless Void, good in the lane, right? You can see it right there. He's able to time walk away. I mean, you're being pressured by this Batrider who doesn't even have Sticky at this point. It's just the idea that he could be stuck on top of you thanks to this toss and avalanche. If you don't have that, you're going to have a terrible time in the lane. But that mid game, it can be so awkward initiating on a Lesh rack sometimes. I mean, I have seen a Void jump in Chrono and simply die to a Chrono Lesh, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. And particularly if you like get to the later stages and you get to the Nihilism, coming out with an Aghanim Scepter, you can maybe even save your own allies by turning them ethereal. There's a lot of potential ways that that could go. And Lesh, one of the heroes coming into this tournament that people were talking about as just one of the strongest heroes out of the mid lane. Ame, not easy to come on up and contest these last hits at the moment, but does have the help of Xnova on the ET, a hero that we haven't seen a ton, but does still provide some great like objective control, good laning stage.
I think almost all of his games have been in the main event, at least for me. Like, I feel like we didn't get to cast much from during the Road to TI, but looking through a lot of these main event games, ET is starting to become more and more popular. And if the game goes anywhere like last game, he's a fantastic hero in stalemates, right? Scouting out situations, controlling objectives by just walking the Spirit around and having the threat of the stomp the entire time. Really excels in that.
Pure backs away as the damage starts to rack up a little bit onto him. There is going to come a moment where XingQ and XXS could just go for the all-in play onto one of these heroes. But another one of these games where we're at the 5-minute mark, and no first blood. Will that change here? Pure decides to start hitting XingQ a few times. Katomi keeps the pressure on, but not really any more mana here. An Avalanche, a toss back, XXS onto Katomi, but is going to get pushed away. And again, all that little action for nothing.
Yeah, nothing doing up here. Mid lane going quite well for GPK. Of course, this is what you expect out of him, doing very well in his laning stage, but no threats of rotations with how busy these side teams are.
XingQ glimpsed back in, still standing fine, throws out the Avalanche on the toss, good damage, forcing out the time walk from Pure.
Yeah, he'll do a little walk here, but it's at a good time. I mean, the wave's already dead, his is pushing into the tower, so there's plenty of time for him to run home right now. And XXS actually still going to get the Lotus.
XM. They are going to back out, and even dropping the Wukong's command, Xnova will retreat out of this.
All that for a bottom rune. His save moves down to secure it now.
Xnova not going to be able to make any serious play to stop this from happening. I guess you could go for a stomp here if you want, but no, the Katomi is just going to take the regen rune for himself.
He needed a little bit more, you know, than GPK did.
32-31, very even, but with the deny advantage into the favor of the Monkey King. And Miro able to stop the Ame pull that was going in, takes away one of the range creeps. But 7 minutes and nothing doing.
Yeah, but both teams just feeling the effects of last game, perhaps feeling the effects of the late night air here as we move past 11 o'clock, chilling their way through this game number 2. I will say, I don't think this game will be quite as chill. This looks a little bit more explosive in the mid game for me. I feel like there's better initiations. I don't think the counter initiation is quite as intense as the last game. I feel like there are some advantages to actually moving first this time because we don't have such powerful saves on either side.
Right.
Really, the best thing for disruption on the side of XG is probably the ET, and on the side of BB team, it's like, what? Not too much, right?
No.
It's like an eventual cart, perhaps.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
But if you jump a target on the side of XG, as long as there's not like some big chrono threat or something, you do have the opportunity to actually finish the play.
Of course, for BB, going to be looking to see if GPK can make some solid moves around in this one and set himself up for success. I will say that for the Monkey King, this new facet, the changing of the guard, is super annoying to play against these melee cores. You think that you got the Monkey King caught, and suddenly he's just able to jump away.
And you can see up here that it's XingQ on the lane. Well, that's because XXS was back using his helm. He clears out one of the camps and brings a Hellbear Smasher up here to help out.
Save. Waiting for somebody to show up. The Lesh is there. This could be chance here. Has a Fairy Fire, a bottle, and spotting him out. They jump on in. Able to do some good damage, but XM living for the moment. Then the Avalanche, the jump away. GPK down low, but manages to draw that first blood. Now XXS wants to hunt, gets him there with the lasso. He's going to get glimpsed out, and the heal, is it going to be enough? No. GPK goes down to the combo, and a 1-for-1 there.
Yeah, slight edge to the BB team, but very important that you come back and at least get some sort of a punish there. But man, I don't know, XXS, he's looking pretty solid. Like, he's gonna really start accelerating right now. He's stacking up both of these camps. He's got his helm creep. He is in a position to get very large on this Bat Rider, and he's going for that aggressive build on the drums. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the ancient stack, but still has quite a bit to go back for.
Pure picking up the Lotus now, playing underneath a ward. We'll see where they end up going. Also, if there's any attempt at trying to like pressure down the towers, it's a strange thing for BB team. Like, you've got the double helm creep, so there is some options there of trying to play aggressive, but the way that BB have tended to play is just sort of trying to maximize farm instead. And Miero actually sending in his creep on the bottom side is playing near X Nova and the Lesh.
I mean, I think that's the play. I think we're chilling, bud. You know, I will say, I was out in the arena, walking around. The chairs are comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
So that's great news for all of you fine folks out there. Because it's been a long day, and I don't think it's ending anytime soon.
The way that things have gone so far, it doesn't seem to be. Haster claimed for the Lesh. And, of course, we'll use that time to run back and farm up some more creeps. Has the option to move in, but why do that when there's creeps to hit?
Of course. I mean, creeps are worth a lot of gold.
Absolutely.
Right? That's something I've learned watching a couple thousand games of Dota.
Well, that's kind of cool, though. Miero just gonna go straight for the blade mail. I mean, this is gonna be an issue in this game. Like, if you get into that blade mail for the Centaur, the Lesh will just blow himself up. And XM is going more for the initiation type of build, taking that blink, as opposed to trying to stand tall in a fight.
This is I need some Lotuses build.
Yeah.
I need a little bit of help. As God, I have to agree with Kezu. T-Gub's animation was fantastic.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what it looks like when you're shoving. Like, that's how I envision it when I'm just shoving the Lotuses down my course throat. Like, live, damn it, live! You know? You can tell that T is it really hurt him going on that big air grind, you know? You can tell there's some trauma there.
There's always some left over. The core just won't do what you want him to do. Absolutely.
Got to do it yourself.
Блять, вот какого хуя? Просто вот здесь Ами поставить.
Do you think that's why the core players are building
И
so
уже
many
здесь
helms?
был бы под 40,
It's like
то
a
есть
support that just listens to
94.
you. It's like you can actually just control your support and tell them, go stack this. Oh, hey, could you go catch that wave? And you get all the gold. Okay,
Exactly.
This all makes a lot of sense. Now I'm understanding the meta's true meaning.
As soon as they saw that creep hero, they were like, okay, we got another hero. We're ready. Success taking full advantage. Lose a tower, don't care. E-farm Ancients.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Diffusal Blade done. XM might be in some trouble there. Drops the chrono down. Pure kind of killing himself, but it's not going to be enough.
Ame.
Stun. The combo. The toss. Oh, he gets out just barely.
Now Kanomi.
Able to live.
Ah!
They take down
Run,
XM.
Kanomi.
Nova is way deep right now. Unfortunately for him, will not be able to take down Katomi.
Dude, not dropping, they're trying to kill me right there is criminal. Come on, buddy. I know you got him.
They're ready. Man, I feel like this is now also what we were kind of hoping to see. Helm creeps running down lanes.
Okay, do not say that. Oh, that's what we were hoping to see. Helm creeps running down lanes.
Well, that's what I was hoping at least. It was either that or them farming, one or the other.
Yeah, you're right. I guess we don't really have a great option here, do we?
Ame unbothered, getting towards that echo. And you can see that ping down lane. It does feel like GPK wants to head on in and start hunting.
Okay. I mean, he's got his Diffusal Blade. It's a good aggressive option here.
No, просто
Harder to
был бы
hunt on
Ами,
this
был бы
version of the Monkey King,
94.
though, right? As you were pointing out before, he doesn't go for the tree dance facet, which has lost a lot of its luster with the nerfs.
I guess with this combination and Static Storm up in a second, save Katomi could, you know, combo together to take down Ame, maybe even themselves. So 13.5 minutes. Looks like Wisdom should be a trade-off here. And XXS starts taking down that top tier 1 tower. BB team, after taking that mid tower, wanting to push this to a game number 3 here, the 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I think that's going to come down to them understanding and preparing for this timing. It's going to come from XG. I'd say it's very similar to the last match. Last time it was BB team who had this more of like 20-minute timing was theirs. I think that belongs to XG this time, right?
Right.
Ame gets like 3 items up, and then he wants to join into these engagements. Now, here's the really interesting part, is XM with this Blink Dagger and nothing else, right? Flashrack is a true glass cannon. So often, this hero is drafted with some sort of a save, be it like an Oracle or maybe like a Shadow Demon, something that can assist you. This guy has 1,200 health right now.
And it was first pick, too. They opted just to go with it, full glass cannon, like you're talking about.
Yeah, it's very frightening. Although, you know, I look around, we get some low HP pools this game. I mean, save's not even at 900.
That's pretty nuts for modern Dota.
I know. I'm so used to seeing everyone at like 1,500 at this point in the game.
Well, a smoke up with 3. There is a Blink Dagger just now completed for the star on top of the Blink Mail. Now. And finding a kill onto XXS would be a really big boon for them there.
I mean, they're looking for XM right now because Miro sees him here.
Starting to look.
But his smoke pops. Oh,
Zing Q.
Yeah.
That is not the kill they wanted, but they will be happy getting something at the very least.
And
so,
this is why he was standing here.
Yeah.
Right? He knew this was a possibility.
A turnaround, Static Storm, XM onto Katomi. Hits him, but gets glimpsed away. XXS still alive.
Oh, Ame's coming in.
Finds the Chronosphere, but XM looking for the stomp. Forced to jump away from that one for the moment. Ame now hitting into Miero. Trying to back away, but the control is there. XXS, he lived through that.
Wait, save. He's going in.
Save, tries to find the snipe. It's not enough, quite enough damage. XXS lives on 1 HP.
Oh, just burning down with the stoked. He's fine. He's okay.
Real. Just when you thought it was starting to keep going in the favor of BB team, they lose their heroes like that.
You know, it looks a lot like last game. Just thinking that you can go in there and get something done. He did all that before the Maelstrom was finished.
Now a jump, an avalanche to cover. XM still in trouble, but the Lotus, the heal, it's not enough.
Nice.
Так, подожди, сколько здесь может быть прогнозов верных?
Taking damage from the Diabolic Edict, and well, now the
Здесь может быть 9-10.
Если
экстрим выиграет. Я скорее больше в 9 поверю, возможно.
Getting the kill on XM, because that's going to put Ame into your tier 1 tower here. With 30 seconds to go until the lasso is back up. You're at this point now where you're actually quite tanky on XXS, right? I mean, you saw it in that chrono. He survives for so long that he eventually gets the lasso onto Pure, but he can just use this Boots of Barrier to just kind of force himself in alongside his Helm Creep and grab these lassos that you kind of expect a Blink to be needed for.
Well, and if they keep up this type of momentum, I mean, Sven's going to be getting to a Blink Dagger and a BKB pretty soon. That can make all the difference in the world. Pure is still a long way away from having the damage that he's going to need. And they really don't have that much to throw into the Chrono either. It's like you kind of need to get a Wukong's command down, and if you commit all that, you better have caught everybody.
And again, we don't have this save. So what's going to happen is that you have a Blink Dagger now on top of Ame. He's going to blink in, he's going to stun his target. While they're stunned, you're going to have this Boots of Bearing XXS run in and lasso them. This continuous stun is going to be giving the Vanquisher bonus the whole time to the Sven. And during that, you can't really stop it, right? Unless a Chrono comes out or something. It's not going to look good. You're just going to have to like throw your bodies in and pray that you then don't just get annihilated by the ET who can be covering them the whole time with Stomp and Spirit.
And that was another one of those instances where in this game, BB team, they make the aggressive move. XG, they absorb that contact and then they counterattack. And that has been their formula for success.
Yeah, initiations have not gone well.
No. Across the board for both of these teams. They either don't connect on target or they end up feeding away a couple heroes.
Now some blue collar rune scouting up top there. Katomi just waits for it and does find an arcane rune. He holds it for a long time for GPK. He does take it and starts moving northward. But what are they hoping to find?
Well, X-Nova already away. All the rest of them on the bottom side of the map. The only hero not joined together with the rest of XG is the Leshrac. Has decided to go next for the Kaya and queuing immediately into the BKB. So BKB timings, it's what we're looking for on XG. For BB team,
yep.
I mean, they have a couple too that are coming up, but the pipe timing feels like the best one for Miero, I guess.
Yeah, and GBK's BKB, which is also finished, I believe, too. So that is definitely some good news for the BB fans out there. And on the side of XG, that BKB, it's a long ways away for XM, so ideally, he's kind of hoping for an Aegis, you know? Take a fight up here. I mean, Tormentor's coming up soon. You're hoping to control that area with the ET. It should be yours. But BB team maybe trying to sort of flex up here and say, hey, we're the ones who are going for this, but their tormenting is not nearly as good as XG's.
No. No, they do not take it quickly. At least not if you don't bring a ton of people with you. GPK looking like a little bit of a different tree.
А кто вышку сломал?
Obsword, actually.
This is so awkward.
Наверное, не Ами,
I mean, they saw XM on that ward, and they really were hoping he would just come down and.
Силы света.
Not going to initiate.
I mean, that's the thing. There's
А где
four
вышка-то,
heroes here,
ёпта?
and you. I don't know. Maybe they're just a
Ладно,
little
потом глянем.
trigger shy.
I mean, I don't blame them for sure. I wouldn't want to jump in there. Maybe I'm underestimating this tormenting. I mean, I guess they're so far away, it's not really going to matter.
Yeah, if they bring everybody, pretty much, they can take it down.
Okay, yeah, Pure is even coming through. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, we're smoking up here.
I mean, there were so many of these last rounds where, okay, no, they smoke on a couple, but
it was like, if they're here, we smoke.
Yeah.
You know, and then they're just throwing Kataomi at the wave.
Okay. So Tormentor goes to Kataomi.
Oh, he's feeling feisty. Is he going for this?
He's thinking about it.
Dude, retreat.
Get out of here. Dude, you don't want. Did we left?
Oh, he's sneaky.
Oh.
Come on, do it.
Kataomi. Maybe
coming.
he can do it with the
They're
glimpse.
TPing. He's like, I just got Tormentor. I'm good to feed.
I mean, yeah, he's realizing it's not going to work. So drops down the Thunder Strike and then backs away.
All right. Back he goes.
Miero, in the meantime, sends his creep into the tier 1 tower. Catapult gonna do some good damage to that one. It won't quite go down. He is within deny range if they wanted to do that. But it seems that XG want to keep their tier 1 tower alive if possible.
Xingqiu been playing so defensive this series. Again,
dude, everybody has been playing so defensively.
It's true, but like, I mean, you have this Solar Crest, Soul Ring, Tranquil Boots build, right? I mean, how many? Like, it's just so tempting to go Blink, but Blink really wouldn't help him that much in these situations.
Yeah.
It's going to be very valuable once the fights actually begin, but we're not there yet, and he recognizes that.
Almost that BKB done. I will say in this game,
Если здесь
I feel like
95%
Chrono
процентиль
late
будет.
stage does just sort of beat everything in a way. Like it sometimes can be that difference maker, and you know, putting the hopes and dreams of the team on the back of Pure so far has not been a bad bet. Like he's had some up and down performances, but when push comes to shove, he has been able to pull things together there.
He's been trending upward.
35 тысяч
Him
разницы,
and Nine-Class
естественно.
both. As the event goes on, they're gaining more and more power.
Соответственно, 35 тысяч разницы, то есть 1115 минус 35. 80, не, да. 80 тысяч. Если сместиться до...
They're gonna try and hunt him here.
80, то есть тут скорее 90 или что того.
I mean, that's all their BKBs ready. Are they gonna start the Roche now? This would be a pretty bad time for BB team to really commit for this, because that's BKB bad,
скорее,
BKB
возможно,
Leshrac,
то не
BKB
факт.
Sven, and they're gonna smoke up.
А если сместиться...
Alright, now here.
Если сместиться, то тогда будет 85 тысяч, 95.
A lot of ways to get out of the fight. have the chrono.
Друзья,
They need to run, they can drop it. They have a
99,
Stampede, Katomi. Oh, nicely done. Will break that smoke. Ends up giving up his life for
99,
it.
по-моему, был 70
And then he just
или
hit creeps
80,
there.
если 80. Не 80. 80, что много. 99 это, по-моему, 70 где-то. Давай типа 75. Был, да. То есть 20 тысяч разницы. 115 минус 20, 95.
So kind of hard to get this like super secure.
95 тысяч.
Listen, crowd, I'm going to ask you to do one more thing. We don't have Lycan anymore, but can on 3, can I get an AU? 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Oh, thank you. I did it to come back for just a moment.
Yeah, that's good.
That's all I needed.
It kind of works, you know. Nighttime's coming in 30 seconds.
That was the signal too for listen, whenever anything gets a little bit dull, we'll just howl and then things will start happening. They went in to hit Roche.
Ну, мне здесь надо, чтобы была типа долгая игра, при этом, чтобы Амя поломал вышек побольше.
XG.
Oh, there's a good one though. The old basher on the monkey. Obviously not as broken as it once was, but still going to be a useful tool in this
Свин
game.
уже 300 крипов, кстати.
Okay. Nighttime falls.
They're smoking up.
Dude, that spot right there that Katomi is by has had so many wards dewarded in this series.
It's a graveyard of wards. Oh, Xinq, does he just go? He plants the
jump Avatar onto 3. Oh, but then the BKB reaction jumps away.
Dude, this is all just for a tiny.
They've used everything. Just so much. XSS pulls on Impure. The stun is there. He's gone. Oh, and XM is there with the follow-up. Now on to the Centaur. Tries to TP away. No. Dude, Xinq just tanked everything.
I mean, he just jumped in and they just mashed their faces all over their keyboards. They hit every single spell just for him. And then you just get XXS strolling on in. He's like, I don't have a Blink Dagger. I don't need one. I got Xinq. I'm going to pick you up. And your Faceless Void is going to get absolutely vanquished by my Sven.
A very big moment in this game. XG, when they hit their initiations, it works well. Finding 3 heroes up there. And now into the next phase of this game, XM has an Aegis. Playing in his Leshrac. BB team, if they want to stay in this tournament, they gotta find some way to outlast that and then scale into the late game. Because the early game pressure that was, if it was ever possible, is gone now.
Yeah, and this is the dream, right? Pushing in at this part of the game with a Leshrac, with an Aegis, feels so powerful, level 18. And you unfortunately have Chronosphere on your team, and one of the best counters to Chrono in the game is the Aegis. Just makes it incredibly awkward for Faceless Void to play his game. He wants that one and done perfect spell that just secures the fight for his team, and you just can't get that versus the Aegis.
This is gonna be a tough one. Actually going for that Glimmer, kind of a cool pickup, but you sort of wonder. There's been a couple of times at this tournament where we've seen carry players or whoever else off to the side trying to farm while your high ground is getting slammed into. XG, do they want to try and take it to the late game, keep farming, or are they going to try and take this early advantage that they've built up?
I mean, right now they're just hunting Helms, and the Greedies are coming out on both sides. Bat, Tiny, and Disruptor picking it up, so they know the name of the game. Oh, as well for X-Nova. Greedy, greedy, greedy.
Katomi, forced staff to get away, does have Glimpse, uses it now, and immediate TP away. He's burning, he's burning, he's burning, he's gone.
Jeez, from downtown, that avalanche.
Ame manages to clean up and get the last touch there, taking the top spot now on the net worth.
The tower with his Helm Creep, very good.
Getting whatever they possibly can. The greedy there for X-Nova too, as you can see. I mean, this is one other nice part, at least, is the Faceless Void will start to scale into some more damage with the levels. took the level 15 time lock damage and is getting close to that 20.
Yeah, that would be a big moment for him. I mean, likewise, it'd be nice if they could get some more levels on their Monkey King too, who's just level 16 right now. Kind of struggling.
Yeah, but Ame gets the Daedalus. That one can hurt.
Oh man, this Vanquish is just so much damage.
Crowd feeling it right now.
I mean, I don't blame them. Everything's been going their way. It's looking good. I mean, the score line just says 8-6, but the important kills have certainly been on the side of XG.
Oh yeah. A couple of those big objectives. I mean, it is not an enormous lead at this point, but the bigger problem is this Aegis and how much you're able to get around the map, trying to bully and push BB Team into areas where they don't want to be, where they don't want to farm.
Credit to BB Team. They have spent a lot of time chasing these Helm creeps, and they have not gotten a tier 2 yet with this Aegis.
Yeah.
I think at some point we're just going to see them fully commit down mid or something. That might be coming soon, since there's only 2 minutes left on this Aegis. But you really want to secure a tier 2 with this if you're XG. And there it is, that level 20, man. Those levels are coming quick on Pure. He's getting a lot of space right now. Just, I mean, he got punished a bit earlier today, right? With some of these plays where he was farming really aggressively, trying to go for every little bit he could when he was in a situation where they were falling behind and they needed him to catch up on these levels in gold.
Yeah.
So far, he's getting away with it.
And trying to make his way towards a Lincoln Sphere, so he'll have some more damage there. A Chrono onto XXS could be an option if he shows, but XXS is backing away.
He's really annoying too. I mean, he's got 27 armor. You know, it doesn't feel great targeting the bat either, because if you mess up, if he survives, you just get lassoed.
XXS looking, jumps in, Pure. Does he go for it? He will. Chrono save, pops the ultimate. Does he have enough damage? No, he is gonna go for the control.
No, you see, like that. It looks like that.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you for the demonstration. I really appreciate it, XXS.
Oh, wow. One stun, one hit, 1100 crit, and save is out of there. Oh, man. It's always so tough, the decision. Do you go in? Do you try and fight? Do you just run away? And that time, BB Team chose poorly.
No, I mean,
Look at Xingqiu. He's just chucking the creep forward to hurry things up. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
8,000 gold lead now. XG wanting to rewrite the script. How many times has it been BB Team, P-Vision, Falcons in the grand finals on the last day? XG, they've only made it 2 times. They want to make it to that last day themselves and give Ame another shot at the title.
I see Kataomi. He's running around here with this shard. He's throwing down these Thunder Strikes. He's trying to get to that Ags. That is certainly a massive turnaround item that he could go for here. He gets a glimpse back here on XM, who
pops his BKB late.
Yeah, all right.
And gets out.
Tormentor time here.
XG takes this one down for themselves, and it's going to be X Nova that gets the shard.
Okay. Oh, that actually is really scary with the Sven.
Yeah.
So it allows you to put an all cast on where you can appear where you stomp. So if you have this really secure stun and disable, typically you're playing the back line, and that doesn't give you the physical reduction. You're not able to remove their armor. But in theory, versus someone like this Faceless Void who has 20 base armor, if you were to alt cast in on top of him while he's stunned, he's already getting obliterated by Sven, but he's really gonna get obliterated by Sven.
He will go to no armor.
Yeah, he'll just get. It's actually gonna show the hero get cut in half.
I guess he does have the helm.
There's the Kobold. People love that Kobold.
In absence of Howls, we will take Kobold.
Yes, although we do need him to take a big drink for everyone in the crowd. That is the key to the Kobold cam.
Get hydration.
Yes, very
Hydration
important.
is happiness. Smoke up, 10K ahead. BB Team, do they have an answer to this? XXS is looking.
Running away or sacrificing Kataomi?
Kataomi?
Is that an answer?
Well, it's not a great one, but it is an answer. Pure jumps back. Oh, they find him right away. Oh, but there's the Chrono, the turnaround, the TP out.
Oh, damage!
Oh, it's close, but he gets out just barely.
All right. Okay, so, you know, not the best to have to do that, but he lives.
He lives.
The only thing worse is dying while doing that, and boy, that was close. But he's out, he survives. That does mean no chrono here for 2 minutes, though. And that is also when Roche may be respawning here.
Yeah, if you are a BB team fan, you want a Roche spawn of at least a minute after this 40-second mark. And for XG, instant would be very nice for them.
And it's just chrono. I mean, you look at these fights, right? And you see the triple BKBs on the course. And you think, like, how do you stop them? There's just nothing else they have that's going to delay that, of course, except for Katomi, who is getting there.
Yes.
He will be the key, which, I mean, he was also the key last game, right? There was this massive pressure on him.
Ame, not even God strength. Forces out a lot. Miro will stampede.
Oh, XXS? Hold on.
Oh, if Miro gets caught there, no. It's a different centaur.
He still doesn't have blink. Yeah. So.
Killed my brother. Katomi drops the static storm.
Oh,
XM does not appear to care.
Yeah, he's not going to waste it this time. He's just Gale guarding and walking it off.
Yeah. But we're almost there on Disruptor. Has just about the amount of gold that he needs to finish it off.
Okay, so this morning, Pure was playing Nature's Prophet, and he got punished many times doing this exact thing, right? They had these defensive wards down here, knowing that's how Pure was going to farm to try and recover in a game like this. Currently, XG, they don't have those wards. They don't have the vision down here, so he's going to get away with it for now.
On the other side, GPK, while Ame takes this tower, is going to go for a bit of a sneaky play trying to get the wisdom. Xingqiu is like so ready for this. And yeah, GPK realizing what's going on is just going to TP out. Oh my god, and not a second too soon.
Yeah, that could have been a bit hazardous for his health, so he'll get out, and XSS is going to grab the other. So double Shrines of Wisdom and activate an amplified damage rune as well for XM. Things are looking all up for XG as Roche will appear in the northern pit.
So the one other thing about this is Katomi did not show any of the pieces of his Aghanims.
That's true. He's been hiding it this whole time as courier.
And has a smoke. So there is a decent chance that they will not be expecting this on the side of XG. If you are BB fan, this is the biggest hope that they got.
They have a really greedy ward here. Xnova immediately finds it. Like, this is just the greediest ward that you can go for. Because they know they got to win this Roche fight. They want to catch them off guard here with the Ag Scepter.
And they managed to take it there. That's the Blink Dagger done for the bat now, too.
Okay, so Katomi, the pressure was on him. And unfortunately, he was not able to rise to the occasion in several of those very pivotal engagements last game. His Oracle had some issues, didn't get his blinks off, got chased down by the opponents, couldn't save his cores. Now he has the most important item in this game on the Aghanim Scepter, this Disruptor. He is their chance to turn this game around right now. Don't let it get to you, you know.
Oh, no.
No, of course not.
They jump away after the smoke breaks. It was on a tree. GPK the one showing. Miero shoves out that mid wave. Bottom is pressuring in a little bit. There isn't a creep to continue that movement down south. And it looks like Ame is actually just going to go back to deal with it. It's decided to go for the Pyrrhic Cloak. So if BKB is down...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really falling on his sword down here. Oh, okay. I'll go clear the wave, guys. You know what? Don't mind me.
Very nice for him.
It's a big sword to fall on.
Doesn't quite have 25. Would be another big window for him. But the Giant Small for Pure. And still a ways away from a Scotty. It's about 4,000 gold behind the Sven. Crippling Crossbow maybe could make the difference.
Xnova has drawn a wraparound play here. He's got big ideas.
I think Katomi is still not shown this Aghanim Scepter.
Well, it's being very sneaky.
And they'll go for another smoke play now.
He does have another one after as well, in case this one doesn't work out. They've been saving them. That's a swift blink on Ame, my goodness.
Miero sends out his creeps first. Vision is really good for XG here. They break on Vision, jump forward, stop, not going to connect. Do they have anything else? Xnova backs away, XXS jumps in, lasso out, the sleep is there. Pulling him out of position, Ame, he goes in, immediately caught there. Oh no, it's XM.
Yeah, they got
Chronoed and dead. Now trying to back out. They've used Chrono, they've used Static Storm.
Ame's still pretty far back. He can't get in. So there you go. They had to double drop it onto XM, but it did secure the kill.
He does also have buyback on XM.
And the cooldown's not that bad, right? Like, by the time Leshrak's back, you've got Static Storm again. This is not Chrono, right? So even if the Chrono's not back, at least you're going to have that Static Storm available. And they don't have the confidence to go and control this Roche Pit without the Leshrak. That's going to delay things to the point where it might move down south.
Yeah, they're already starting to send themselves down to the bottom side of the map. GPK farms up a bit. He's working towards a nullifier.
They're going to see Ame here. No one's going to join him, though. It's just pure Miro's creep. I do think if they catch wind of this on XG, I would like to see these bottom wards, because like it was so pivotal in the earlier match for BB team. I think it's something they should be thinking about.
Finding those catches down here south.
Yeah, like Pure is going to greed for these. In fact, there's even a ping from Ame. He's like, hey,
you take care of that.
Help me out here, please.
So I think this is going to be full Scotty done.
I didn't know if he'd get there. He's almost, he's level 24 now too. Trying to find another Chronosphere after this by going for a refresher.
Another one of these games with low kills going late. Both sides very afraid of just making one step incorrect and throwing away whatever advantage they might have.
Interesting choice here from XinQ. He's gone for the Wind Waker. So he's probably going to need a cast range assistance, right? It's a little tight, depending on the spacing of the Chrono. He might not be able to get the save that he's envisioning if it's layered over top of the Static Storm again, right?
Yeah, that is an issue. And then the other problem, I feel like we almost always see backtrack get taken for the Faceless Voids nowadays, but I wonder if there's any world where, because you've got like such weird positioning and save, that you take the bigger Chronosphere. It's hard to imagine.
It's just like if you just dodge one Sven hit though, it's there's just too much value.
That's true. And again, every minute that goes by, I feel like this is into the favor a little bit of BB team. They're getting into this next tier item. They will find a lasso, but the stomp is there for the counter initiation, and XXS is in trouble. XXS is gone. XinQ, he might be next. Do they have any way to get XinQ out of here? Under control, Wind Waker to try and back out. BKB!
Nice,
oh, Miero with the reactions in GPK! Oh, the Chrono! It's perfect! It catches Ame off to the side! XM is very far away! Ame down! Ame gone! That is 3 dead, huge kills, and BB team finding their way back into this game here have just gotten a team wipe.
Okay, Miro struggled in that last game. He did not have a good time. That was a sick BKB.
Oh, perfect play, like perfectly in time, and have completely brought down this lead. They want to push this to a game number 3. 8,000 gold swing off the back of that fight.
You know how that started too? Is that we had this scouting by the creep there of XXS. He's running his purge creep through, and they're all smoked up there on BB team, and he kind of scouts out. He's like, yeah, this looks like a free rune. I think I'll go and take this rune. It was not free. In fact, it was incredibly costly. It's a full-on wipe.
Unreal. I mean, and we just said it, right? As this game goes later, BB team have some answers. And particularly when the fights slow down, you get all your big ultimates again. Let's watch it again.
Oh, this is, yeah, like, and then he just spots GPK. He's like, oh, I can grab this guy. And then it's almost like a defensive Static Storm, right? Because it stops XinQ from helping. And this is the issue with the Wind Waker, right? He can't actually help. He's thinking, oh, maybe I can do something here. And then this BKB.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh. And then the Chrono, too, like, it's just, you need it to be so perfect with your spellcasting here. This is what they're talking about the panel. This is an ease of execution thing where, like, things just look a little bit easier for XG. You gotta play like this on BBT to win these fights.
They have a hard challenge ahead of them. They've got to be perfect, but that last fight they were. And another one of these moments where it's the counter initiation that wins, you know, and for XXS, a little bit greedy not to pop his BKB right there, right when he jumped in for the lasso, but not anticipating everybody was just going to be sitting behind that Monkey King.
And now it gets easier for Kato Omi. He finishes off that Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Huge for the Disruptors throughout this entire tournament. One of the most popular heroes for a good reason.
I will say, The other thing you got to be careful about right now with BB Team is not letting that last win get to your head. It could turn just as quickly the other direction, and Sven could end your dreams of moving on right here if you take a bad fight.
That's true, but they got better chances at it now with the refresher finished here for Pure. He's got 2 chronos to go for.
Do they have what it takes? It looks like first they're going to be going up, and a smoke as 5. Feels bad to just go for the Tormentor, but XG is already retreating away. They can take the easy objective if they want it, but they were hoping to find a little more there.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, it was the same thing where they just had Save running around the map, and he didn't even die in game 1, despite them losing. But he was consistently playing super aggressive, running around the map, trying to get this vision, trying to find where they were at. So again, they send him out here to ensure that they can grab this Tormentor.
So they sit back for now, and we also have another answer that has proven to be really effective throughout this entire tournament. Miero picking up the Aghanim Scepter on the Centaur Warrunner. So if things get dicey...
Oh, somewhere I heard it. Yeah. I heard Sunsfan yell.
He's so excited, the workhorse.
There it was. There's one random woo.
Can we get a woo for the workhorse? Oh, they're into it. They're so excited. That sounded a little bit like a howl, too.
That's a little bit of both, you know. All right, getting aggressive here.
XXS. Up on the high ground, finds the backline. Whoa! He gets away. And Pure, thinking about dropping it, decides not to. Interrupted by XingQ. A little bit of hesitation there means that XXS gets out.
That's the nice thing about Workhorse. It's only a 24-second cooldown. You know, it's not, no worries. Pop that whenever you want. Outpost taken. And XXS just happy he survived. Yeah, his BKB's gone, but he lives for another attempt here.
Very scary to even think about going high ground for BB Team, even with the Aegis. They do not have good tower hitters. Eventually, you have that ability to go up there with Monkey King Big Ring and like do that thing, but you know, with the Bat Rider in this game, it's very spooky.
No, they are killers. They are not building destroyers.
No.
I would not want to be risking that. I mean, look at this high ground.
Although,
what are you thinking?
Pure, he's up there on their high ground now. Deciding they'll take a chance.
He is an Aegis. I'm okay with this.
Jumps in, jumps out. They've got the banner down. Catapult's going to work.
All right, could XingQ find some crazy toss play? Maybe if he wasn't getting hit by Maelstroms constantly.
I mean, if they can find a toss back into a lasso, he could go in the fountain, hypothetically.
Why didn't we see one right there, actually?
There it is, the toss back into the Hex, and now the stun. The control is there, Pure. He jumps away, but look at it. They just rip him apart. GPK now also in trouble. Never go high ground. Never. Do not go high ground. Always go high ground. Oh, it's so good. From Pure, he's amazing. The greatest to ever do it as he jumps back and tries to get away.
Nice blink by XXS. Baits him over to the side there. Ame is still here, still scary. TP in their face. It's a bold move there by Miero.
That was never going to work.
Another TP. It's under reward.
Okay. It actually was still really bad for BB Team. It was still quite bad for BB Team in spite of the turnaround. XG win that one.
They didn't finish the melee racks either.
You can hear there the calls, echoes of ROTK, Jayo from the crowd. And Ame searching for a refresher. Ooh, and a lasso Aghanims.
Yeah, interesting, eh?
All right, everybody, come on, take a deep breath now with me. Whew, a little woosah, calm yourselves down.
Yeah, that's what the players are doing too, you know, obviously.
That's right. Need to stretch, get yourselves ready, because I have a feeling we're going to get a bit of a banger coming towards the end of this one.
I mean, that is the beauty of giant team fight spells here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter on the bat. Very interesting. I mean, there's so many items you can go for in the situation. But this one can really clutch things up, you know? It's always an interesting one, though, because it relies on your opponent's positioning.
Right, and you can sort of mess them up a lot. Like, it can have insane impact depending upon where you're able to find it. And if he does finish off a refresher, just lasso the whole damn team, you can take them all out. But again, at this point in time, up 4K net worth, BB team on the verge of elimination if they make a few too many mistakes. They have a strong late game team fight lineup, but XG, they don't need that many to really completely swing this on its head. Ame can find 1 to 2 big crits playing on this Sven, and everything could fall apart. 13 to 13. And back and forth, the net worth graph swings. Ame racking up fantasy points for all y'all out there that believed and made the switch after the road to the International. But a smoke up happens now. And they're hoping to push in this bottom lane and maybe find somebody who's playing a little bit over into that triangle. Actually can maybe even just steal that away if they want. There you go, XM. Get the party on.
Yeah, just keep hitting all those buttons there.
Did go for the backtrack on the Faceless Void. Was anticipated.
Geez, that's a tough one to keep note of in these chaotic engagements, isn't it? I mean, I can't believe how long he lived there. I thought he was going to die.
Yeah.
As you said, he's dead. He's alive.
Does have the additional ring. Also keep in mind, these teams have been here playing Dota all day.
That is true.
XG's first game was at 10 a.m. It is now approaching midnight. BB team also playing in the second series. They are putting on a hell of a show out here for all you in the arena and watching at home.
Thankfully, Dota players are very used to this. You know?
Oh yeah.
They actually probably played less games than usual today. So
just
hey,
one more game. Just last game before bed.
Just one more game.
Don't worry.
It is feeling like those kind of games for sure. Both of these matches so far here. And of course, after going for an eggs on the bat, he's then taking for the refresher, a refresher on the Centaur as well. We're going to have a lot of refreshers this game. Everyone's just going refresher.
Oh, I'm excited. This is going to be good. Things are going to be crazy. I do think the saves on GPK, if he gets the ring down, that could create some pretty intense havoc because you just, I mean, he's going to be dealing out tons of damage.
It's also just like the Abyssal Blade on the Monkey versus the Sven. I feel like that's going to be really crucial.
Right.
Because you got to slow Ame down during these BKBs. Because if he's just able to swing, it's over. I mean, he's got MKB. He's hitting for a gajillion damage.
Smoke up BB team.
Tree leading the way.
This is into vision that actually have, and they see the spirit immediately.
Okay, scan from the Dire. They know no one's up there. That's going to let them go up to the high ground.
Roche.
Here's feeling aggressive.
Capable of spawning. He sees one up on the high ground. The jump. Miero wants to find him. Stun is there. GPK also controlled. Hex is out. Follow-up keeps him inside. Ame finds the backlines on to save, but there is the chrono down. Do they have enough damage? GPK is doing a lot. Ame in trouble. Ame gone. XXS soon to fall now too. And as Xingqiu has nowhere left to go, BB team, they are too strong.
It's a big wraparound move there, coming up the high ground. They jump in aggressively. It looked a little dangerous. Pure jumps out, but Miero jumps in confidently there, and then the workhorse onto the Monkey King. That was pretty slick.
They are not done yet.
As they
BB
tip
team,
each other.
They're ready to keep this moving. A team that in the past have been known to tip their opponents or tipping each other, finding some appreciation for what they're seeing.
What a growth. That's so nice here as they're going to start moving up this mid lane, maybe trying to put some damage on this Rax they missed out on last time. There's no Roche to claim right now. Oh, he's feeling so sneaky on Kataomi. From the blink now, he's picking up the Shadow Blade.
Oh, geez.
Terrorizing pubs everywhere right now by picking this item up.
Kataomi double gem. Also, I just noted on XNM, he has 4 greater healing lotuses.
Yeah, that's important to keep an eye on. I mean, he needs them, you know?
Pure. Miero is nearby, so any attempt at a jump onto him will be able to be found with the save. They move on in. They take down 1 lane of Rax. the BB team feel frisky? Are they going to keep going for more?
I mean, this is a perfect time to Roche, right? You know they're not going to buy back on Sven right now. You can get in the pit really quick. This is another refresher shard.
Roche or high grounds? The answer is Roche.
We have learned that that is indeed the correct answer.
Roche will roar. And at 52 minutes in, they will be able to claim this one for themselves. So a refresher can be passed over to Disruptor if they want. Could be pretty high. Also the Monkey King.
I think Centaur would be also really nice too, eh?
Oh, XXS.
Anyone but Pure. Yeah, he's going to pass over to the Monkey. They were just kind of like moving out, grabbing as many camps as they could. Maybe hoping someone got greedy, but... It's kind of scary.
Oh, absolutely. It has the in tow now too. I mean, this is a pretty damn good push now. You drop down the Wukong's demand. You got the Savory Shield.
He's almost level 30 on Void as well, so we could still even get to that big chrono that you were hoping for earlier.
And did also go for the linked up Aghanims. So Pure now has that one ready for himself. Does not have buyback, notably.
No, he does not. That is true. I mean, one kill he has it, surely here. Ame has not gotten to play the game here. All right, now this is a Batrider thing, right? If you're lazy setting up on this positioning, XXS will strike, and we saw it before, right? The toss back.
Jumps, toss back, got him caught, stunned, controlled, in trouble, Pure gone.
Oh, the card's too late.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is really, really dangerous. The Static Storm is down. Pure in trouble. Slap. Oh, the sleep is there, but Ame in trouble. And Ame dead. Do they have enough damage? Miero low. Miero gets out. And the Chrono now. They find XM. Pure has him in their sights and looking for more.
He's still going.
They do both have buyback, though. Pure pops the refresher. PKB. Jumps again. Pure. He smells blood, but does he have enough to take him down? Oh, he's still in pretty far. And now ZinQ looking again for the toss back. They get the Hex now onto the Monkey King. Pure, no more Chronos ready. XM, he's doing a lot of damage. Isn't it enough with Ame there? Ame, he ends his life. GPK has to run away. Ame trying to chase the Avalanche. The toss, the control. Oh, they got him. GPK is going down. XG somehow they hold. They didn't even get the freaking tower.
They went for it all. They tried to end the game right there. That's what that play is, right? That's just, I'm done. I don't want to go late again. I'm finished this match. But XG, they say no. We will drag this on. You're coming with us, and we are going to get some 60-minute items whether you like it or not.
It is also going to set up a win condition now. It's
very much
buyback from Lesh. Ame does not have buyback. But they burned through everything. The Scrumptious Shield is gone. Oh, that might be still around for another couple minutes.
It comes back, don't worry.
But no more refresher. The Aegis is out.
It was this right here.
Yes.
Because he's like, I'm swag. Refresher BKB.
And then suddenly, there's more heroes that you don't really want to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh, good play by GPK to catch XM over there, but it didn't end up mattering.
All this damage from the last track too, just standing.
And of course able to Pure dodge a bunch of it, but then Ame came in for the finish. And we're back sort of at a weird standstill in our actual game.
Yeah, it's an idea now in terms of like how aggressive are you willing to be on the side of BB team? Because you've got to punish these buybacks, right?
Surely.
Surely.
There are no buybacks on XG now. They are all gone. 56 minutes and 17K net worth lead for BB team.
And we've got ourselves a refresher coming back in 40 seconds for Pure. That's really the only thing they're waiting for. He's got these giant chronospheres. I can imagine he's ready to end this game.
You've just got to find a way to survive through the double chrono. And it's fine, right?
Simply survive. They also need to find a way to actually let Ame swing and do some damage, right? Because the problem is he hasn't been able to do that. Like, he died immediately with his God Strength in that previous fight. So even though he did come back out and help get the stuns and stuff, he's not big spend.
No. Hasn't been able to hit hard enough. I mean, there are a couple other things that could be interesting in there. Like, I saw the, Miero getting slept by the Elder Titan, which meant that he couldn't pull him into the cart. The first death for Pure has been pretty consistent, that, like, he goes down before there's any help that's able to come and save him to make sure his Aegis doesn't burn out.
Yeah, they were really close to having a hitch a ride play to, like, try and save him, but it was just a little bit too late for Miero. He was just a bit too far back, unfortunately, for them.
Savory Shield wearing out soon, but you can see how much it has swung into the favor of BB team. Gaben thinking that we're going to a game number 3, and that amplified damage certainly makes me feel similarly.
Oh, yeah, come on. You gotta. I mean, I can't imagine resisting this. They're going for the tier 2 top. They want to make sure they can end this game. Oh, save. Is he feeling feisty? Maybe with a scurry ward placement, perhaps? Oh, that's a sneaky one.
That range is so insane.
That's so sneaky.
Yeah, if they catch somebody there. Also worth noting, though, that Tiny double toss charges.
I mean, he's been very good with them.
Xingqiu making the moves. Jumps in. Finds Pure. Big Chrono. There it is, the Aeon Disc for the moment. One Chrono down. No chance for a kill. Double lasso. They got him. Oh, damn. GPK, you gone. Miero now not able to get in for the save. XXS wants to hunt. It's all falling apart. Pure, no, not like this. The stun, it's not enough. Curls him out of the court with a second salvo. Pure's going to start to die to this, though. In the duration, is BKB wearing out. He finds the kill onto XM. Now turning to Ame. Pure, he's got to do so much with the buybacks en masse. The Lotus, he is just stunning himself. Xingqiu out of thoughts. He's out.
That is full power Ame. He's getting his chance to swing, and you are indeed decapitated.
An unreal play. Pure again goes a high ground for seemingly no reason and then ends up getting punished. Oh my goodness, big hits. It was a good attempt. If you find that kill on XM, the game is just over at that point.
If you manage to get out after.
It's a risk. How many times have we talked about that? This TI, taking these risks.
I mean, the Aeon Disc.
Yeah.
Right? Clutch. He assembles it here, and now he keeps going. We don't have a nullifier, just like, help him out. And then XXS. Again, game 1, he was insane on the Earthshaker. Able to pick apart the initiations and try and ruin whatever fight is planned out by BB team. He does it again. Jumps back in. Boom. Another grab.
Really, honestly, the biggest thing about this is less any of the plays, going bad for BB, but XG waiting for that perfect moment to punish.
What a beautiful sack there from Miero as well, eh? To blink in and keep Pure alive.
They find the stun. All it took was one clue. 5-6-5, and you know what it was? It was X-Nova, like you were talking about. Him being there and having the natural order meant no armor.
Yeah.
One hit that did 4,280 damage. That is insane.
Just very casually, The rest look like pretty small numbers compared to that, don't they?
If X-Nova can stay alive, he's a win condition. He's making sure that he's next to Ame when these fights go on.
Oh my gosh, we got refresher orbs, we got Aeon discs all over the place.
Because that's the other thing. Yeah, Pure has no plus armor right now.
Yeah, you're right. He hit some earlier, but with the
helm
changing of the build as we move, Straight into some pure damage at that point.
60-minute items.
It is indeed that time. We need to be guided. We're just like dogs, just being led around here by the observer. Oh, by the way, guys, it's 60 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm losing my mind here. Another game going to 60 minutes, and I mean, after that play, I don't know if BB team. Or, I mean, obviously, one racks up. They've got insane team fight potential, but with no armor, basically, on the Faceless Void, if ET is next to him, everything can change.
I mean, he's going Stygian. That just seems excessive. I'm not going to lie. But in combination with ET, it is crazy.
He will, if they're next to each other, he will one-shot Pure.
And that is the most GPK item ever. He goes for Divine Regalia, of course. He's feeling himself, so some hazards there, perhaps.
Another hero with not much plus armor, just plus 10.
I like this helmet and dying on XXS. It's so annoying to deal with. And we also do get the nullifier as well here from Pure. So he's had enough here. He wants to ensure that when he gets this chrono, they actually die.
The fact that both of the main damage dealing cores on BB team will have no armor when ET is nearby, I feel like is a potentially game-ending issue for them.
Yeah, one could say that's probably not good.
And look at this, the scan hits, they know. Pure.
Oh, he
chose
just
for a moment.
He just jumped.
Then there it is, the chrono already onto XM, trying to kill him off. Aeon disc out, but Ame is hitting hard. Do they have another? The chrono just barely able to hit onto Ame. Does he have the damage that he needs? It's not quite looking like it. The dual scepter is there. Ame hits him one time. Pure, you gotta run. Don't be back and forth. Ends up setting himself, but ZQ is right there next Silva. He takes away all the armor. He's gone. Oh, BB team, wait, they're all dead.
They're all dead right now.
No, buyback.
There's nothing left. They've already used them.
Pure, he doesn't have any chronospheres. He can't do anything. They can't believe it.
He's standing on the high ground. He's just sit and watch this right now. It's Sven. He's explosive.
There is no buyback for time. They know. Ame, he wants to go to Grand Finals. He's hitting the tier 4 towers. And Pure, he does not have an answer for this. Save, caught to the side, gone. He's gonna buy a rapier, but it's gonna take too long. He doesn't have a TP. Your base is gone. XD, they are top 3.
How many fights?
Let Ame play when he is not controlled in a chronosphere. He will end the game.
So close.
Как он не
there.
успел?
Things getting very tense in that last moment. I mean, we're going to be able to break that down in so many different ways because there's just spells flying everywhere, refreshers abound, Aeon discs, and I mean, that's some late game Dota.
That is some late game Dota. If you don't know, now you know. Dota, when you get to 60 minutes, is damn good. An unbelievable performance from XG as they managed to secure their place here going into the final day. Does mean we will have an exit for BB team who have played so well. Another one of their great performances on the main event of TI. But today it's going to be XG that are moving on. I can't believe it. I didn't think it was going to happen.
I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought we were going to get that game free. But XG said no. Ame said no, and the fans cheered, hell yeah!
90 seconds ago, I thought they were out, or at least going to a game 3, but we have the man, the myth, the legend, ZQ down on the floor.
Lyrical, we certainly do. Jinkyu, what was the communication like in the final moments of that game? Was it calm or was it crazy?
Q哥就想问你，当时在最后一把、最后这些时刻里面，你们当时对内的沟通是什么样啊？是很冷静的呢，还是说在狂欢了？
就是大家比较激动啊，就是狂欢吧。
Everyone was super excited. Everyone was super hyped. We were gonna win this.
Well, your coach said that in scrims you guys don't do too well against this team. What changed?
前面我们采访小巴的时候，他当时是说你们在训练赛就是一直都输给 BB 战队。那想问你现在到底是什么东西改了呢？
就是我们做的比训练赛更好了吧？然后他们那个狼人特别厉害，我们就搬掉了。
Well, we have performed a lot better than we have in our scrims, and the fact that we know that Lycan is kind of like the super weapon, and we made sure that that was banned.
Excellent stuff. And in this game number 2, were you always confident of the win, or did you ever doubt that you weren't going to be able to take this one?
就想问你，当时第一把的时候，你因为节奏也比较慢，当时你们是想是不是有点不敢犯错呢？还是说是你们觉得胜券在握，然后只要慢慢打到后期就完事了？
我们觉得我们有一点放不开吧，但是大家就是互相提醒，就大家不要太怕了，就会做得更好吧。
we were a little tense. I think a lot of us were pretty anxious and afraid of making mistakes. But you know, the communication within our team was really good. We kept on, you know, reminding each other, you know, stay calm. And don't be afraid to go for opportunities. And I think that was what got us the win in Game 1.
Awesome stuff. And finally, Jinkyu, do you have any word for all of the fans out here who've waited 13 hours in this arena to watch you play this match?
那现场有很多粉丝呢，他们等了13个小时，就从你们今天的第一场到现在最后一场，那有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
Ну, чел подскочил на 144К, ебать.
有点激动吧，就有点词穷，就是给大家磕个头吧。
I'm at a loss for words. I don't really know what to say, so I'm just gonna take a bow to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Jinkyu, and congratulations, Extreme Gaming, as they will make top 3 and the final day at the International.
98?
From everybody still here in Barclays Arena. It was very clear that Extreme Gaming was the fan favorites, and pulling through in a game like that, let me tell you, that was some excitement. Again, it started somewhat slow, but the excitement towards the end definitely worth it. And to be fair, Effie, for a little while, I did think BB Team was going to do it.
That was wild. Initially, it looked so Extreme Gaming favored, especially after that first Aegis. They're leading in net worth, everything's going so well, their spend is packing such a punch. Then BB Team bring it back with a couple of clutch chronos, some failed engagements from the side of XG, and it was looking really tough. I think the Dota buff odds were like 90 to 10 at some point, but XG just bring it back. That was ridiculous. The tossbacks from Zinkyu to defend in base, the double lassos from XXS at the very end there. Cinema.
They came so close, and that must mean it must be extra painful to go home at this time, but it is that time. And for some final words, we're heading over to Perry and Flex, who's standing by to say.
Thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Save. Save, a very long and hard day for you guys. You must be exhausted. We're very sorry to see you go home. You've already played today, now you've had to play another brutal series. Mentally, how tough is it to stay focused in these games?
Yeah, I mean, it was an exhausting day, but what can you do? I mean, they in the worst position, I guess. They played the first today, we were the second, so everyone were in the same conditions, and we just played worse.
This team, XG, have given a lot of other teams trouble at this tournament. What is it about them that makes them so hard to beat, do you think?
I mean, they're a typical Chinese team that plays very good, like goes to the late game, you know. Oh, what can I say? We lost in the late game and the basic mistakes. Could have won. What can I do?
Let's think back to happier times. What would you say was your highlight from this TI, either for yourself or for your team?
Highlights? I don't know. I guess that we didn't lose to Heroic at least today. It was a highlight, you know, we could lose.
Fair enough. And you've got a lot of fans here. I see a lot of jerseys up in the crowd, people cheering for you. They've been rooting for you all season and all TI. Do you have anything you'd like to say to them as you exit the tournament?
Yeah, guys, I mean, thanks a lot for your support. We appreciate it so much. And yeah, I'm just sorry that we played that bad.
Being very hard on yourself. You've played a fantastic tournament, Save. You guys have been fantastic to watch. I'm going to throw it back to the panel. Maybe you guys can figure out what went wrong.
Thank you very much, Save and Pyrian. I mean, it's tough. I think BB Team gave us some of the more exciting games to watch on this main stage, and this game number 2 we just witnessed was no different. It was late game, and it was very clutch.
No, absolutely. Like the way it was going back, because I thought that BB Team, they had it for sure. You know, we've seen these Faceless Void games. It slows down, the net worth trickles up. You know what Face Void's gonna do? He gets a refresher, double chrono, whoop-de-doo, game's over. But that didn't happen. XXS, so many double lassos into this like overwhelming damage like from Ame. I really think that they were able to clutch it out because they were ahead. Then they go behind, then they bring it back. It's like one of the most hype games I've seen. I don't know. I'm just so happy that I got to see this game and like witness it like right here.
I mean, the problem for BB, they was fighting against, you know, TI Magic. You know, the way that XG are playing, it feels like they're destined to make it to the final day. And we keep praising, you know, Batrider and Ame finding the jumps, but I think X Nova, he played such a stellar game. Like in the early game, the sleeps onto the Void, as the game progressed, he was amping up in the right position. Like every single player on XG at different moments made the team fight look exceptional. And for BB, like look at their heroes. If it gets to 50, 60 minutes, you're expecting them to win every fight on autopilot. You got Disruptor Aghanim's, you got Faceless Void, the Chrono, but yeah, I mean, every single fight, there's a different player that stands out for XG. Wind Wakers or double lassos or, you know, big crits and amps. It's just incredible, this game.
Yeah, before this fight, BB team was almost 20k ahead, and one fight can just make him lose it all, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, you go for like a risky play, you go for the one-man chrono onto the ledge, but XM, he has an A on this, ready to disassemble, so he lives. That's not the kind of play that you want to jump the gun on to like take the initiation. You need to make sure whatever play you go for here, especially when you're up 20k gold and you have the Void, you know you've got the game in the bag. This is a huge risk to take, and honestly, it really came back to bite them.
58 minutes into the game.
Ну, что я могу сказать, пацаны? В принципе, я не знаю, можно было бы, конечно, попробовать хронотрон сделать, вот. Но, смотрите, из плюсов, что могу выделить, это то, что теперь у меня... То есть у челов, которые здесь ставили... Как объяснить-то вам, блядь, сейчас? Короче, у челов, которые ставили... Бэтбум. Здесь вот, то есть там была сетка, где вот здесь бэтбум выходит. У них получается вот здесь руина прогноза снова. И те, кто ставил на победителя бэтбум, тоже руина. То есть, смотрите, мы сейчас имеем шансы на что, блядь, не знаю на что. Получается... Короче, вот у меня на другой сетке стоят здесь Экстрим, в финале Экстрим и в финале Экстрим. Соответственно, если Экстрим побеждает завтра пари, тогда есть шанс на то, что... То есть, типа 7 прогнозов, будет 8 прогнозов. 8, да? А нет, не 8. Да, нет, не будет. На том аккаунте не будет. Тьфу ты. На этом аккаунте не будет. А на том может быть. То бишь. На том аккаунте может быть... Там сколько прогнозов? Там сейчас 8, может быть 10. Здесь может быть 8 максимум. Такие пироги. Еще не обновились очки, но я так понимаю... Вот тут дохуя будет под соточку. И у людей тоже может нехило прибавиться. Это как-то таковой минус сходу. 98 тысяч очков. Ну, хотя бы что-то прибавилось. В целом. У меня была какая-то мысль, я что-то хотел сделать. Забыл. Я уже, блядь, немножко не вдупляю. Если честно. Немножко не вдупляю. Я что-то хотел сделать. Ну, в общем, спасибо за стрим, пацаны. Да.